internet LMAO, but it shouldn't even nominally. Our Wi-Fi seems fine, which is the part I don't. That's the part I really don't get. Is that I would understand if I had shitty Wi-Fi, why the stream was laggy, but we don't have shitty Wi-Fi. Our Wi-Fi is fine. Speaking of things I don't get, okay, I feel like in a better world, I should never have to concede on any immigration point ever again. Oh my god. Oh my god, the idea that conservatives can lie for weeks at this point. I think we're over a week, right? Non-stop repeatedly lie over and over and over and over and over again about Haitian immigrants eating cats and eating dogs. Oh, new day, new account for you there, Whistle and Willie. The idea that they can lie about that non-stop every single day. And then I'm expected to like hop on a call with them and be like, yeah, well, maybe Biden rescinded one too many executive orders. No, fuck that. No shot, dude. You have forfeited that conversation, okay? Twerk break. I don't think I can even do twerk break on this screen. God, it's what a dumb thing. For like weeks too. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. I also don't. Oh my god, what is wrong with our Wi-Fi? God, it's just pissing me off. It's pissing me off. Unironically, like pissing me off. Like, they are eating cats. They're eating dogs. What next? You're gonna be okay with them eating grandma? They're not though. The idea that you guys can just lie about that forever and ever and ever. They're eating everything out here. Yeah, I should never be expected to criticize Biden. Oh, I can do twerk break here. After on anything immigration, after they lie a million times about that point. They're defo eating dogs, trust me. Then I can't tell if you're trolling where it's tied. There's been no good evidence. Zero, none. It doesn't exist. There's a Blair, dude. The most convincing evidence was that video of a blurry video, a video that is way too blurry, to be taken in 2024. I mean, it was taken in 2024. It's just like they were recording with a fucking camcorder of those like Bosnian people frying a lamb, and it's like it's not in Springfield. They're not Haitian immigrants, and it's a lamb. It's not even a dog. It's a lamb. Oh my god. And yeah, and I don't know why the fuck it was so blurry for being taken in 2024. That was an unacceptable level of blurry footage. Yeah, I should never have to concede any. Because that just proves the conversation's gonna be bad faith to me. If a conservative doesn't completely disavow 100% of all of that shit that happened on Twitter and everything, then I shouldn't engage with a conversation with them. No, because they're clearly not interested in a good conversation. Anyway, I did make 2 shorts while I was not streaming.
The best way to help poor people. A negative income tax guarantees each person a minimum income by granting them a non-taxable income of, for explanatory ease, $10,000. If you earn below that amount,
by the way, I need to get a teleprompter. This would be so much easier to film with a teleprompter.
You're taxed negatively on a portion of your income. So if you earn $0, you'd have a negative taxable income of $10,000 and receive a portion of it, say 50%, distributed to you via monthly payments. This payment is then phased out slowly as your income increases, avoiding a phenomenon known as welfare cliffs, where you can lose
Bosnians consume much alcohol, they just appear blurry. True.
Replacing in-kind benefits with cash transfers also reduces the bureaucracy involved in providing and distributing welfare. No longer would the government have to employ people in various different agencies trying to provide people with different kinds of benefits, and no longer would individuals have to deal with red tape to prove that they need assistance. Instead, you simply give people what they need most: money.
Generally, think that they're eating dogs, and that's base.
This also gives people greater freedom and autonomy, rather than being told by the government what they can.
There was also a video of not immigrants, just people in Haiti, just like regular people in Haiti, eating what was supposedly a cat. Now, I mean, I'm vegetarian, so I'm no meat expert. It did not really look like a cat. It did not look any more cat-like than any other like type of cut-up meat could look like a cat. It could have been any mammal. It could have been a lamb. Could have been a dog. It could have been literally like any mammal. There was no way to tell. I don't know how they were telling it was a cat. But I was like, it's just like, motherfucker. I understand I'm vegetarian on something. Like, I understand, like, if they actually were, like, coming to neighborhoods and eating cats and dogs, okay, that's the issue. But, like, they're just in their home country eating cats, allegedly. Motherfucker, we have, like, factory farms here. Like, really? Like, really? This is, like, such an evil thing, but, like, you're allowed to eat 180 pounds of beef a year or whatever? Like, okay, you know,
spend
whatever.
their money on, they get to choose for themselves what they need most. But most importantly, it ensures an existence above the poverty line. It creates an income floor which people cannot fall below. The assistance is preventative rather than retroactive.
Crazy. And then speaking of immigrants, I did make one on immigration. I think that's one thing I should have clarified better in here.
Immigrants a fiscal drain? It's a common belief that immigrants can come here just to leech off of the welfare system. But at least on the federal level, immigrants aren't eligible for most welfare benefits.
You really need to go vegan? I should. I will at some point. I'm convinced by the vegan argument at this point. I'm not anti-vegan or anything, so I keep learning more and more people apparently, like Sample's vegan, Mike is vegan, all these people are fucking vegan, so
Immigrants
I know SDL is vegan.
with work authorization, including asylum seekers, are fully integrated into the U.S. tax system.
True,
But
Bertstein.
even undocumented immigrants are estimated to have paid over $96 billion in taxes in 2022. That's why the National Academy of Sciences estimates that only immigrants without a high school degree are a fiscal drain. And the CBO estimates that the surge in immigration will actually reduce the deficit by $900 billion. Now, it is true that about half of the asylum seekers coming from Mexico do not have high school degrees. However, they have indirect effects that may mean they're not a drain after all. A 2020 paper estimates that the business expansion that their added labor supply enables actually makes up for any fiscal drain. It's estimated that refugees specifically will end up contributing $21,000 more to the government than they take out in their first 20 years in the country. But there's also evidence that shows immigrants are less likely to use welfare than native citizens. For example, in California, a study found that immigrants use 55% less healthcare dollars per capita.
Now, here, to be fair, this data, I probably should have clarified, it's not of just undocumented immigrants, it's also of legal immigrants. So, take for that what you will. I should have said that in the video, but I didn't. My memory is being used a lot, but I don't think it's a computer. I think it's just the network. But I don't know.
Than native-born citizens. In 2020, immigrants were 14.6% of the population, but used just 11.1% of all means-tested welfare and entitlement benefits.
Crazy. Eventually, I'll get a teleprompter, and then I can fucking pump out shorts at a rate unseen before. Because that's what takes a lot. Like, I can script them in fucking a few minutes because they're just based off of like shit I read. Half of this shit is like shit I read from stream or on stream. And I can aggregate my notes and just and pump out a short pretty quickly. But I'm bad at reading shit and memorizing shit, so it takes forever to speak it correctly. See, clearly I'm bad at speaking. Also, I need to find out if there's a good teleprompter that isn't Elgato's. Elgato's teleprompter has their like voice sync technology, so the teleprompter will keep up with you if you start speaking faster or slower, or if you need to go back, you can just like say a line earlier in the script and it'll automatically go back. With that stuff, that is cool. Minecraft Deaf Edition. I mean, you should be able to hear it. It's just quiet. Oh no, you guys can't hear it. Add. Oh wait, no, you guys should be able to hear it. That's too quiet for you guys to hear. There's an app for this same type of teleprompter. I'll drop the name in a second. Yeah, I need a, because Elgato's teleprompter is like super expensive. It's like $250, but it has the voice sync. I need one with voice sync. Need is the wrong word, but dude, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is the Wi-Fi messed up? Why? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. What I need is a super long Ethernet cord so I can be connected directly to our router. I don't even think that'll fix it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, fucking tomorrow I'll see if I can actually call our ISP and be like, hey, can you fucking fix our shit? Use Ethernet. I use Ethernet, but I'm Etherneted into like a Google Wi-Fi point. So Google sells these like Google Wi-Fi mesh routers. Gigabit local network. I don't know. We pay for way more than we actually get. And way more than I actually get. Maybe if I connect directly to the router, I actually get what we pay for. I think we pay for like 400 megabits per second, but I get half of that. Okay. Oh, wait. For some reason, this is old news by now, but that Charlie Kirk Jubilee video, I paid $10 a month for 800. Yeah, but don't you live in fucking not Russia? But you moved somewhere. I don't remember where you live. Do you live in America? Okay, for some reason, when Charlie Kirk did that Jubilee thing and it was all culture war stuff, they did actually record a non-culture war thing, which was Trump was a great president. But they put it in a second video. On YouTube, you suggest you might need to do some free trading, but then you have a picture of Keynes. Yeah, I don't really change the thumbnail that often. Just like whenever I have whenever I do like some vague econ stuff, I just like use that thumbnail. I don't like it. I have like 3 thumbnails. I have one for Trump, I have one for econ, and I have one for Israel, but that's it. But welcome to the stream, Overthink. I'd rather play high prices than live in Russia. True.
Added under Joe Biden. Number
Not
2.
true.
1.25.
What were the bills?
Can I finish?
YouTube better not
What was the
copy
main
strike me.
Can I finish talking?
Go ahead.
Okay. There was the Infrastructure Act. There was the Inflation.
How much debt was that?
I don't know why. I need to read the fact check on the debt thing. There's that one graph that shows Trump added more debt than Biden, including COVID and non-COVID, which would make sense because Trump did his tax cuts and didn't really do anything to decrease spending. But there was a fact check put out by like some Senate committee, whatever Senate budget committee there is, and some of the things didn't really make sense. Some of them did, like it was like, oh, you know, this underestimates the cost of the infrastructure bill, but it also was like, oh, this doesn't include the higher interest rates, and it's like, well, is that really Biden does not set the interest rate. I don't know if that's a fair thing, but we'll read that at some point.
Trump was a great president.
Oh no, this kid.
So what makes you think, what defines a good president for you?
Good. No new wars. So the most peaceful time we've
Oh,
had
no
in
new
modern
war.
American history. Almost the best economy we've had in modern American history.
Best economy we had in modern American history. True. By the way, I'm going to keep mentioning it. Real GDP is higher than pre-COVID projections. Okay, Biden had to deal with fucking COVID, and guess what? He still got real GDP up higher than projected pre-COVID. Oh my God, our COVID recovery is so goated. Unironically, so unbelievably goated. the no new wars thing is like, I mean, it's true. It's kind of dumb though. I mean, he probably did a bad job withdrawing from Syria. He didn't do shit when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia. You guys gotta survive, watch that. I don't think he did. Don't think he probably did enough to counter Iran there. By the way, he withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal. Probably not a good thing. He got a lot of cheap victories, which didn't really do anything to solve anything. So like the Abraham Accords, he got Morocco to make peace with Israel in exchange for, and a few other countries, but I'm using Morocco as an example. Make peace with Israel in exchange for recognizing Morocco's annexation of Western Sahara, so throwing those people under the bus, whether or not they're good people, I don't really know. Maybe it was fair, and that doesn't really do anything to solve the main Palestinian issue. It's capsule theory. It's dumb. Palestinians did not like it. The idea that there's ever going to be a separate peace without addressing the Palestinian issue, I think is dumb. Same thing with North Korea. He went to North Korea to get a photo shoot done and didn't actually do anything substantive there.
Wages going up for blue-collar workers in particular.
Okay, no.
Wages grew way faster under Biden because of the super tight labor market. For the bottom percentage of workers, they grew way faster under Biden. We had a lot of wage compression during COVID because of the tight labor market. So,
I'm respect that.
Okay.
So starting on point 2.
Well, point 1. What do you think about point 1? World peace.
I don't want to talk about point 1.
Oh, you don't want to talk about no world peace?
I think world peace is good, but I don't want to.
Like even Gaza wasn't at war.
Point 2.
Okay.
So
we'll get to that later.
Trump had a recession, right, during his presidency. Why is that?
Well, that was
good for the economy? Why does that
COVID,
result in a good
but-
economy for
Well, so
you?
you mean that the COVID-related situation
Yeah.
that we largely recovered back by the fall, 6 months later?
Yeah, I mean,
Scott-
he let it happen, right? He handled COVID bad enough that there was a recession as a result
So
of it.
which criticism of Trump are you saying? That he didn't lock down the country enough, or that he locked down the country too much?
I don't think he did nearly enough during
Got
the
it.
beginning of COVID.
Okay, got it. So he didn't lock down enough businesses and didn't shut down enough places?
I think he could have done a better job of preparing the country. He said a lot of outlandish things that it doesn't matter, and to reduce.
Wow.
He never said it doesn't matter. So he did 15 days to slow the spread, right, with Mike Pence. He also left it to the states. The heaviest lockdown states were California and New York. Do you know that more people died under COVID under Joe Biden than Donald Trump? That Donald Trump pushed early treatment.
Well, that kind of makes sense. Trump didn't have as long as COVID thing. There were I should probably pause the game so I don't die. 400,000 cases of COVID during Trump. There were 372,000 deaths during the first 11 months of the Biden administration. That kind of Biden had to deal with COVID for longer than Trump. That kind of makes sense. But Apple's called Elgato Teleprompter Pro. Having used it myself. Yeah, elegant. Sorry, I thought you just said Elgato, and I was like, that's the whole issue. But okay, no, thank you, Bertstein. Did you get the vaccine? Yeah. I don't listen. I didn't follow Trump or politics super closely during COVID itself, so like I don't even know. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the vaccine was developed under him, right? But I don't know. Maybe we'll go through the Trump research book, which has all this COVID-19 stuff at some point. Trump's coronavirus economy is no accident. Donald Trump was slow to see the economic dangers posed by the coronavirus pandemic. When he could no longer ignore the crisis, he shifted focus to helping big corporations and wealthy, while regular American and small businesses would suffer the impact. After inheriting years of economic expansion, Trump's economy is fragile in the lead up to the coronavirus outbreak due to policy to put the middle class at risk. Trump sent $1 billion in aid intended for small businesses to large corporations. Trump's small business stimulus website repeatedly crashed. Millions of Americans were left out of the stimulus payments intended for everyday people. Trump's Labor Department uses authority in a crisis to limit who qualified for unemployment benefits. Trump's Treasury Department allowed stimulus funds to be diverted to private debt collectors. Damn. I don't know, like the one one of like 3 good things like I'll say about Trump is like we did do the 2 stimulus bills under him, which are probably, maybe they weren't as good as they could have been, but they were probably good overall. It's like one of maybe 3 good things he did.
Oh, wow, shocker. When Trump was voted out of office and then the pandemic continued for 3 years, more people died in 3 years than
in
1
the same
year.
period of time.
In the same period of time.
Same period
Okay,
of time.
if a building is
Same period
completely
of
on
time,
fire
damn.
and I need to be the one to put it out, of course, the damage done during my job of putting out the fire rather than the person who could have prevented the fire from taking
So
place.
how could Trump have prevented the fire?
He could have done a significantly better job
How?
at warning people for what was going to happen.
Wait,
If you look at what Trump said in March and February.
Be specific.
Be specific? Okay, so Trump in.
No, he doesn't
More
know.
specific.
I'm out.
Damn. Oh, he broke. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, one half a heart. Hell yeah.
So your claim begins with Donald Trump being a great president,
president.
right? Why would you say that is?
No new wars. You like world peace, right?
I'd say so, yes.
So under Bill Clinton, George Bush,
Mhm.
H.W. Bush, Obama,
Mhm.
and under Biden, we have nothing but war. We had war with Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, Syria, Libya, Arab Spring. Do you know that there was not a single
Thanks for the
war
follow,
for the first time in
Pop
4 years?
Bob.
That's a good thing.
Welcome
Of
to
course,
the
and I would say
stream.
that is a good thing. However,
All right, we agree.
about there being world peace, why do you think that there were all these wars? Does that say something about the president, or does that say something about our country's forever war machine, military-industrial
Great
complex?
question. So Trump was against the forever war machine.
Really?
Of course.
Oh.
You know that Donald Trump was the one where his generals actually defied his orders. You know, Mark Milley under Donald Trump called the Chinese Communist Party president and undercut Trump's orders.
That's usually not a good thing. The reasons we'll go through at some point, but we have to add this to my Notion page. I'm pretty sure most of the generals that worked under Trump do not endorse him. The Trump generals do not endorse him. I don't know if any of them have. I think all of them have basically. James Mattis, retired four-star general, nicknamed Mad Dog. Statement put out said Trump will deservingly be left a man without a country. John Kelly obviously doesn't. Person who has no idea what America stands for and has no idea what America is all about.
Orders when Donald Trump was the one actually.
I know like the majority of his cabinet does it, but I don't actually know if a single general that worked directly under him supports him again. I don't actually know.
Pursuing diplomatic
This is-
channels. Now let's just say for 40
Attorney general, not like a military general.
years
but-
we had nothing but war.
Okay.
And for 4 of those 40 years, so 36 out of 40 we had war. We had no new wars. Something Donald Trump did. We did not have war in Ukraine. We didn't have war breaking out with Israel. We didn't have war in Gaza.
I mean, like the Donbass war was still. I mean, his point about like no new wars is. I mean, it's kind of a little stupid, but it's mostly correct. But we were still in. We didn't exactly have world peace. We were still in Syria. We were still in. We weren't in Ukraine, but we were giving aid to Ukraine, and Ukraine was still fighting the war into Donbass. Like there was obviously not a full scale invasion, but.
We didn't have Syria, Libya, and it's
But
because
General
Donald
breaks order
Trump
without really
pursued
fucking good reason
a
to not be able to
non-interventionist
keep their job. Yeah, probably.
America First policy, put the military defense contractors on their back. He well, you can run up here if you want. But I think we agree that we don't want war. And honestly, he's changed the orthodoxy of the Republican Party for the better when it comes to war.
Well, to say that he's responsible for the peace that we endured during that term, is essentially insinuating that the president of the United States has a big red button that says war on it, and whenever he presses it, war just breaks out.
Well, it's an interesting point. Let's think about what he did. He authored the Abraham Accords, which
Okay.
brought peace in Israel and the Middle East. He
Did
Ah,
it?
true.
Oh, did it?
Yep, that's what it did. Charlie Kirk brought peace to Israel and the Middle East. Oh, everyone is laughing because obviously they're at war now. But how is he going to defend
for 4
it?
years, yes. Do you know that Israel and Gaza were not at war in the times of 2017 to 2020?
Do you know the Abraham Accords did not include Gaza, right? They probably only made things worse for Gaza. Now, the Donbass is absolutely frozen there and Trump practically no deaths there. Well, that's because when were the Minsk Accords? When were the second Minsk Accords? They expired in 2022. But when did they... Minsk 2 was signed on February 2nd, February 12th, 2015. Okay. Yeah, we had the Minsk Accords during that time, but we were still. I'm just saying his point about no new wars is correct, but conflating it to world peace just seems a little silly, considering we were still in Syria, and even if the Donbass was a frozen conflict. I mean, remember Trump was impeached for trying to withhold aid to Ukraine in exchange for dirt on Hunter Biden, right? Like, what the fuck is that? There's a little fucking goblin troll thing. I can trade with him?
If you guys want, you guys can come up when we're talking. But hold on a second. Let's just be honest. Were the people of Gaza better today, or were they better 4 years ago?
I don't think they've ever been better under Israel's occupation.
I'm saying better.
These people for years have been in camps, have been raped, have been...
Things, of course, were not really followed by either side. I know that much. Not properly anyway, but the conflict stayed frozen nonetheless. All right.
Were those tens of thousands of people being bombed when Donald Trump was president?
This war was not happening when Donald Trump was president.
Because they wouldn't dare have done it when Donald Trump was president.
You think so?
No way, I know so. Because I look at 4 years and they didn't do
Don't
it.
you know? Don't you know? Joe Biden is like a Palestinian. He's so friendly to the Palestinians.
Was president. How about Putin? Putin didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was president. Why? He invaded under Obama. He invaded under Biden, but didn't invade under Trump because Trump is the peace president.
Oh, really? He's the peace president. Okay. So
but
I think...
show me one new war. Show me where I'm wrong. I mean, if I'm wrong, tell me. Show me one new war that was started under Donald Trump. Because under Obama, I could show you.
Damn.
We'll see each other again.
Also, what new war did... Oh, but I guess the Ukraine stuff? The Crimea stuff? Is that the new war under Obama? What's the new war under Obama? He was in Iraq and Afghanistan. But he left Iraq, too. He withdrew from Iraq, right? Is it just a Ukraine thing? Where's my staircase up also?
I think that was you.
All right, are we gonna debate the book of Revelation?
No, I won't bring up God this time.
Why don't you talk for 30 seconds? I
Damn.
talk for 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Donald Trump's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to undermine our American democracy, tried to restrict women's access to abortion when he beat up the states. He denies science through climate change. So you say you care about science with trans people, but not when it comes to climate change.
I would only try to hammer Georgia. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess. I would only hammer down on the J6 stuff if this came up. Because I know Charlie Kirk is out of all these things that he listed, Charlie Kirk is probably gonna like pick climate change and just be like, don't you think gas prices are really high? I would only try to hammer down on the J6 stuff.
Also, as it relates to Donald Trump, he actively left Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war under his presidency. He said there was no new wars. He also specifically started a war on ISIS, proclaimed by himself.
He eliminated ISIS. Do you know that carbon emissions were the lowest under Donald Trump they've been in human history? They've gone up under Joe Biden.
That's wrong. Wait, carbon emissions were definitely not lower then than they were in 1700.
I let you talk for 30 seconds, man.
Carbon emissions were more in
Yeah,
1700
you
than
did
they are
say
now.
human
Since
history.
we've started measuring carbon emissions since 1970, the EPA.
That's not ever.
Since 1970, let me be more clear. I said 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there. If you want to just scrap that, we
Sorry,
can keep on
but that
interrupting
was
each other.
ridiculous.
Okay, you said some ridiculous stuff too. For example,
Go for it.
you said the felonies. That wasn't happening when he was president. We could do a whole nother debate on that. We had the best economy ever in American history under Donald Trump.
Well, the felonies. I guess the felonies that he's been convicted of were not while he was president, but most of the other indictments that he's been charged with are things that he did as president, or I guess the documents case is he could only do that because he was president, but he obviously wasn't president when most of the charges with that happened. Yeah.
Right now, people can't afford groceries. Inflation is crushing people. We have a wide open border. 10 million people have come across our southern border. We have the most secure border under Donald.
Border rules encountered 8.2 million immigrants. Oh yeah, so he's lying about too. They do this thing all the time where they say a bajillion or quadrillion people have crossed the border, and really what they're referring to is encounters, and like half of those encounters are deported like immediately. So they're just lying about that. But yeah, and like a lot of the other ones are like people who get asylum court dates, and now like obviously their asylum court date is fucking 10 years from now because our asylum court system is like hella backed up, and they're probably mostly fraudulent asylum claims, obviously. But I'm pretty sure the data shows that most people do show up for their asylum court dates, and then they are probably gonna get deported if it's fraudulent. And the inflation thing is dumb, obviously. Yes, we did stimulus bills. The stimulus bills probably had positive trade-offs overall, although the cost of the stimulus bills was inflation, and inflation is back down to 2%. We're probably going to get rate cuts in like 2 days, actually. 2 days from me recording this, we're probably going to get rate cuts. Yeah. Stream is stuttering hard for me. God damn it. Okay, Bert Stein, thanks for telling me.
We saw blue collar boom. We saw more manufacturing renaissance than ever before. We saw more wages go up.
The manufacturing renaissance thing is not true in the slightest. We saw a lot of increased manufacturing under Joe Biden, but not under Donald Trump. Manufacturing spending was basically flat under Trump. But with Biden, because of the Inflation Reduction Act and the Chips and Science Act, we did actually see a big increase in American manufacturing spending and employment.
We saw China on its heels. We also saw no new wars, as I've mentioned. We saw the right to try. We saw legislative accomplishments, the largest middle-class tax cut in history. What were the other points you mentioned? I want to make sure I respond to them. You said the climate, right? So carbon emissions went down under Donald Trump. We actually saw a green renaissance.
Also, I think he's playing a funny word game when he says largest middle class tax cut in history. Maybe that's true if you just look at taxes, but if you look at taxes and transfers, then I would guarantee you that is not true, because the Biden administration gave a lot of evil handouts to poor middle class people with like the expanded child tax credit and stuff like that. Yeah.
Under Trump, we saw more
policy.
What? Because solar panel tariffs.
Okay, so
we put tariffs on solar panels, so solar panel manufacturing came back to America, creating over 30,000 new jobs in the solar panel space under that.
30,000. I mean, that still doesn't make up for the negative 75,000 jobs that is his tariff lost because they increased prices for manufacturers. Tariffs are meant to be in effect for 4 years, start at 30% and go down by 5% each year. President Biden extended the tariffs for another 4 years, but also increased exemptions.
Donald Trump, very underappreciated accomplishment.
Yeah, can you give me a single study that indicate that led to lower carbon emissions in the United States?
Why did it lower to low? Yeah, it's actually great. The single study was done by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, because we decided to use
Damn,
oil
he
and
came
natural gas,
prepared.
especially, which is very, very clean compared to just
no.
traditional coal and or fracking or fossil fuel extraction. We're the natural gas capital of the world, and under Donald Trump, we were exporting more natural gas than we were importing, and because of that, we saw carbon emissions go down.
I mean, we're still doing that. We are more energy independent now than we were under Trump. We were only ever energy independent under Trump for like his last year in office, and that was following a trend of decreasing reliance on foreign energy that had been taking place since like Clinton. So, you know, kind of
a little bit
get on with that.
Not globally though, because if you're exporting more, that means carbon emissions are more like globally outside the United
Correct.
States.
They are going up.
Secondly,
in China.
import.
Right. I'll let you.
Yeah. So I also just want to recognize the fact that there's the largest investment in renewable energy ever due to the Inflation Reduction Act, and we produce more oil in the United States now than any point in American history. So you can sit there and act like we had the most
than any other country in the history of
The
ever.
most pro-energy policy came from the Biden-Harris administration.
So, on average, how long does an oil lease take to mature?
I'm not sure.
5 to 6 years. So the reason we're seeing the oil renaissance is because oil leases that were signed under Donald Trump.
There were more oil leases signed under.
I was going to say, I'm fairly certain.
That is not true. That's not close.
Wait, I can.
As of very recent, the Biden administration has approved 50% more drilling permits than the Trump administration. Yeah, I was going to say. Parker, yeah, definitely right in that. I was about to bring that up before he did, but he stole it from me. He stole my epic own. He stole my epic dunk. Yeah, Biden signed a lot of drilling because oil prices were really high and people were fucking asthmatic about it, which makes sense because people fucking need gas. So yeah, he approved a lot of drilling. Yeah. And fracking.
Can show you. I can literally show you. There were more oil leases accepted for drilling.
So 2 examples.
Drilling
did Biden get rid of the Keystone XL pipeline?
So that was a Supreme Court order. He followed through with it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was. You want me to show
First day of his administration, President Biden signed the executive order revoking the Keystone XL pipeline permit. The EO said the Keystone XL pipeline deserves the U.S. national interest.
Yeah, I'll literally show you the Supreme Court order.
Unilaterally signed an executive order getting rid of Keystone XL pipeline.
Due to a Supreme Court order.
Number 2, Anwar, which is the Alaska oil natural gas. He decided no more new exploration in Alaska. Alaska is as big as the contiguous United States.
What did he call it? Sorry.
Let's go a step back, okay?
The Willow Project was in Alaska, right? I think it was in Alaska, right? Yeah, it was in the Willow Project was in Alaska. So I don't know what he's talking about here. This could be right. But
Number 2, Anwar, which is the
Anwar? Anwar, Alaska. So did he... So was it just this area? The Willow Project was in this area, right? This orange area. So... Yeah, I guess maybe he said you couldn't do it here. We protected this area, but he did also... It's not like he said no new drilling in Alaska, because we did approve the Willow Project and everyone was fucking upset about it.
Alaska oil natural gas. He decided no more new exploration in Alaska. Alaska is as big as the contiguous United States. But let's go a step back, okay?
Wait, can I ask you, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
The Inflation Reduction Act?
The Inflation Reduction Act didn't cause inflation.
Okay,
Actually, it was deficit reducing.
Spending trillions of dollars we do not have.
It was deficit reducing.
Flooding the zone.
Wait, Trump added more to
the... I mean, he's right. The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit neutral, but I mean it's deficit neutral in the long run. Obviously, we still, but it could have potentially been inflationary in the short run, but like I don't know if the Inflation Reduction Act was that inflationary. It's obviously a spending bill in some areas, but and things like the expanded child tax credit are obviously going to be like there's a stimulus, right? So that's obviously going to be a little inflationary. The much bigger inflationary impact was the American Rescue Plan, but okay.
Than Biden-Harris.
That's not
8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, 4.3 trillion under Biden-Harris,
Again, let me
2.2
8.4 trillion was hazard deficit under Trump administration, 4.8 trillion once was COVID. The CRFB said that Biden approved 4.3 trillion debt during his first 3 years and 5 months, half of which is COVID related.
trillion
Yeah.
non-COVID
So
related.
it's 9.6 trillion under Biden so far.
What's your source? I give you committee for
the Congressional Budget Office.
no committee for responsible federal
Okay,
budget
but-
indicates you're wrong,
Let me finish. First of all,
and the CBO did not say that.
yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
$9 trillion in new debt added under Joe Biden. Number
Not
two.
true. What were the bills?
Can I finish talking here?
What was the main bill?
Okay. Can I finish talking?
Go ahead.
Okay. There was the Infrastructure Act. There was the Inflation.
How much debt does that?
Okay. Debt and spending are two related but not similar things. Under Donald Trump, the federal budget was near $4 trillion a year. What is the federal budget right now?
It's around 5 trillion. I'm not disputing that.
$6.5 trillion.
Yeah, but like, you understand that debt was still more under Trump. So we can pay for it now, but we couldn't pay for it then.
The federal budget is much bigger than it was under Donald Trump.
But we're
Number
paying
two,
for it.
Number two, energy prices have gone up. Why have energy prices gone up?
Global supply of oil. So it's related to COVID. It's related to
three
supply
things.
chains.
Russia's
Why was there
war-
global inflation?
Russia's war with Ukraine.
You still haven't answered why it caused inflation.
Which
and
he
why there's not
blamed
global
Biden
inflation.
for.
All Western
Huh.
Why there
democracies
is.
decided to deficit spend dramatically under COVID. Correct. So we
Under Donald Trump.
Based.
Well, a little bit under Trump. And
Mostly
post-Trump.
non-COVID related spending under Trump. 4.8 trillion for Trump. 2.2
Wait,
trillion for
hold on.
Biden-Harris
Are
for
you
debt-related spending.
Again, are you talking about the debts and deficits incurred under Trump or
Yes.
under Biden?
Debt for under Biden and under Trump.
So under Trump, there was about $4 trillion added to the national debt.
No.
It's $9 trillion.
No, it was
under Joe
8.4
Biden.
trillion.
Okay,
4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
That's just not true. You can make up
That
your
is true. I
numbers.
can show you from the committee for responsible federal budget.
well,
I'll show you
you're-
the setup.
You're conflating numbers of debts and deficits, and you're conflating them.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Deficits are
That's
each
not
year.
fun.
Debt is overall calculated
that
within a
it is, but
10-year.
Let me ask you a very simple, easy to answer question. Do you at least give Trump credit? We had no new wars for 4 years.
Well, again, there was the Turkish-Kurdish war. Also, what was the new war caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Putin invading Ukraine.
That wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris
Hold on,
administration.
what-
How was it caused?
Because Kamala Harris went to Munich at the Munich Security Conference 3 weeks before Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, and she said Ukraine should become a member of NATO. Also, Tony Blinken went to
Oh wait, was Charlie Kirk doing the NATO expansion caused the invasion of Ukraine thing? Is Charlie Kirk one of those people? What? Charlie Kirk is a Mearsheimer realist on Ukraine?
with Boris Johnson, the then sitting Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and obliterated a potential peace deal 5 days into Russia's annexing of Ukraine, which could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. We have supplied weapons, munitions. We have done everything we possibly can to prevent a peace deal happening in Russia and Ukraine. And the blood of those poor Ukrainians and Russians are on the hands of the Biden-Harris regime. They have not sought peace. They've sought war. It's on them. And it did not happen under Trump. And Putin invaded and annexed Crimea under Biden. So under Obama. Under Obama, Putin got what he wanted. Under Biden, he got what he wanted for 4 years.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that they actually they annexed Crimea when Boris Johnson invaded Ukraine, not Russia. True. You know, they actually invaded Crimea when Ukraine's NATO status had not changed at all. Ukraine's NATO status in 2008 was the exact same as it was in 2014's, but they, you know, invaded Crimea anyway. So, you know, maybe the big issue there isn't NATO. Although maybe, who knows? Maybe Charlie Kirk thinks that the U.S. did a coup in 2014. Maybe he thinks that's maybe he thinks that's the case.
Trump seems that Putin was on defense. Why is that?
So I don't necessarily say I would say Putin was on defense. What I would say as it relates to this is clearly that Donald Trump and Putin having a relationship and not leading to wars wouldn't indicate that somehow Democrats are worse for war. You're just doing a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated doesn't mean one
why
causes the
hasn't
other.
Biden sought peace?
Wait, let me please finish. Again, as it relates to that, they think that they're going to reload and then reinvade, as they have with Georgia, as they have with Crimea, as they had with multiple other scenarios. So I can point to multiple scenarios where Russia continues to want to invade, and that's why they're specifically not accepting a peace agreement, because they're not going to stop. Okay, you sit there and you believe that they're going to stop, just how Donald Trump believed, right, Putin over U.S. intelligence.
Well, honestly, our U.S. intelligence was wrong.
No, it wasn't. Putin lied.
Wait, when was our U.S. intelligence wrong? We were like the first intelligence agencies to actually predict that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. What? When were they wrong?
Said he didn't interfere in the Russian election. That was proven.
Hold on a
They
second.
interfered.
Our intel agencies have lied repeatedly about many things. For example, who bombed Nord Stream 2?
Wait, but was I wrong with what I just said?
Yes, you were wrong.
How was I wrong? Tell me.
Because our U.S. intelligence agencies have been wrong about every major.
But that
core
wasn't wrong.
issue.
Tell me what was wrong about that statement.
Which statement?
The one I just made. Do you forget?
Repeat it.
Okay, so Donald Trump believed Putin over U.S. intelligence as it relates to the Russian interference in our 2016 election.
No, Putin
that was
right.
proven.
Yeah, what did they, how did
There was interference, but there was
how?
a collusion with Trump that we could prove.
Okay,
I agree with that.
Okay, so yeah, but what interference was there that changed the election?
Yeah, so there were bots that they specifically used on the left wing and on the right wing.
You think
to get people
bots
to vote
changed
for
the 2016 election? Maybe it's because Hillary didn't visit Wisconsin or Michigan or
I don't think
Pennsylvania.
I mean, I think Parker's going to say he doesn't think the election was
stolen. I'm
swayed.
just telling you
Oh,
that,
okay, no, we agree.
that there was
So-
proven Russian interference. I agree that 2016.
Like Charlie Kirk is Charlie Kirk is an online influencer. Obviously, he thinks like his presence online can have an effect on people's beliefs. Like that is what he's doing with his fucking job. I don't see why he wouldn't think that bots could have some type of the same effects.
Election was
Okay,
fair
so
and
let's
free.
not spend too much time on it.
Also, wait, was this filmed? This was filmed after the. This must have been filmed before the Tenet media scandal, wasn't it?
Wait, can you tell me why there was global inflation?
As I mentioned, because Western democracies all decided to pursue a deficit spending spree.
Wait, so why did it happen in Asia and Africa and South America,
Well,
Central America?
I would put Japan, Australia, the Philippines in kind of a Western democracy.
I said all of those places. Literally every continent experienced
Yes,
this inflation, the same
because
trend.
they use the dollars of global reserves currency status, and so therefore, when we decide deficit spend, the entire world.
So why didn't it
experienced
happen in the
inflation
U.S. and then happen in the rest of the world? Why did it happen the same trend?
Because they use the dollars of global.
That doesn't make any sense because then it would have happened first in the U.S. and then it would have happened globally.
No,
it wouldn't have happened
first of all,
globally at the same
we were
time as it happened in the
experiencing- We were
U.S.
experiencing inflation all throughout this entire thing. We just didn't necessarily feel
It was 2021,
Do you
2022,
think-
and
Do you
2023.
think Trump did anything
mainly.
good?
Yeah, the Operation Warp Speed I think was good.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
What part of that was good?
Yeah, so I think it was good to expedite funding specifically to develop vaccines in the United States. I think that was a good thing. I will give him certain things as it relates to what
Charlie
I think he did
Kirk
was good. I'm not gonna say every single thing he did
anti-vaccine
was bad,
spending?
but predominantly speaking, I think it's way more bad than what we see
Do
with
you
Biden
think the economy was better under
Again,
Trump or under Biden?
So in certain respects, it was better under the Trump administration. In certain respects, it was better now. Actually, right now,
That's
there's
an
a
honest
higher
answer.
there's higher real median wages right now than there was in 2019.
But
according to the St. Louis Federal
you
Reserve.
acknowledge
For
people
real.
have purchasing power because prices are up.
Wait, that real median wages?
Yeah, what? He said real median, and Charlie Kirk is like, wait, what about inflation?
Counts for inflation. Did you know that?
Yeah, but you think people right now have the same purchasing power they did under Donald
What is
Trump?
real median wages?
What? What a like dumbass way to deflect. Like, he should have just said, I misheard you. That would have been understandable. But, oh my god, wait, these vases actually have good stuff on them. What the fuck? Yes, that is what that implies, Charlie Kirk. Yes, if real median wages are up, I would say purchasing power for the median person is higher.
Yes,
It
that
means
they
accounting
take
for inflation. So wages have gone up accounting
Again,
for inflation.
this is constant condescending thing. I understand what you're saying. Okay, reading real median
I'm not trying to be
wages.
condescending, sir.
Real median wages is can they afford the consumer price index on average, right? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Thank you.
Do you think the debate was fair? I mean, mostly. I mean, fair is a spectrum, obviously. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think it was nearly as rigged as most Trump supporters think it was. They probably should have fact-checked Harris on the "very fine people" quote and on the blood sports quote. But like, other than that, like, what? Yeah. I don't see how the dollar being a global reserve currency means inflation in the U.S. dollar is passed on to other countries. If the dollar is worth less, doesn't mean the U.S. goods are cheaper for everyone. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the implication would be, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. If the dollar is worth less, then yeah, it's just our dollar's just gonna depreciate against other currencies, and that makes U.S. exports cheaper for other countries. But I don't know. Yeah, like in my mind, I don't know if that would really. I don't know how big of an effect that would have. I don't know. I'll ask ChatGPT.
He is not gone.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey,
What's your name?
my name is Win, and I didn't have to trip on the way here, so that was my impression of Trump at Air Force One. Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about wars. I wanted to maybe pivot towards another direction in terms of foreign policy. I think Donald Trump was pretty bad when it came to diplomacy with our allies. The world thought we were a joke for a really long time. We withdrew from the Paris agreements. We withdrew from shat on NATO, and so like
We didn't withdraw from NATO.
Oh, I didn't say that. We shat on, or he
Well,
shat on NATO.
NATO.
He did shit on NATO a lot. But he's gonna say, "Oh, it's because they weren't paying enough." And then they paid.
Has been better funded than ever under Donald Trump. He got every country to
Other countries use it for trade. If dollar is worth less, it should make trade easier, right? Well, at least with us, yeah. Countries that peg their currency. Well, I don't. Obviously, if it's pegged, that makes sense. But interest rate impact when U.S. Federal Reserve raises rates to combat inflation, it can strengthen the dollar. Dollar reserve status is partly based on a perceived stability of its economy, borrowing costs for the U.S. lending.
Pay more.
I recognize that, but when he fostered a rhetoric, I feel like, with the American people,
Like
and
what?
where,
Like, give me examples.
or he fostered an attitude of isolationism, and I think that's really concerning, especially when one of the biggest concerns right now with Republicans is China, right? China taking over, becoming the leader of the new world, something like that. It's really confusing to me because it feels like at the same time we also are pushing for like isolationist policies, which will inevitably result in China becoming the leader of the free world. And so it's like I'm really confused. Like, do we want to remain world leaders and foster these ties with our allies? Or
is not a term he's ever used. He believes in America.
God, why can't isolationism is a term he used? So how could he be isolationist? Why don't they just fucking link to the fucking letter, dude, and not their own fucking news site about this? True, like pulling out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. True. He was. I don't really know how you can argue Trump isn't at least more of an isolationist relative to other people, considering he wants to make the U.S. self-reliant for a lot of for energy. The energy thing kind of makes sense. That, there can be benefits to that, but also like everything, he wants to have tariffs and everything.
First, not America only. And he's been the one that called out China's rise to power, the Chinese Communist Party's annexing or potential annexing of Tibet and trying to do what they're doing with the Uyghur population, also potentially taking Taiwan. Donald Trump put tariffs. He's tried to
potential annexing of Taiwan. I hate to break it to you, Charlie. I think or not Taiwan, Tibet. I think Tibet has already been annexed. I think that happened 500 years ago.
held him accountable.
So
what Donald Trump tries to prevent
Not
is
500
quagmires
years
that
ago,
do not
but-
benefit the American people. Donald Trump
Okay.
has been a critic of the Iraq War, critic of the Afghanistan War. Do you know what you did not hear once at the Democrat convention? Not a single Democrat say the Iraq War or the Afghanistan War was a mistake, because now the Democrat Party's become the party of war. You heard that the Republican Party. The Republican Party, they said the Iraq War was a mistake.
I think you know what Biden did. Biden actually, I understand Charlie Kirk's gonna have issues with how it happened, but he knows that Biden actually withdrew from Afghanistan, right? But I don't know why we would bring that up in the 2024 DNC, considering those wars are both over by now. But okay.
Afghanistan War was a mistake,
Okay, but and
and they were mistakes.
Okay, so you're trying really hard to go back to
I'm
war. I
saying,
feel like we've talked about war.
well,
a
I
lot.
said quagmires, right?
Okay,
So
sure.
but China
But
is the enemy.
Okay, yeah, I recognize that. This is the issue is that we can't at the same
I don't know
time
where my staircase
convince
is.
American voters that we should withdraw or essentially just neglect our relationships with other allies. And then at the same
He
time,
never did.
he has. I
How?
feel
Give
like
me an example other than rhetoric, how we did not fulfill our obligations to allies or we turned our back on an ally. Give me one
Ukraine.
example.
He got impeached for withholding aid to Ukraine, but
Will that happen under Donald Trump?
so. I feel like rhetoric is a fair evaluation of this.
But not
Because
if all of a sudden you're paying more money and your enemies are on their
No,
heels.
but-
And
so when you have
Vert
when you have
Gang, what's
have a
up,
rhetoric
Sergeant?
that-
Welcome
give me an
back.
example of the rhetoric, though.
Okay, so for example, he was very adamant that we pull out of Paris, right? The Paris agreements. So
Well, that was a good thing. That's not turning your back on your allies.
okay, sure. NATO, right? So with NATO, it was like there was this. Wow, I'm sorry. Okay, with NATO, I feel like there was.
Sorry,
impeach
sorry.
based. Thanks, Sergeant.
Okay. All right.
I did not join my Discord thing.
Hello.
Hi again.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I know we have only 2 minutes left. I really want to talk about American workers. So I want to hear from your point of view. How do you think that Trump has helped in that
Well, the
sense?
largest blue collar boom in American history that we since 1970s. I'll give it that way. With 20% median income for the lowest earners. So the part that
I don't know how you can think this is true. I'm pretty sure if we look at real median wages, they grew really fast at the bottom, like 10% of workers under Biden because of all the tight labor market during COVID and stuff. We can look at the expected compression. I think this was all post COVID-19 stuff where we started seeing these really big gains for low income workers.
the media would not cover is that the people that work with their hands, muscular class, people that bring lunch pails to work, saw the greatest median increase in their wages under Donald Trump's presidency.
Okay, but like,
I don't believe that. Wage compression EPI. I know the EPI is a chart. Fastest wage growth over the last 4 years among historically disadvantaged workers. Not found. Why do economists, economic professors not agree with the base Austrian school economics? I wonder why, dude. They're all too biased. 13% for. Can he cite a source for his data so I know where he's getting it from? He said 20% increased wages. Trump. This is 2020. What is this? This is about minimum wage. State of the Union President Trump touted a blue-collar boom, noting that wages are rising fastest for low-income workers. He's correct, but Trump left out one thing. A large portion of these gains can be traced to minimum wage increases in more than half of the states. But I don't even... What's the number of how much these increased? Median hourly pay rose 3.8% from the end of the 2009 recession through 2018. That's 3.8% for... That's hourly pay, but... Then why is everyone important so liberal so biased? Was Trump good for anything? Okay, devil's advocate. Play devil's advocate. Yeah, the COVID vaccine stuff was probably good. The stimulus bills that he passed were probably good. He passed 2 stimulus bills. Biden only passed the last stimulus bill. Those were both good. I think he did some good stuff for like people convicted of marijuana offenses. And I think he did something good on organ donation, but I keep forgetting what that is. He made it easier to donate organs, but I forget exactly what the rule was.
So would you also contend that there was an increase in jobs for those like?
Of course there were. Yeah, unemployment was super low.
Okay.
We saw the low.
Unemployment has been super low under Biden. It's unemployment at. Wait, we should have last month's numbers, right? August unemployment. I didn't look at it when it came out. 4.2%. Damn. Wait, we went down? Fuck yeah. Interest rates are at 5%. And we're fucking down. We went down. God damn, get fucked, Charlie Kirk. That's the Biden economy, okay? We are at 5% interest rates right now. And unemployment went down. 0.1 percentage points, but it went down. Damn. Yeah, we were under 4% unemployment for like 27 months straight. And we've been, I think for the past 30 months or whatever, it's been under 4.3 was where it got highest, I guess. Yeah. Get fucked, Charlie Kirk. Wow.
Lowest structural unemployment.
That economy definitely horrible. Yeah,
but
I
under
know.
Donald Trump, we did actually lose like about 2-point-something million jobs.
After COVID,
yeah,
right?
of course, after COVID.
And a lot of those jobs were taken back, meaning like they were lost seasonal and they were brought back.
Right. So like, of course, COVID did have like an aspect of that.
Yeah, but Biden also prime age employment rate. This is also at like fucking 40-year highs as well. It's it might be actually a little bit lower than it was when COVID started by now because our interest rates are still high. So at the start it was 80.5, and it got back up there about halfway through Biden's term. Yeah, about a year ago, and it's still higher. It was low in December. Oh fuck yeah, we're higher. God damn, get fucked. I own them too hard. It's laggy now. God damn it.
But however, like we have seen under like Democratic like presidents repeatedly that we see more increases in jobs. For example, Biden started like production of those like EV batteries, and so because of that created a lot of jobs for like people that were trying to or that are now working in those factories, right? Like a lot of like worker jobs, blue collar jobs have been created under those. But like under President Trump, what you see is like maybe there was some creation of those jobs, but we don't see union protections. He doesn't support unions. He doesn't support these people defending their rights.
The case,
also, I mean, Charlie Kirk is probably not going to like unions, but the Biden NLRB did do a fair number of things for unions. She is ready with the facts.
The Teamsters president speak as a keynote at the Republican Party convention.
Didn't Kamala Harris just attend a Teamsters union thing? Has the Teamsters union endorsed anyone yet? Oh, endorsement's still dangling. Okay, so yeah. I mean, the reason they did that is because they both want the endorsement right now, right? So I think they're fighting over the endorsement. But I think on net, the Biden-Harris administration has probably been better for unions. Which are arguments against unions you can make. Those are probably the stronger arguments. The stronger argument is probably not to say Trump was somehow better for unions. The stronger argument is probably just to say you don't like unions. Yeah, Harris just met with the unions too, but didn't the UAW endorse Harris? Yeah, UAW endorses Kamala Harris. Yeah, fuck Charlie Kirk.
Sorry, I don't know who that is.
Well, the Teamsters represents one of the largest unions in the country.
The
Over 5 million
2024
members.
pension
He gave a
period never
keynote address on the
debated
opening
anyone
night of the
over
RNC.
22,
If Donald Trump was against
22,
labor, why would
true.
the Teamsters come and give a keynote address at the RNC?
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I did not watch the RNC convention.
No, that's okay. I'm just making a core point that if a
well,
party's against labor, they wouldn't have a labor boss speak
I
at their
can't
keynote address.
speak to exactly what.
They want his endorsement. Trump is a populist. He obviously wants to be seen as like a pro blue collar populist dude. Doesn't actually make him that. Yeah. Pretty sure if we tracked who has more union endorsements, it would be Kamala Harris by quite a bit.
Said, but I will say that like there's a lot of different. Oh, sorry. Do you want to come up? Okay. Yeah. Like what I am going to say is that a lot of the union leaders have supported Kamala Harris because specifically, and I'm not like saying that Kamala Harris is like whatever. So
Actually,
amazing.
that's the next topic.
But awesome, sick. I'll come back up for that. But it's really important to consider that under Donald Trump, we did not see an increase in that. In fact, Donald Trump repeatedly keeps on saying.
Does that mean
that's
all
what
union
he's
members who vote
campaigning
Harris
on,
is
he
just
wants to take
symbolic?
away
One question.
I mean, it's an endorsement. Yeah, you're endorsing them because you're just saying you think that she'll be better for your organization. Populism is when you vote for a billionaire disenfranchises workers. Accurately true.
Well, again, we're out of time.
Yeah.
All right. So I didn't know this. Thanks so much.
You want to talk later?
Are we lucky? Are we lucky? Oh yeah. I have never talked about that topic.
None of them ever brought up J6, which is a shame because Charlie Kirk. I've seen precisely one clip of Charlie Kirk talking about it, and he made the point that all conservatives do when you bring up the fake electors thing, and he's like, don't you know JFK did the same thing in Hawaii in 1960? It's like, oh, I don't. I mean, a lot of the students probably don't know enough about it to know they're not at all analogous. But like you look into it, it's like, oh, these aren't analogous at all. That was because of a recount where the legislator agreed to certify 2 slates of electors. Trump lost the election legitimately and then decided unilaterally, hey, I'm just going to make my own slate of electors that are not certified by the state. Yeah. Letter signed by retired General Larry Ellis and retired Rear Admiral Michael Smith, among others, cited Trump's comments disparaging members of the military in his own chaotic approach to Afghanistan ahead of the U.S. withdrawal, including negotiating deals with the Taliban that allowed 5,000 of the group's fighters to return to the battlefield. Debating someone as dishonest as Charlie Kirk is pretty difficult. True. In contrast, they wrote Harris demonstrated her ability to take on the most difficult national security challenges in a situation room and on the international stage, from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to the tensions with China in the Indo-Pacific. Harris is the best, only presidential candidate in this race who is fit to serve as our commander-in-chief, wrote the letter posted on X by Harris's campaign. He'll happily lie through his teeth to win an argument, yeah. Democratic Vice President and Trump, who is running for the 3rd time after serving in 2017. In a tight race. Yeah, crazy. Oh, wow. Didn't know that one. Thank you, Reuters. Wow. Where's the actual letter? Oh my god, are these fucking AI generated? Where's the letter? Try to search a quote from it. Yes, thank you. The letter, finally. Oh my god, thank you, CNN. The only one that actually links to the fucking letter. Oh, okay. The Fed should announce that they're raising rates to stave off any future inflation. True, that'd be so. That's what I would do if I was Jerome Powell. I'd just fuck with everybody. Yeah, we're raising rates. I think we'll watch the meeting live. They announced before if they're cutting interest rates or not before the meeting, but they announced it and then they do a press conference. We'll probably watch the press conference, which should be it's not tomorrow, it's the 18th. The meeting is from the 17th to the 18th, but they only actually announce it on the 18th, so. Okay, I'm sure some of the same points will come up in this. There was a big
This really should
hippy dippy debate with all of our favorite content creators, which I'm sure will be interesting. It is long, but I can't milk it for YouTube reaction views, so of course I will watch it. Give me 1 second. All right. I watched I think I joined Danabo's stream where he's just like fucking restreaming this at the very end because I raided him after I was done with my stream. I saw they were like 30 minutes overtime and they were yelling at each other quite loudly. So it should be interesting.
should be an election about character. Who do you trust to be the commander in chief? Who do you trust to wield that office and be looking out for you and not themselves?
Pisco is smart, like Kamala Harris was smart in throwing out bait. And just like Trump took the bait, Gibbs takes the bait. So he does exactly what I said he would do. I think in the debate, she did good on the delivery, but she didn't do good on the policy. And that's why, going back to the original query for the debate here tonight, I don't think she did really well.
I kind of want to take a different tack, so let them finish this up, and I want to ask
Andrew. No, answer Rob's question, Hutch. Don't run, answer his question. No, you didn't answer his question.
Damn.
Let's get started. Today we're going to be debating the debate. So this debate's going to be good on the debate, and it's the presidential debate, debateception. Kamala versus Trump, Harris versus Trump. I just want to get straight into it, but first we go around, simple introductions, keep it under 20 seconds. We don't need to know your life story. Let's start with Gibbs.
Hey, my name's Admiral Gibbs. You find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs on every platform. I do gaming. We do politics several nights a week, and we do a lot of Halo-focused stuff and other sci-fi genres like Halo and Star Wars and 40K and college football.
Thank you very much. He's also a pick from the Hippy Dippy Recruitment, so we're building it back up again. Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It is, to my knowledge, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist, and a blood sport debater.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Hutch.
Yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/Hutch. We're doing daily uploads now on twitch.tv/Hutch.
Beautiful house, by the way.
Started off in gaming, been doing politics for like 8 years.
Fantastic. I'm going to throw it now over to IRI.
I'm really important. I talk politics, stream Monday through Friday. That's about it.
Perfect. You also watch a lot of C-SPAN. Joe.
Yeah, my name is Joe Lewis, Jooelewis. Once again, thanks again for having me. I'm an alternate for somebody who dropped out, so I very much appreciate the last-minute throw-in, but I'm very glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Erudite could not join us today due to sickness. Hopefully we can get her at another time.
Damn, she ran. Damn.
Thank you, Dylan. Really appreciate being here. Thank you for the invite. I'm Pisco. I talk about law on Twitter a lot and occasional debate politics or legal issues on Twitch or on YouTube, that kind of thing, you can follow me on Pisco Liddy on Twitter.
Okay. Rob Noor?
Rob Noor, populist conservative. My YouTube channel is Normal America with Rob Noor, probably the best place to find me. All other platforms, just Rob Noor. Happy to be here.
And Turk.
I go by The Turk.
Okay, I need to build a
found
farm.
on YouTube at The Turk, as well as Twitter. I do a lot of PCs, computer gaming, and I'm a resident master, knowledgeable expert of the console wars. So PC Master Race is the best race.
Fantastic. If you could turn up your mic volume just slightly, that would be fantastic. Okay? So we're going to go through the rule set quick before I pose the question, just so nobody can say they did not know. Number one, any use of slurs will not be tolerated. We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so please do not get my channel banned. I was already just, demonetized for 10 months. I'd like money. Violations will lead to immediate consequences. We will ban you, so we can try to keep our channel. If all participants are expected to adhere to the terms of service, you get the idea. Behave. Don't do toss violations. When I'm speaking, you guys must remain silent. I'm not trying to give my opinion. I don't give my opinion during these. I am simply just trying to moderate or possibly ask a follow-up question if there's just too much noise and no one can hear it. I will be semi-aggressive. We have a lot of aggressive personalities and people who don't like each other, okay? And I know that. So I will be slightly aggressive with some mutes today.
Oh, no.
I'm
Oh,
not
boy.
picking on you. I just want the viewers to hear what is being said. If they're not hearing what's being said, it's not a show. It's for you. It's for the audience.
I like everybody, Dylan. What do you mean?
I never said anything about that.
Yeah, they're all my besties, bro.
Of course, you go way back with all of them, all back to college. When the opening and closing statements are to be delivered without interruption. So if you hear somebody say something mean about you, even though personal attacks are not allowed, you got to wait and respond in point during your time to speak during introductions. Try to keep them to 2 minutes. Anything over that will eventually be interrupted because we got a show to run. Brevity and clarity are key. Okay, and that's it. Everybody understand the rules?
Good.
Fantastic. Most of you have done this before, so I don't think it's that confusing. We're going to open with the presidential debate. What is your reaction to what we just saw between Harris and Trump? Do you think Trump won? Do you think Harris won? How do you think it went? And how does it reflect on the race? We're going to start with Gibbs.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think that maybe like on points, Harris won. But like I think Trump asked some key questions, especially in his closing. I think the things he said are going to stick with the populace, especially when some of them ended up being true. I know everybody's going to want to talk about the dogs thing, which is like, oh, hyperbolic. But whenever one of these
Hyperbolic? Hyperbolic is one way to say, like, literally me when I spread misinformation online, like Twitter level misinformation. But okay.
Crazy, insane statements like the transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants in prisons actually turned out to be a true thing that she was advocating.
She said that in 2019, bro. Get over it. Oh my god, that was such a funny statement, though. The way he said it as well. Transgender for illegal aliens.
Real silent, kind of ignore that. So I think that there's going to be some questions. I think asking why she hasn't done anything in the 3.5 years she's been there is a pretty good question, good way to close. I think it was very strategic.
Oh my god, why hasn't she done anything? Even though the Biden-Harris administration has done way more than Trump ever did. Kill me. Such a dumb critique.
And maybe caught Trump a little off guard, especially in that middle section.
Okay, gotta throw it over to Andrew.
Yeah, so this was a subpar debate on both ends. I think that Trump barely got the best of it, and the reason that he barely got the best of it is Harris really needed to have a decent showing, and she really didn't. She didn't really outline any kind of new ideas for America whatsoever. There was nothing that wasn't just kind of a typified progressive policy. Trump, on the other hand, didn't have his kind of normal zingers, but he got a couple of good shots in there. Ultimately, I don't think the debate changed anybody's mind, and I don't think that that either one of them are eager to have another one. I saw today that Trump did not want to have another debate. So yeah, I would say that the edge went to Trump. Harris also had the disadvantage of being a woman, and she I think that she handled that better than most by not being kind of like a shrill brat. But ultimately, she needed.
I don't know what I was expecting from Andrew Wilson, but oh my god, dude. I don't think this is a good way to appeal to the median voter. I understand. I don't think Andrew Wilson wants women to vote. I'm pretty sure he argued against Rob Noor recently, but holy cow, man. Really, dude?
Needed to have a better performance day, and she really didn't.
Hutch.
Well, I think the polls across the board have demonstrated that it's somewhere around 50% of the people thought she won the debate, 25% of the people thought that Trump won the debate, and 25% were undecided. So the public at large surely seems to believe that she got the better of it by pretty much a landslide. Trump seemed like he was phoning it in the entire time. It was pretty low energy. If you compare his debate performance from 2016, it's quite obvious that he is not the same man that he was back then. Not
Thanks for the sub, Fashion City Metaverse.
Definitely,
the stream.
Definitely low energy. I think Kamala went in there with a game plan to get under his skin and rattle him. And I think she was obviously successful in doing that. He spent far less time attacking her than she spent attacking him because he was spending most of his time
just rolling through all the old
defending
subs.
himself. She would throw a little bit of bait into
Jerome
each answer
Coleman,
and he
if
took
you're
the
here.
bait. every single time. I think she went into it clearly prepared and she executed on that plan. So I don't think there's any question who won this debate.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over now to Ira.
Yeah, I think Trump reminded a lot of people about why we don't want him back in the
them.
White House. He shined a racist spotlight on Springfield, Ohio, spreading this nonsense about Haitian immigrants are abducting people's pets and eating them. And he looked like a fool. TikTok is tearing him up right now over it. He's also hanging out with this clown, Laura Loomer, another racist who calls Kamala Shaniqua.
He's not just hanging out with her. He's fucking her. Okay, we gotta... allegedly, almost certainly, allegedly.
So I don't think Donald Trump had a great debate. He looked like a fool. And Kamala outlined some policy. Let's give new families $6,000 tax credit so they can buy a crib, they can take care of expenses in that first year. Let's give first-time home buyers a $25,000 credit so they can get assistance with a down payment. So I think Kamala rocked it. She had a great debate, and I think she did what she had to do. She didn't have to hit a home run. She just had to hit a single or a double, and she outperformed what a lot of people thought she would do.
Okay, I'm not going just one after the other. I'm trying to do like 2 conservatives, 2 left, 2 going back and forth. So next I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Okay, first off, not the topic that I was told. I was told that the topic was going to be who is positioned to better lead the country, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I hope that we get to that, but I don't mind talking about.
I thought it was the debate.
No, the topic that I was.
That wasn't the topic I was given either.
But that's fine. I don't mind. I'm flexible, so hopefully we get to that. And I think it'll further illustrate the point that I have on this debate in the first place.
Sounds like a classic bait and switch, Rob.
Because now bamboozled. Now listen, I am going to take the position that I think Kamala Harris won the debate. So it oddly puts me now like maybe on the panel with the lefties to some degree, but I don't think it'll move the needle in any way. The reason is because Kamala Harris is running from all adversarial sort of questioning of her positions whatsoever. She is literally just running her campaign like the Biden administration did in 2020, which is a campaign from a basement that's running on things like vibes and leaving her surrogates do everything. She
Well, guess who won in 2020?
She's pretending to be Trump and crib his policy positions because the left always has to pretend to be Republicans when it comes to elections because their positions are so unpopular. So she's trying to do that. She's literally copying and pasting her positions from the Biden administration that the metadata shows it was just directly from Biden. And so she throws out a couple. So yeah, $20,000.
I mean, like, she's Biden's vice president. Yes, her position's always going to be pretty similar to Biden's. I don't know why we would expect anything different. They're also trying to keep some level of the incumbent advantage there, but yeah, correct.
Family's bubble, let's throw money out. But she didn't really ever define who she is. This was Trump's chance to do so. He took the bait, didn't do a good job of defining her. So I give him a C-, maybe a D+. I give Kamala Harris a C, maybe C+, because she didn't do anything for people that are undecided to be more comfortable with voting for her. In fact, a lot of the polling shows that on the key questions such as the economy, actually people are less impressed with her after her debate performance than before the debate performance because she didn't do anything to really inform the American people of what she would do or why she hasn't done it.
I'm telling you, we need the world. We need the world where Kamala will go up there and say, guys, I know you're all complaining about inflation, but let me tell you about owner's equivalent rent, and then go on to explain how inflation has been kept high by owner's equivalent rent, and how housing prices lag behind other prices. God, it'd be such a base move, but she can't do it because voter epistemology is ass.
She is trying to run a campaign as if she's an agent of change when she is the de facto incumbent. She has an answer for the fact that she covered up for the mental decline, just like every lefty on this panel, for the mental decline of Joe Biden. And she claims that she was the last person in the room in many of these topics. That means she has directly adhered to the Biden administration, their failed policies. And as you'll see in this panel, we'll have to talk about things like Trump talking about cats or vibes or JD Vance is weird because everyone on this panel knows, despite what they'll try to gaslight you to believing, that the Trump administration was more effective for the majority of Americans than the Harris-Biden administration. And so they'll do everything possible to not talk about the disastrous record and the fact they gaslit the American people for 4 years saying the economy's great, the border's great, foreign policy's great, when it's all disaster under the Harris-Biden administration.
So I just checked. The question was, who is better to lead the United States in the future, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Parentheses, post-presidential debate. We can open with the presidential debate, then we'll go to that question in it. Because I think we start with the debate, then we'll move into those topics. Or, it'll be an outgrowth anyway. We're going to throw it over to Turk.
Yeah, so is that louder now? Is that good enough, Dylan?
It's perfect.
Cool. So I largely agree with some of the things Hutch said and resonate more with what Rob and Andrew said. I think that Kamala performed better during the debate. She was able to articulate some of the platitudes that she's been putting out throughout her different adventures and her presentations she's been doing at the rallies and stuff. But I do believe that things were really stacked against Trump in many different avenues, being fact-checked multiple times, whereas there were plenty of obvious things that have been debunked that Kamala was able to put out a lot of times that no one was able to push
maybe this Trump lies way more. Maybe that's just
when it comes to policy positions, I could debate with IRI on some of what Kamala presented. I think what Trump presented could have been presented better, but I do believe that Trump
what did Trump present? What policy did Trump present? I don't remember at this point. You know, maybe he did present something, but I really don't. I really don't think he did. I don't think he answered any policy question good. I'm trying to remember, but I don't think he did. I think he just said, all he said was the economy's a disaster. It's her fault. The border's a disaster. It's her fault. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Did he actually answer any policy questions?
Is a little more sound, a little more rounded, and more defined. And I would have to give Trump that edge on that during the debate.
Okay. Now we're going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I want to make something pretty clear because I'm definitely in confrontation to the other more liberal people on this panel as somebody who voted uncommitted within my primary and somebody who also plans to vote green for this election. So I want to make it very clear that I have no
we got a Green Party voter.
in support of Kamala Harris, nor will I want to support the Democratic Party moving forward.
Oh no!
With that being said, in the debate itself, I do believe that Kamala did what she had to do in terms of poking Donald Trump, but I'm not exactly convinced that seems to be something that's a very big challenge to do, since he pretty much took every single bait that she lobbied, even the small things. So that was very frustrating to watch. My concern moving forward are a few clear things. I think it's in the best interest of the American people for them to debate as often as possible moving forward. I think that has to be in some capacity in a more diverse environment. That means that you need to have something within the DNC and RNC apparatus, and then something also within the Fox News apparatus. I think what would be beneficial if I am somebody within Trump's camp is to keep the debates concentrated. So having it focus on a particular policy. Something that was very frustrating for me is that education wasn't really a topic of the debate. Housing wasn't a topic of this debate. Voter expansion or lack thereof wasn't a conversation. They were talking about, like Kamala was talking about gun ownership, and there was a school shooting less than 7 days prior. That's embarrassing and really rough to watch. And with that being said, I do strongly support moving forward that they have more debates. I think it's in the best interest of the American people. So I really hope Trump and Kamala can figure that out. I do think she did a great job, or the best as she could. But if we're talking about grades, it's like a B- for Kamala, and then a D+, if not C- for Trump. But again, they're not talking to those who are on this panel. They're talking to the undecided voters, the moderates, the more people closer to the center to try to move them one way or another. So that's going to be the hard part for both of them.
And we're going to throw it to Pisco to wrap us up.
Thank you. So I don't really think it's up for debate that Kamala won the debate. I think practically, 3 out of 4 conservatives here either say that she clearly won or it was a wash. And so, and polls suggested as well, in terms of optics.
Why did you attack Trump?
Kamala Harris was clearly
I couldn't,
more prepared.
It was just because I'm so indoctrinated. The TDS in me. That's the reason.
On the point about taking the bait, I don't think, for example, people talking about the crowd size thing or the cats and dogs thing, that is just a optic point. It actually is a substantive point. And let me give you an example. Right now in my opening, I could take the bait of what Andrew said about shrill women and start talking about that and acting all offended, but I have a strategy going into this discussion. I have a strategy because I want to talk about certain things, and I don't want to talk about other things and drag down discussions into points that are not what I care to argue about at the moment. And Trump showed that he is unable to control his urges, unable to control what he wants to discuss and what he would be advantageous for him to discuss. I don't think that would be policy. If you started listening to the debate about any kind of specific policy prescription, I challenge you to bring something up other than a destructive 10% tariff across the board. And that shows
he did mention tariffs. That is true.
Leadership, a lack of preparedness for the office of presidency. And the other thing that shows a complete, to the American people, lack of preparation and fitness for the office is his continued lie about the 2020 election. This is a man who tried to steal the presidential election in 2020 and undo and upend our constitutional process. The people saw it once again that he has no respect for the dignity of this country, its founding principles whatsoever. He continues to promote the lie that he won when he lost. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, put a dignified performance, absolutely obliterated him on multiple policy issues, and especially that one. The notion that this is a man who's all about himself and will do anything, even destroy this country and its constitution for his own benefit.
Absolute.
Okay, so
Pisco
we're going to
W.
start with the debate, but halfway through, you can only debate a debate so much. Probably going to shift away totally from it. I think the debate conversation will probably move us towards policy and the differences between the candidates anyway. But I'm going to start with Andrew because Andrew's the one that disagrees the most, so it makes sense to throw it to him first. Andrew, would you like to expand at all about why you think Trump might have edged out on the debate?
Yeah, well, he just had he had kind of better zingers. The thing is that Harris didn't present any kind of.
What were his zingers? I remember he had one zinger where he said, "Oh, I'm speaking. Sound familiar?" He had one zinger, and the rest of it was just like him, like fucking malding.
New vision for America is just a continuation of Biden policies. There was nothing extravagant that she said which stood out. There was no kind of great reforms that she's
How do I
promoting.
use this?
Even when I looked at her plan, I was looking at her plan this morning in preparation for the debate. She's not really doing much. She's adding 4% to the corporate tax rate. And that's about it. I mean, there's not really much in the way of deviation. She wants the same type of assault weapons ban. She wants all the kind of same progressive tripe that we've been hearing about nonstop for years. So there's just really nothing that makes her stand out. There's nothing that makes her exceptional in this race. She looks like exactly what she is, somebody who was swept in there in order to be the candidate for the Democrat because Joe Biden lost his fucking minds, and Democrats hid that for well over a year, knowing that he was in cognitive decline and would have pushed him out there as being completely fit for office, even knowing he was in cognitive decline. And other Democrats came to the rescue of him and said, well, it's okay to go ahead and elect this guy who has the mental capacity of an infant because he'll have good staff around him and he'll be a nice puppet president for the Democrats. So I thought that was bullshit. But she looks at like exactly what she is, a hasty replacement where nobody else was available, who she was there. And so they're using her. But there was absolutely nothing which made her stand out. I'd love to hear any policy from any of these liberal scumbags on this panel. Any policy that makes Kamala Harris stand out, they won't be able to name a single one, not one.
Oh, any policy that makes her stand out. I don't know what its definition of stand out is going to be. Okay.
First home buyers.
Just so I'm clear in terms of talking about because you mentioned a concern about distinction, right? Which I would agree with you that she didn't really do too much in terms of establishing that distinction.
Why are we letting
but it seems like
the Green Party voter
I'm
talk?
sure Hutch and I, and especially Peace are going to argue, is that there was a distinction there. So if you were to be charitable, what do you think would be the response of certain things of distinction? Or were there any points of distinction in your eyes in the debate?
Distinction between who? Trump and Kamala?
I got one.
I already went.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I already went over the distinction in performance, but when you get to the meat and potatoes of what it actually is, Kamala looks like exactly what she is. Somebody who the Democrats turned to in desperation because the candidate that they wanted in there, who probably would have easily beaten Trump by their estimation, Joe Biden, is unfit. And we knew this as soon as the first debate was done, that he was in massive cognitive decline and that this was hidden from the American public, even though Democrats knew it. She looked like exactly what she was, just a ringer who was there, who the Democrats turned to. She didn't look polished, like Pisco said. That's fucking cope. She also didn't have any great policy positions that made her stand out. There was no great kind of.
Welcome back, Malibu County. Good question. My computer just can't. All it can run while I'm streaming.
On a second, you made a claim before that we couldn't identify a single policy that she put forward.
No, I didn't. That's not what you said.
You said a policy that makes her stand out, which who knows what the hell that means.
You said that none of the Democrat left-wing people on this panel are going to be able to identify a single policy.
He called you liberal scumbags.
Nope, I didn't.
Nope. Are you going to let Trump make it? I can't comment on that, Joe Billy.
Yes, I'll stop talking. Go to the VOD. I said you would find a single policy position that made her stand out, Pisco.
How about the purchase? What would you think about the purchase of or the construction of 3 million new homes? That was a policy put out.
So 3 million new homes. Oh, that really made her stand out. What a great policy for America.
I don't know why. Shouldn't he want a relatively moderate president? Like he's a right wing guy. Shouldn't he want a relatively moderate president? Not like someone who really stands out amongst the Democrats. Like a policy that would make her stand out. It's probably going to be way, way too progressive for anything he likes. I don't see why this matters. Yeah, the majority Democrats are not going to stand out when placed next to other Democrats. They're a party of they're a political party. They have similar ideas. Like
charitable. So that's what we have here, right? So anything that we propose that we think will either
my ADHD brain, Malibu, requires something going on in the background.
Be incremental or be different. This is a policy that neither Trump proposed, that Biden didn't propose. It is a novel policy. Would you acknowledge that, Andrew? It's not.
No, I don't think it's novel. Democrats have been talking about the rebuilding of America through infrastructure every single election of my lifetime.
Infrastructure?
Guess what? We passed the infrastructure bill, so get fucked.
Yes, of course it's infrastructure.
What is not infrastructure, Andrew?
What are you talking about?
Is everything infrastructure?
Everything that the government is going to build, if they're going to build public housing, yeah, I would consider that to be infrastructure. Sure.
Would you consider the government?
She didn't even say public housing, by the way. She just wants 3 million new homes. Period. Some of it is going to be private housing that she's going to set up tax incentives to build.
It's just like giving checks to people to spend on their rent. Is that infrastructure?
No, that would be like welfare.
Oh, so what's the definition of infrastructure for you?
Why are we being pedantic with this? Just tell me what you want, Pisco. Get to what you're getting to.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to put a big label on it and say infrastructure and say, well, it's just the same kind of infrastructure policy as before because, look, Biden had an infrastructure policy. You know that there's a difference in kind between purchasing homes and purchasing.
I don't think it made it stand out, Pisco.
They're different,
Pisco,
right?
it didn't make it stand out, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not to you.
Why I don't. Why are they even like fighting with this like to his standard, to his like dumbass standard? Why? Why do we need her? Why do we need her to stand out on policy? Isn't the fact that her policy is better good enough? Like, who cares?
Because you're gonna. Because
the next day was like, oh my God, did you hear Kamala's?
I played City Skylines in the background sometimes. Sometimes I do that. I don't really play many strategy games, but.
Yeah. New home. Nobody said that. Pisco. Nobody gives a shit.
Wait. Okay, how about just go clear?
Also, my computer cannot handle playing City Skylines 2 and watching a video and streaming at the same time, but I can play City Skylines 1. I do that sometimes.
3 million homes. Pisco, nobody fucking
clearly
cares.
say why 3 million. Wait,
people don't care about.
Pisco, clearly say why 3 million homes matter, and then we'll have Andrew just respond clearly instead of talking over each other.
So clearly, the American people have made it abundantly apparent to everybody that housing prices and the price of housing is a big concern of theirs. In fact, it's one of the big sources of angst in America and Middle America, as well as in other countries, Canada, UK. Everyone is going through a cost of living crisis in this country. And for Andrew to say, "Oh, who the fuck cares about houses? Who the fuck cares about prices and homes?"
Yep, nobody cares.
What's going on here? He doesn't care. And what's more is Andrew sort of bills himself as a person for the family. Isn't that what you
You
want?
bought it? City Skylines 2? Yeah. It'll get good eventually, right? Right? I also bought Kerbal Space Program 2. That'll get good eventually, right? Eventually they'll fix it, right?
Permanent homes, people to have connections.
No, you know what happens when the government goes in and they build low-income housing homes is it brings in people with low income, brings everybody's housing prices way down. Pisco. That's what ends up happening.
Oh, I can't wait till somebody dude, I cannot wait until somebody on this panel mentions that the subsidy to home buyers, the $25,000 subsidy will Did you see the illegal trade that happened? No. Will increase the price of homes. I can't wait till someone's like, she just wants to subsidize demand. She just wants to subsidize demand. That's going to increase the price of homes. After Andrew's making his point, which is somewhat correct. This is the literal like NIMBY talking point. If we build new homes, the value of homes will go down. But that is the point. There are to some extent winners and losers for everything. What makes housing policy really hard is you have to expand the housing supply enough so that new home buyers can't afford to buy in, but you also can't expand it too fast, too quickly. Otherwise, Andrew is correct. You will cause people's net worth to fall because housing is how many Americans build wealth. But luckily, you know, there's actually a country that does this really well. Okay, and it's called Singapore. Harris's plan is actually quite similar to Singapore's housing plan, which does ensure that housing supply increases slowly enough so people's houses still rise in value and they can still build wealth, but also ensures that low-income people can afford to buy into the system with housing subsidies and modest increases in supply. Harris's housing policy is really good. Owned Epic Factory.
Low-income houses.
Bro, are you gonna let me finish? My turn. I just let you talk. Remember how I did that? You're gonna do the same thing for me. So here's what happened.
Also, this is just like a basic like think on the margin thing. Like, doesn't he talk a lot of econ today regarding debt? Yeah, I watched a little bit of his stream today where I saw him talking about interest rate stuff.
Okay, anytime the government. Oh, sorry, Hutch. Are you gonna cry, Hutch? Or go cry, Hutch? You want me to go get you a
pointing it out.
Okay, we're gonna let Andrew finish. We're gonna go down.
Fucking time.
We're going to let Andrew finish. We have other people that want to talk, so I don't want to get to others. I know Turk's been waiting patiently. So, Andrew, finish your point.
Yeah, anytime the government decides that they're going to build houses for people and get them out there, I'm guessing you want to get them in the hands of those who need them the most, which are going to be lower-income people who probably don't qualify for them under today's market. Otherwise, why would you be fucking building them? Otherwise, let me finish, Bisco. Let me finish, Bisco. Otherwise, why would you build them?
Part of it, by the way, is building all right, as soon as they even say building, just cutting the red tape involved that restricts the zoning laws that restrict land use, that restrict the building of denser homes and affordable homes. That is part of her policy as well. Yeah, it's not just building homes. It's allowing the market to build what people demand. It's not just the evil government building homes that people won't even qualify for.
If people just qualified for them right now and could go get them, you wouldn't need to fucking build them. So you're going to be building them for the people who don't qualify for them. And since that is the case, you're going to be building them for people with low income. Low income people are going to come in. It's going to drive the pricing of housing down. That's all Democrats ever do. They're scumbags. Don't give a shit about anybody except themselves. And of course, it's not their money. What do they care?
God damn.
So I do want to go back to him, and then we're going to Turk. And Hutch, I got
It's
you
a
down.
dumb assumption for Andrew to say low-income people are the ones who are primarily going to be doing these purchases. It is true that I think that with the $25,000 first home-time buyer a provision that's included as part of the plan, that might attract some people who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford homes. But the whole point of Kamala's entire policy is to drive down housing.
Wait, so I was right, Pisco?
Hang on. But that is what people have been asking for, is to make it affordable for people to own homes. Now,
You said you would let. I interrupted him.
What Andrew is saying is, I don't want housing to become affordable for people. I don't want people to be able to purchase homes.
Why the fuck do I need? Oh, I can use any egg. Okay, sugar. How do I make a pie crust?
And I think that policies that are crafted for that aim.
Do you think debt to GDP matters? Not as I think really the only thing that matters is the net interest payment, because that subtracts away from the government's ability to spend on other things. I think it just matters how much we're paying on interest as a percentage of the government budget. That subtracts. I should say, you are correct. You're going to say it's a self-imposed constraint that we don't allow ourselves to just monetarily finance things. But it's with our current self-imposed constraints, the net interest payments, interest is always determined by the Fed. Well, I'm saying like the net interest that we pay on debt. Oh, I can fucking. What a dumbass mod.
Are stupid. I mean,
which actually is really high. It's like 30% right now. The budget just goes to paying debt.
You feel and admit that you don't really care.
We got to
care. Wait, hang on. You don't really care about people having access to affordable housing.
No, you don't care.
I want to throw it over to Turk.
Yeah. So anyway, Pisco. Here's the thing, though, man. Right? You just made.
So Turk, continue.
Yeah, so I got a smart aleck answer, and then I got a pushback on Pisco, and then I also wanted to kind of engage Pisco on the original claim of the quality of the debate. So first thing, the government has a really hard time actually defining things, because infrastructure can mean a whole bunch of different things, but so can inflation. And if you went to and heard the Joe Biden clip where he said the Inflation Act or whatever should have been called something else about the green energy. So that's that point. And the second thing is,
I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act did also have a lot of green energy portions in it. That's such a dumb. So can inflation. Yes, correct. maybe you Republicans just stop using only CPI to measure inflation and keep saying inflation is higher than it really is. We should only be using the harmonized number, because inflation can mean many things, and I think it means only the harmonized number, which doesn't include owner's equivalent rent.
What do you think happens to the costs of homes when the government artificially gives people money in order to buy homes?
I think if you increase supply by 3 million.
He's doing it. Oh my God. I told you guys he was going to do it. He's going to do it. They're going to do it after Andrew mentions, hey, this is going to decrease the price of homes. Now this guy's going to mention the government is giving people money to subsidize demand. It's going to increase the price of homes. Oh, I knew it was going to happen. I told you guys.
Encourage first-time owners. I'm not sure about the net inflationary effect or the net price effect on that. I'm not an economist, so I couldn't tell you. But you're massively increasing supply, and yes, you are providing incentives for certain types of people to get housing. So I don't know.
Low-income people, Pisco. Like I said.
No. Sorry.
No income, like I said, Pisco.
Hang on a second. So is it different in your mind, Andrew? First-time home buyers and low-income people, are those things different? Yes or no? Are those things different? Yes or no? Andrew?
I mean, first-time home buyers are going to be relatively low income.
However, no, Pisco, it doesn't make your point. Yeah, so Pisco, the thing is that I can say there's a distinction between the two. What you're trying to draw in is people can't afford houses right now. People who can't afford houses right now are going to be people who don't have a lot of fucking money. All right, Pisco? Answer my question. Pisco.
Not necessarily.
No, of course not. No, they have tons of money. They have tons of money, Andrew. That's why they can't afford houses.
Not necessarily.
One day, Colton, okay.
As you're aware, even people who would be considered kind of middle income have been priced out in certain places.
Oh yeah, they've been priced out. Where are they priced out?
That's a good point, Pisco. Everybody's priced out. You can't even go buy food at the grocery store, and they're worried about fucking housing prices. It's the most outrageous, ridiculous bullshit I've ever seen.
You guys sound so out of touch.
Oh, I'm out of touch.
No.
I'm not out of touch. Listen, when they had a jobs report come back, it's 800,000 less. If I took it to my stockholders.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Now we're bringing up the 800,000 jobs that we're missing. Oh, yeah. That was that was the yearly jobs number, right? That's like less than like 1% of like all the jobs that are added. Yeah, sometimes job numbers get revised down. Sometimes GDP gets revised down. Hey, guess what? Sometimes it gets revised up. You know, our GDP was actually revised upward. We grew faster than we thought. Our real GDP, that's inflation adjusted GDP, was revised upward. So much so that real GDP is now higher than pre-COVID projections. Yes, I will mention it again because it is unbelievable. Absolutely Giga Chad US moment. Giga Chad Canadian win.
800,000 less this year than what was predicted. Guess what? My stock prices would.
First time home buyers are going to be relatively low income. Aren't people buying homes for the first time going to be relatively high income but low wealth? I should say low wealth. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Obviously, people who don't have homes yet are going to be lower in total wealth relative to a lot of people who own homes. Diamond.
Drop. It's the same thing here. They're lying, and then they turn around and go, "Hey, we're going to give you this little consolation prize, housing."
Maybe I should just make my base here.
Which probably won't even solve the problem. And secondly, it's such a drop in the bucket, it doesn't affect any of the real issues. It's total fucking bullshit. And you're over here going, "They're so good. Even with
that revision, Biden had stronger job numbers than Trump did.
True.
Even if you take away COVID losses and gains.
Yeah, bro, because everybody's got to work 3 jobs to buy fucking 1 thing of milk, bro.
Oh my God, what a day! I've seen Admiral Gibbs on so many panels. Does he actually not? Someone has to have mentioned to him before that people are working as a percentage of people who work, as a percentage of the workforce that people who work 2 jobs is it was at record lows after COVID, and now because the labor market is getting weaker or whatever because of high interest rates, now it's about the same as it was pre-COVID. He has to know. There's no way he doesn't know that talking point is a lie by now, right? I have to. There's no shot. I've seen him on so many panels that
no,
yeah, great argument, Hutch. We devastated the economy.
3 jobs, we saved it, bro. Yeah.
You made it clear, Rob.
Are you? I don't even. Do they even know? I guess they mentioned jobs numbers. They didn't. They didn't say unemployment. But do these people even know how unemployment is actually calculated? I'll pull up the Fred chart in a second to show that I am correct. I just want to get this loot.
There's too many people talking at the same time. I want to hear what Hutch said clearly. I know Kirk never got the
Fred,
so we will get
percentage
Kirk again, but he got half of the statement out. There's a lot of people. I want to hear Hutch's point clearly. We'll have 1 person respond, not 3.
It's a simple point. He made a point about how
jobs.
they revised the job numbers down. But even if you
multiple job holders as a percentage of employed, you can see right before the COVID recession, it was 5.2%, and now we're back at 5.2%. We're at exactly the same rate as it was pre-COVID. It was briefly 5.3%. Yeah, it was really low right after COVID and slowly climbed back up to exactly what it was before. I wonder what the average is probably higher under Trump even because Trump didn't have this huge dip. Or no, well, Trump was president during this huge dip. But yeah, it's been pretty low under Biden the entire time. Okay, well,
you account for that.
Wi-Fi.
There were more jobs that were created on Biden's watch. Even if you get rid of the job losses during COVID and then the bounce back.
Multiple jobs is pretty fun.
Not true.
So if you're making a point about jobs.
Does multiple job holders include people with 2 part-time jobs? I'm not sure, actually. I don't know exactly how it's calculated. I know U6 unemployment counts people who have 2 part-time jobs as unemployed. But I don't know.
It's not true. We need to address that.
Totally false. Just to reference the jobs.
Anybody who's watching this right now, you can look it up yourselves.
Oh, fuck. This is cursed binding.
The job numbers first. The vast majority of the jobs that have been created were jobs that were lost during COVID through disastrous policies, which I'll agree some Republicans and Trump went along with, but certainly were championed more by the Democrats. They're now taking credit for jobs that they let people go back to work. Second, full-time jobs are down tremendously in many of
I don't know what the full-time jobs thing. Can I not just build a regular... How do I just build a regular chest? Okay, that's annoying. But I think Hutch even mentioned in his saying he's accounting for the jobs that were lost and then brought back from COVID. Even accounting for that, Biden still has more jobs added.
these are part-time jobs because due to the Harris-Biden economy, people have to work multiple part-time jobs now to be able to do things. Third,
Again, how Rob Noor has to know that that's just like that the data just doesn't show that. I don't understand how he doesn't know that by now. Do none of the like liberals on this panel like know it either, and they just like let him spew that? I don't. When I was younger, I was forced to work 2 part-time jobs because no one hires young people full time. I mean, that makes sense.
net
Yeah.
number of jobs from
the real evil take. The real evil take is maybe it's not even bad. maybe it's not even bad if everyone's working 2 part-time jobs. That's the real evil take. That's just a market. That's just a market allocating labor efficiently. Come on, guys. What are we, anti-free market now?
citizens of this country or people born in this country have declined precipitously. Most of those jobs are going to people that were foreign-born, and so that.
It's such a dumb talking point. Most of the jobs are going to people who are foreign-born. Ay, ay, ay. One, that's because the native-born population isn't increasing. It's staying relatively flat. That's why job rates for the native-born population are also basically staying flat. The big reason why the population isn't the workforce isn't increasing in size is because one, birth rates have just been slow. Two, like millions and millions of boomers retired during COVID. So immigrants were the ones who picked up the slack. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that when boomers retired, immigrants were able to take their jobs. That saved our fucking economy. Yes. Thank you, Rob Noor. Kamala has 3 jobs. She's vice president, presidential candidate, and borders are. Oh, true. Yeah, the working age individual population is not growing. Primarily, the birth rates, the working age foreign-born population is growing. When we look at employment rates for working age people in the U.S. natives do better and are at record levels. Like the prime age employment population ratio is at record highs. Like it's at like a 40-year high, and it's higher than foreign-borns. So, he has to know. There's no shot. No one has ever told him that before, though, right? I guess maybe not, but
that means
really?
most of those people would be ineligible to vote. That means when you're considering voting, knowing this, you and all the people you know that are eligible to vote are actually losing jobs. Fourth, jobs are.
They're not. No, they're not, though. The prime age employment population is at all-time high.
Hardly important if real wages are going down, which real wages have been going down.
Real wages haven't, at least not for the bottom 10% of workers, they haven't been going down. On the aggregate, they're still going up. They're going up kind of slowly now because of high interest rates. But yeah, they're still going up. And I think real median net worth is slightly up from 2019, although not that big, obviously because of COVID. Real median net worth 2019 to 2024. I think it's high, but
Precipitously under the
Rob Noor is the chief architect of Project 2025.
Harris-Biden administration. Now, to talk about some of the other things that were said here specifically, when it comes to sort of housing, let me ask you this question, Pisco. The same people that promised they were going to buy us, they were going to buy.
Yeah, it's up a little. Oh, this is 2022. Where's what was it in 2019? I think a real median net worth is up since 2019, but obviously the COVID recession did have negative effects in the inflation, the subsequent inflation from the COVID recession obviously did have negative effects on some people's net worth, obviously, and real income.
Millions and millions or thousands of electrical vehicle stations, and we're spending hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars doing that. How many did they end up building?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how to.
Okay, another question. They also said, 3.
They built 7.
They also spent.
Who's the same people? What do you mean by the same people?
The Harris-Biden administration and the people that are actually running the show. Secondly, let me ask you another question. When those same people also promised that they were going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars for rural broadband, how many rural broadband people have been connected under that policy that spent hundreds of millions of dollars?
I don't know offhand. I don't know.
The answer is 0. The answer is
maybe he's right about rural broadband, but I know NC, because I live in North Carolina. I know in North Carolina, at least, a lot of people got connected to fiber optic in rural places because of the big infrastructure bill.
So what Andrew...
a lot of appropriations. Are you denying the appropriations were put towards public ends under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, or that there were great investments made under the Inflation Reduction Act? Are you denying
I think that's deflecting with the central question here. The point that...
I don't know if there's like a map I can see like since the bill was passed, but oh my god, my Wi-Fi utterly shit itself. Why? I'll call them tomorrow, guys. This is not. What on earth? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, why?
Question here, the point that Andrew's trying to get to is it's easy to promise, oh, we're going to spend money that we're just going to create out of thin air to build a product that will benefit people, but the problem is that ends up causing inflation, which we can see is already the core problem.
What?
The Harris Biden administration. And
it's the first time creating money out of thin air creates inflation. That's the first time I'm hearing about this, even though the government itself can't directly even create the money out of thin air. I don't understand. Like, I understand indirectly, this deficit spending can kind of create money because like the Fed can finance the deficit spending with through indirectly buying bonds, but like I don't even think Rob Noor understands how the Fed indirectly finances the buying of government bonds. I think he just thinks that deficit spending actually prints money.
Second, they rarely
and brings down housing prices. Rob, remember that?
How is bringing down housing prices causing inflation?
I would like to continue my point. And secondly, they rarely deliver on the promises that they've given anyway. So we end up with massive inflation and the promises that they delivered not coming through. Now, to the more central point, again, you can see from the opening statements from people like IRI that were shouting racism, talking about the cat story and things like that. Then you see from Pisco talking about threat to democracy January 6th, exactly as I said what happened in my opening statement. They know that despite the gaslighting that they've done, including decrying people that correctly called out the cognitive decline of Joe Biden. The American people do not believe the Harris Biden administration when it comes to the important things such as the economy, such as immigration. And so they know that they have to deflect from talking about those things at any means possible. I'm sorry, the American people are not assuaged of their fears that Kamala's been there for 3.5 years and their real wages have gone down and they can't afford food.
Let me see. I don't know if I have an update to this graph.
And they can't afford housing, and their border is porous, and their cities are being overrun with people that are breaking the law and taking their resources. And this administration has done nothing but exacerbate that. But it's all solved because she had 20 seconds of policy positions when she said, we're going to give people free money and create house.
I don't know if this has gone up significantly since... oh, no, it has. It's basically stayed mostly on track, actually.
We do need to get to other people. Rob, you've done a lot of stuff.
Years they've failed to
we do need to get to other people.
Game. This is a shell game what they're doing.
Was written 2 years ago by now.
I do want to put IRI because he hasn't really said much.
Andrew asked for a specific policy. That's why we're
yes,
focusing on
Pisco,
it.
be respectful.
Also, another big thing, this graph, like you can see like this big spike here. That's because a lot of low-wage workers were laid off. And that made it look like average wages across people who were employed were rising because all the low wage workers were laid off, and then once they were rehired, it went down. So like it's like all this shows. I think this was 2022 though, or no, this was last year. They were rising, but it was below trend.
Come on, what's wrong with you?
I said after.
I could go first.
I said after Pisco, Andrew.
So Andrew asked for a specific policy for
Let's see if we can find this.
And I offered one, and we were focusing on housing because that's where Andrew was taking the conversation. He wanted to get into the substance of the topics, and now Rob is decrying us and calling foul because we're focusing on that instead of Biden's cognitive decline. And
yeah, that literally never happened.
You cannot win. Andrew is decrying the fact that we're lowering housing prices, and Rob's talking about inflation and worrying about prices going
yeah,
up.
both are true at the same time. So in areas where the low-income people come in, it's going to lower the value of the houses around, and it's also going to cause inflation.
Yeah, what I'm going to say. So I'm going to just finish what I'm going to say. So it sounds like these are a couple no-win scenarios. On the one hand, we want to talk about politics.
Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, 3-month move. This is 3-month, whereas year over year.
Policy, because that's what Andrew wanted us to get into. But obviously, Rob wants to talk about underlying.
But yeah, you can see even here, this is high. So wage growth is like an average of like 3% per month or per 3-month period, right? 3-month moving average. Yeah, so it averaged like 3 to 4% under Trump. And then now I guess we should move it back a little bit to for his full term. But yeah, no, so it was like 3%, and then this was the big spike because of all the low wage workers that were fired, right? And then oh no, wait, this is well, actually I don't know if they include people who aren't in the labor force here. Comrades, okay. I would have to know more about it.
And you can't trust administrations.
I don't know. I don't know if this would track someone who was employed and then got unemployed, and their wage growth would be like negative 100%, or if it only tracks people who remained employed. I don't, because if it did the former, then we would expect to see that spike as, or we wouldn't expect to see the spike as low wage people were laid off. But if it did the latter, then obviously we would expect to see a big spike as low wage people were laid off.
So pick what you want to talk about, and we can go.
We can talk about all of it, Pisco. It's not a one or the other. It's not a bifurcation. We can talk about all of it. All of it's a package deal. So if you have low-income people coming into the suburban neighborhoods, it's going to necessarily lower the housing prices, which are in that area. Guarantee it happens nonstop. Okay, that is where you get the phenomenon called white flight. That's why that happens. Also, on top of that, it is going to increase inflation when you artificially increase the supply by 3 million homes. Pisco, both are true at the same time, Pisco.
He keeps also saying artificially increase supply by 3 million homes. But really, the supply is artificially low right now because of restrictive zoning laws. Like, we're not artificially increasing the supply. What we're really doing is, most of Harris's policy is focused on fixing those zoning laws which restrict the building of new homes. That's what the majority of the Biden-Harris administration's policy is focused on. That's why we've seen all the YIMBYs be super happy that all the Democrats are embracing like openly YIMBY language. Like
increasing housing supply is going to increase inflation. Help me there.
What's crazy?
I want to wait. I'm sorry, Gibbs.
Where does the money come from?
I'm throwing it over to IRI here.
It's not even. I think it's a part of our plan is giving tax incentives to build affordable homes, but also again a lot of it doesn't even require money. You just need to make states fix their zoning laws, and then new homes will be built by private companies because you're letting the market do what the market does, which is respond to demand.
So does the government spend the money? Pisco?
Going over to IRI.
Yeah.
Wait,
first,
there was a question to Pisco, so now Pisco has to respond because you asked a question. So Pisco.
Yeah, so I understand that government expenditures can be inflationary in nature.
No kidding.
Let him finish.
Wow.
If you're going to make a positive claim that there's a strong relationship or a good relationship, whatever you want to say, between the policy proposed by Harris, and you have to make it. Like Trump's policy of tariffs, a 10% tariff across the board is also in principle inflationary. But don't you have to make a case?
True.
Don't you have to make a showing that it's going to noticeably?
God, also mention the Fed. Please mention the Fed. Please. It is absolutely unacceptable that Trump can say, Trump himself, this isn't like Project 2025 voodoo things. Trump himself said, I think the president should have a say in interest rate decisions. It is insane to me that he can mention that, and just because voters are dumb and they don't know what that means, he's not held to account for it. God, that should be drilled down on hard, because even if you trust Trump to make the best interest rate decisions possible forever, even if you think that Trump is the all-knowing God when it comes to knowing what the interest rate should be, you would have to Trump only gets one more term, right? Like, there's going to be another Democratic president at some point who you're not going to like, who then is going to be making those interest rate decisions. So you should probably factor that in, right? Oh my God, unbelievable.
Any kind of countering effects that other kinds.
Well,
of
I mean, that was a nice whataboutism. Pisco doesn't answer my question.
Or increases in taxes. I'm not sure that it's going to noticeably increase inflation. I'm not sure about that. That's your case you have to make.
Well, Pisco, can we start?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. He hasn't spoken at all.
I have to say, Andrew, my feelings are hurt for you to call me a liberal scumbag. I thought we were cool. I still love you, but that's okay.
Nice to see you again, IRI. How are you?
I'm good.
I noticed your anti-Semitic remarks you made towards Laura Loomer. That wasn't very nice, IRI.
What?
Well, I'm Jewish, so it's kind of hard for me to be anti-Semitic, but okay.
And his idea to his family,
But I'm happy
what are we on
for your
about?
success. You've been doing great, so I'm happy for you. As far as the jobs go, there are 5 million more jobs in America today than February 2020 before the pandemic. And you guys said these are because people have 3 jobs. But the thing is, we've had a record unemployment rate. It's been below 4%.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, IRI. Oh my God, thank God.
A record stretch we haven't seen since the 60s. We hit record unemployment 3.4%, below even what Trump accomplished. So I feel like a lot more people in this country are employed, and this isn't the case that
And the primates population employment ratio, all-time highs. Correct.
you guys
Thank you.
portray. Everybody's
Yes.
got a part-time job.
Everybody does have a part-time job, but I just what's crazy. It's almost, that's wrong. Everybody's got a part-time gig, a side gig, a side hustle. Yeah, I don't believe your numbers.
Yeah,
even
thanks
if
for
you
the
show
hearts
it to
in
me.
YouTube short chat. Sometimes, or the 100. Sometimes I I have no way of seeing those unless I have the YouTube thing open. It's such a dumb feature, but
Too many people in my everyday life, even if it's anecdotal, you can just go ask anybody. Everybody's got to do 2 things.
Why do you not
Everybody
believe
has
the
to.
numbers?
Because you can go ask 10 random people at 8.
which am I gonna trust more, Admiral Gibbs? Am I gonna trust 10 random people, or am I gonna trust the Federal Reserve when they conduct studies on this? I wonder which one, Admiral Gibbs. I should DM Admiral Gibbs is not out of reach for me. I should DM him. I should see if he's up for a conversation about this stuff.
HEB or Walmart or wherever, and they all will tell you they're doing 2 things. And there's no way that this sample size.
Dude.
Sure, it's anecdotal, but when it's every time, listen, we've already caught you cooking the books on the job numbers. Why would I believe you with this 5% bullshit?
You understand? You understand the numbers?
Cooking the book. God, people who don't the issue is, like, my Twitter feed is like full of like whenever like the new jobs numbers or like GDP numbers or inflation numbers come out, like I get that news. So it's just so normal for me to see like, oh, we got the new job numbers for August, and also the job numbers from July have been revised down slightly. Like that's just such a normal like thing for me, and it's hard to, I don't know how to express that to other people because it's like it's just normal people are gonna think like, yeah, they're lying, they're cooking the books, but like it's just like what happened. It's just a normal thing. This is just how it works. Like yes, they revise it down when they get more accurate data. Like
Y'all lied about Biden. Y'all lied about Biden. Every time y'all say Kamala's got a policy, half the time it's just Trump's policies. Listen, it sounds like you got 2 halves of nothing. And what basically that equals out to is a whole lot of nothing. And y'all are sitting here just trying to pass off vagaries and nebulous policy and buzzwords like opportunity economy and say we're going to fix it. Well, Trump asked a valiant question. Hey, 3.5 years, y'all ain't done shit. It's only got worse. Why hasn't it been fixed since then? And nobody's been able to answer that here. Y'all just keep saying, oh.
Does anybody want to answer that question?
Wait, I would like to ask, what is your guys' solution for the housing crisis? Because
before you skip over to the what about, can you answer his question?
Why haven't you fixed everything in 4 years? Is that the question?
No, his question is.
First time we didn't have a transition with the previous administration. Donald Trump took a giant dump on the floor and set everything up for disaster. So they had to do a little bit of cleanup work. The last couple of
Trump's
years.
fault. Wait,
hang on.
Let him finish. You gotta wait. Gibbs got to finish. Irod gets to finish.
Let me finish. The whole world has been suffering through economic problems. This is not an American-centric thing. So we've done pretty well compared to the rest of the world.
Correct. We've done the best. Get fucked. You are cucked. Poor countries. Or best out of the rich countries. I don't. Maybe fucking Ghana has a higher GDP growth or something, but
2 years. We've only had Congress for 2 years, and those 2 years, there was a ton of bipartisan legislation passed. The CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, the other kind of weird gun legislation that was bipartisan in nature.
Y'all have had the presidency for 12 of the last 16 years, Pisco. Like, what do you mean? Like, y'all have had the leader of the free world, and it's been this dog shit for like all the whole time.
Why does it need to turn into a civics lesson? You understand that Congress is the one that passes
do a civics lesson? Okay, do you know what
right?
executive orders are? Like, yeah, I mean, you act like they don't have any control.
Hang on, when we
I mean, Biden did a fair number of executive orders. So did Trump. Like,
when we try to do major executive action, for example, and you might not agree with the underlying policy, but Biden made a promise with student loan, and you might say that that's stupid or whatever. But when
absolutely criminally immune from it. So
the administration tries to do stuff. Who are the first people suing? It's Republican governors, Republican individuals. They're trying to stop as much as they can the administrative
Great, Pisco. They don't put anything on Trump's feet if it's all due to Congress, Pisco. If it's all Congress, then don't put it on Trump's feet.
In fact, that's not to say the president doesn't have a lot.
You know what's funny is that Pisco actually never said that it was all Congress. That's really funny, Andrew. He actually, if that was something he said, it would have been a gotcha. But yeah, doesn't it kind of say something that Trump did have Congress for 2 years and he still did not get much passed?
A lot of power they do.
No, now he has a lot of power. 10 seconds ago, he's barely anything to do with anything. Now suddenly he has a lot of power.
Is that what Pisco's position was?
I just found a source saying that 54% of Americans are doing side jobs now.
Let's let Pisco.
54? There is no shot 54% of Americans are doing side jobs. That has to be one. You would want to measure that as a percentage of the labor force, not just Americans, because there's a lot of Americans who aren't in the labor force. Students, children, retired people, disabled people. That's why the unemployment numbers only factor in people who are in the labor force. But there's no shot even 54% of the labor force is taking second jobs. That's gotta be some absolute bullshit survey. What's up, Angel? Welcome back. There's no shot. I'm gonna DM Admiral Gibbs after this. I'm not to epically debate him or anything. I'm just curious. We can have a fun conversation.
They're just lying.
In terms of the economy, the presidency can obviously, I guess, in terms of chain of command, you have the Federal Reserve there, which has a lot of influence on prices, that kind of thing. But in terms of direct appropriation,
another 3 more assassination attempts coming. I bet 3 more in the next there's less than 60 days before the election, right? I don't know if we're gonna get that many, but we'll see.
Kind of major legislation, tax changes, that's all coming through Congress.
Also, welcome back, you and me.
Role in what they can do with the administrative state, but that's all things that you guys don't agree with.
Man, are you tired from backpedaling, Pisco?
And there's no backpedaling whatsoever.
Total backpedaling. 10 seconds ago. The president has almost no power.
You got skates on ice, Papa. That's what you're doing.
You guys are asking. You guys are asking, for example, why haven't they done the housing thing in the 4 years? They haven't had Congress.
Okay,
I know there's a
Rob, I know you've been waiting. Rob,
so I don't understand. Again, I will do this at some point. I'm gonna go back and try to find if when Obama was running for a second term or when Clinton was running for a second term, if anyone brought up this why haven't you done it yet thing. I can't campaign on a continuation of my policy and also not being the other guy. I have to campaign on some new novel policy. I can't campaign on I can't just campaign on a continuation of the policy I've already done. Really?
Rob, guys, please, one second. I know, Rob, you want to talk, but Turk has been waiting, and Joe has been waiting very patiently. I have you after them. I just wanted to make sure I checked with them. Turk, were you still waiting, or has the moment passed?
I can still bring it back to the topic that you brought up, Dylan, if you'd like me to do that.
Could I do Joe first, because it might be relevant?
But she is. But I mean, actually, well, I mean, some of her messaging, I will say, is like a candidate change or whatever. But like most of her policy is just a continuation of Biden's policy, and people get mad at her for that. People is like, ooh, oh, her policy is just Biden's policy. Ooh, they copied Biden's policy. It's like, well, yeah, she's Biden's vice president. She's running on just continuing a lot of his policy. Like that kind of makes sense.
Relevant?
Sure. Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Pisco, for having to push at you too. A little frustration that I do have with the Biden-Harris administration, and then
I don't think Hutch has said like
the Harris
a single word.
And Rob brought this out a little bit in his argumentation, is that there are still issues within underserved communities that haven't been actualized and promised, and something that I wish was clearly articulated in the Harris administration would be something like, to get very sort of specific, we saw in New Jersey about a drop in monthly revenue from hospitals across the board, anywhere from 30 to 40%. And that's a little bit higher in more underserved areas like Camden and Newark.
Like it's an active decision not to talk about it. I mean, I understand the not wanting to be associated with Biden stuff. I think it's dumb because I think most of Biden's policy was good, but I don't know. I like when did she say the Bidenomics is working thing? Did she say that before her candidacy? I feel like she said that after her candidacy as well, but I don't remember.
Something that my the person that I voted for the Senate, Larry Ham, was advocating for was an expansion of the infrastructure bill to cover things like emergency centers and hospitals, which is something currently doesn't exist in the infrastructure bill as currently. So that's a frustration that I have with the Harris administration. And if we want to get really specific in the ideas of
Biden administration, you mean?
In the what did I say? What's
Harris administration?
In the Biden administration. Oh, that slip.
Yeah, it's really difficult to differentiate the two nowadays, isn't it?
I mean, that's not
considered he's on the beach every day, you know.
That's not here or there in the misspeak. But my concern there.
Why bonk him? Who bonk what? What do you mean bonk him?
Is that there are things that could help, and I think it is legitimate to question the 3 million houses plan.
If I may jump in, because I do have something to add on this specific point. So to the points that were addressed here.
Can I finish my house thing and then I'll end up playing of golf to you, Rob? Is that all right? Or yeah. So like the thing is, like we saw, for example, like in the housing crisis, right? For black households, about 8% of black households were lost during that from 2008. Something that I think could have been really cool to hear and see is an acknowledgement from whether it be the Biden administration or the Harris campaign articulating that, because something that would be cool to have coupled along with that is in those sort of first buyer initiatives and stuff like that to include individuals who lost their home during those foreclosures for people with subprime mortgages. That I think would be a very easy rhetorical thing that could move a lot of people in the center. A lot of people in the center probably were affected by that statistically, which obviously would have an impact for black voters in particular, but also to all voters who were affected by that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna let Rob. I have a response.
Wow, there's nothing up here. Not worth it at all. Fire.
I'm gonna let Rob talk.
Oh shit! I screwed stuff up. Okay, to respond to this first, I want to go where I'll get to right to what Joe said there, sort of in the spirit of it. But notice how in all of this talk about jobs, I could talk about the specific job numbers. Yes, unemployment numbers look like they're doing okay. That's because it doesn't count people that are no longer trying to get work.
I mean, he's at least he knows that much, I guess. At least he knows a little bit about that. Yeah, but he's correct. It doesn't count discouraged workers, but also if we look at the U6 unemployment rate, which does include discouraged workers as well as people who are working part-time but want a full-time job, it is also relatively low. So this is U3 down here, and this is U6 up on top. It was 7% prior to the COVID recession, and it is 7.9% now. But also, just like ceteris paribus, we like the unemployment rate is still like a metric that we should want to be low. So
labor force participation is still lower than it was in pre-pandemic levels. What happened?
That's true, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like boomers were able to retire early. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
And was a lot of people got so frustrated after the lockdowns and things like that that they never tried to go back to work. In addition to increased welfare benefits and PPP loans and other stimulus checks that we're sending them, many people never went back to work.
What do I mean? What do you mean? It's a fucking bad thing that boomers are able to retire? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. No, if they want to retire, then like good for them. They're able to retire. Labor supply and output goes down. Oh, well, that's true. But like, we actually have the immigration surge made up for that. But I don't know. It's good for them. It's not like they should work till they die. True. It's not. Well, I should have said what I should have said is it's not all bad. Which I mean, yeah, it's not like necessarily all super bad. But yeah, I mean, real GDP is still growing pretty quickly, so clearly their labor supply was not necessary. No offense, boomers, but clearly the boomers that retired were not doing too much when our real GDP is still growing, so quicker than any other G7 nation. Yeah.
So unemployment numbers look way better than they actually are. The real unemployment number is probably around 7%, and none of that matters.
The real it's such a dumb phrase. The real unemployment numbers. Like we track different metrics of unemployment. There is no real unemployment number. There are just different ways to measure unemployment, all of which tell you different things. Like
anyways, the fact that you have to work multiple jobs and we count each of those multiple jobs as a job, but people
again, the percentage of people working multiple jobs as a percentage of the workforce is not that high. It's at like 5%, which is basically where it usually is.
People still real wage growth is barely.
It would grow more if they didn't retire. No, probably not by that much. But like, I mean, even retirees. I mean, it like. I would say considering how real GDP was able to grow so much still, the benefits to the boomers who are able to retire and just live their life, and they still spend, they still contribute indirectly to jobs through spending. Say the benefits to the millions of boomers who are retired probably outweigh the cost of the decrease in the labor force, considering our real GDP was able to grow so much higher anyway. But
moving the needle since the Harris-Biden administration, where under Trump it was going up by leaps and bounds. So people know, and that's why all the polling shows that people feel they were economically better under the Trump administration than under the Harris-Biden administration, which is why what I said, which Pisco deflected from, was no one wants to talk about that. Instead, you'll talk about one random policy. Oh, they're going to spend money and build houses, that's it. And the rest of it will be, as you've seen IRI try to do here, make excuses that in the first term, congressional term, when Harris and Biden were there, where they controlled the House.
I was just saying, like, actually, I don't know. I wonder if retired people probably do actually spend more than prime age people, I would guess. Why not just turn them into Soylent Green? True.
And had the tiebreaker in the Senate. They didn't do any of this shit.
Although it's probably better overall to have retired people spend more than working people. Yeah, do spend more than producing. Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's not all bad. It's my point. There are trade-offs, wildly. Number of retirees experiencing sharp decrease in spending and an increase in savings after retirement. Oh, damn.
And what's IRI's response to that? Well, that's because Trump didn't have a peaceful transition of power. Exactly. What they're trying to do is cover for Harris, which is why she's not out there talking to the American people, talking to adversarial press. She's hiding, just like Biden hid, because they can't defend their record. And to the extent that they're trying to come up with policies, most of it's just cribbing things Republicans and Trump have said, to the point where even Joe Lewis
only 25% of them decrease spending.
Correctly points out he's frustrated as a lefty that Harris is actually on stage talking about how she supports gun rights. They always become more Republican because they understand that their policies will not get them elected, which is why Bernie Sanders said the other day, oh, in reality, what's going on is Harris has to say what she needs to say to get elected. Exactly. That's how bad she is. She's a chameleon.
I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of how elections work. It's not necessarily a bad thing that candidates have to moderate in order to get into higher positions, because that means they reflect a larger voter base, right? That means their positions reflect how a larger percentage of Americans feel.
I don't know. I gotta understand the frustration with like the whatever flip flopping though, but.
It's ran by people behind her. She's not really doing anything. So the question I have for Pisco, to pivot off what Joe's saying, is one, when Harris was there and was basically running the show because Biden had dementia, which you and all of the Democrats covered up for because you're liars that don't care about democracy, why didn't she do any of these policies like create massive amounts of houses? Why did the policies that they pushed through?
I like they did though. They didn't build 3 million new homes, but I do have a list of some of the actions they took to increase housing supply that we can look at.
Inflation. Why did they lie to people over and over again? And
Well, I can tell you why they did a stimulus bill, but here's a list of actions they took. The Biden administration took to increase housing supply. All of these things.
And say, actually, the economy is great when people were struggling miserably. And even if they couldn't have got it done through Congress in the past 2 years, I disagree with that because they basically got everything they wanted in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was basically Green New Deal light, as Joe Biden admitted the other day. And lastly, they tried to push through shit in congressional or executive orders that they knew would be overturned, like the bailouts of student loans. So why didn't they try executive orders to build housing and to reduce inflation? The truth is because they did.
They did. I don't know if these were executive orders, but these were actions taken within the executive branch. Like the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is part of the executive branch, is announcing the availability of $100 million to communities to identify and remove barriers to affordable housing production and preservation. The Department of Treasury and HUD are announcing major improvements in the federal financing bank multifamily risk sharing program that will provide greater interest rate predictability for state and local housing finance agencies. Like, those were 2 out of like 6 actions, I think it was 6, that like they took within the executive branch to increase the supply of housing.
Didn't give a shit, just like they lie to, maybe you'll appreciate this, Joe, black Americans every election year. For 2 years, they don't give a shit about black Americans until it's an election year, and then all of a sudden they pretend to give a shit. They don't care about people in rural America, and then all of a sudden they pretend to give a shit. Why didn't they do these amazing things? None of you have.
The Infrastructure Act, by the way, like disproportionately, disproportionately benefited red states, which are going to be disproportionately rural. I don't know if it, but it did a lot of things too. You know why you were timed out? Shut the fuck up. They did a lot of things to help people in rural areas. Like, for example, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, in North Carolina, they spent a lot of money giving people access to fiber optic in rural areas.
Have an answer. The Democrats were in charge.
If you don't know, then you deserve to be banned, and not just timed out.
Harris was in charge, and she didn't do shit.
So it's a nice question, Rob.
Okay, that was an extensive question, and I don't just want to throw it to Pisco because I want to throw it to other people too. But one moment, I do also want to say, if you want to ask questions to anybody on the panel or the panel itself, donate your questions.
Give me a super chat,
and the highest ones will get read. We're shilling here.
I understand that to BPS chat. His chat crazy. They're about to donate and say some crazy questions.
It's an interesting.
Guys, know if you super chat to me, you can make Peter Griffin fart on my face. Or not, that's not a super chat. You can't super chat to me. You can donate to me. With your Twitch bits, you can make Peter Griffin fart on my face. Or he'll fart somewhere. I forget where he farts, honestly. But
Point to me that you guys
what up, Conrad's
pick a
Peterberg?
fight
Welcome
on
back.
Policy when it came to the debate. What policies did Trump articulate during that debate besides?
Wait, are you surprised?
Let's let IRI finish. Rob went for a bit. I want to hear an extended response.
Why are we doing whataboutism?
I want to answer Rob's cavalcade of nonsense.
If you want to answer the question,
How much do we have to donate for you to eat the pet's patients? I think maybe I really need a teleprompter, which is like $250. So maybe we'll say $250. I'll do it.
Question, can you answer to it?
We're talking about eating pets here, and I'm a vegetarian, so pretty high bar. So
passed. Biden got way more legislation passed during his first 2 years than Trump did. The very first thing that Trump tried to do when he was president was repeal and replace the, Obamacare. He failed.
And he never did it.
The next thing he did was the tax cuts that the Republicans had been clamoring to do for decades. And then what did he get done after that? What were his major signature pieces of legislation? You really want to compare the legislative
he had to shut down the government to get his border wall funding.
record between Biden and Trump?
Yeah, give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. I'll answer this.
All right, let's see, Rob Noor.
Kamala Harris is running on as being an agent of change. What you can't get around is the American people know that economically and security-wise, they were better off under a Trump administration than a Harris administration. So what's happening is the Harris administration is trying to run on, we're the agents of change. Things will be different. To why I say then why, if she's been there in charge for 4 years, haven't they done any of these things? You then respond, let me finish. You respond with, but they actually got a lot of shit done. They actually got to do a lot of what they wanted. Exactly. And the American people are not happy with it. So then your counter argument, which is, well, they couldn't get things done that they wanted done, but this time they will, is bullshit, as you're admitting. They did get a ton legislatively done, and America has given it the thumbs down.
Hey, hang on a second.
Wait, this has mending and cursor binding. It's never gonna fucking break.
Why did we have a historically good midterm? Why did we expand our majority in the Senate during an economic downturn? Why did we make Trump a one-term president, the first since George H.W. Bush? If your leadership,
because of abortion,
and your policies were so popular,
issue, it's because of social issues. It has nothing to do with the economy, which has been a fucking disaster.
Why is Andrew's mic so
Should have
broken?
been a bloodbath.
No,
What you guys are saying is that your policies are not popular.
No, people knew that Trump's economy got shut down. They knew it, that it got shut down when they were thriving.
Because of a pandemic.
Andrew, quick thing. Your mic keeps like, peaking when you talk. It like peaks and it's kind of hard to hear you. I'm just letting you know. Pisco, you wanted to go?
Yeah, I want to answer to Rob's cavalcade of nonsense earlier, and so he started off by saying, and can we have quiet in the peanut gallery, Andrew? Like, I don't know why you feel the need every 2 seconds. I think.
What's up, Ricky? Welcome back. Someone please tell him what a vice president doesn't do. I don't know. It's such a dumb point. I like the steel man of this point is that most of her policy is similar to Biden's. But she seems to be running as an agent of change and not just as a continuation of Biden's policies. But they're doing a really, they won't even. I think only Rob Noor made basically the steel man of that argument.
Like you're scared of when I talk because you only interrupt me. I mean, is it going to be a problem?
You were talking, dummy.
All right. So first of all, he starts by the assumption that we are not okay with speaking about the general economic policy of Harris and Biden, respectively, in terms of what their administration has done. We absolutely are willing to talk about it. We were specifically talking about one policy because that's what Andrew asked us. He asked us to talk about one policy, but you think that we're dodging something. We're dodging the general economic character of what's been going on. We do not shy away from the fact that over the course of the last 4 years, I haven't mentioned the word opportunity economy at all.
Well, we're talking about the debate, right?
Have you heard me?
I mean,
no, we're talking about the leadership of the country. We're talking about the leadership of this country. Who's better positioned to do it, and based on the previous administration, right?
We've moved on.
I want to hear the end of Pisco's statement, and then you can talk. Also, Turk, I have you written down. Eventually, I will bring it back to you.
So he asked, why haven't he done all these things in 4 years? It's an absolutely sound answer that IRI gave that, first of all, we were cleaning up a mess. We were in the middle of a COVID pandemic, and it was a crisis. The first thing that the Biden administration did was pass a Recovery Act. You could say it's inflationary, but you look at economic analysis.
It was inflationary, but
attribute it, the inflationary effect of that policy or other policies to those specific pieces of legislation. In fact, it's a global inflation crisis that is facing the entire world. And as IRI or Hutch, I think, pointed out, America, relatively speaking, has recovered better than the other G7 countries, better than the other advanced economies. We got a shit ton of legislation passed that specifically relates to the economy, whether that's the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, which will absolutely benefit the economy in the future, and other pieces of legislation. I'm willing to fight and defend this administration for what it stood for and what it got done. You point to the fact that there are bad polls. Trump had bad polls in his term. If we just look to polls to determine, or the general trend of the economy and this kind of correlation equals causation analysis, I mean, that would be a great way to defend like the policies of George Bush right before the Great Recession, right? You have to look more than just how the economy generally was doing or what people think about it generally, and look to the policies themselves and what the likely effects of them.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to say.
And as to the line point about,
is there any more time we can give you, Pisco?
The last point I'll make.
Then we had Gibbs wanted to
To be
respond.
fair, Rob Noor did like spit out like 20 points. So
thinks that Kamala Harris was in charge of the administration for the past 3 or 4 years. That's pure fantasy. If you read any of the reports of the insiders of who's operating things behind the scenes, or whether Joe Biden was in charge in the first few years, no one is saying that Kamala Harris is running the show.
If I may, real quick, just to respond to that point, real quick.
Gibbs, do you care if they take
Oh
from
my
you?
God.
You were next. It was your back.
I mean, Rob, if it's quick, I want to get in here, Rob. But
Harris herself has said of many of these issues, she was the last person in the room. And my statement is, Harris is just like Biden is an empty suit that people behind the scenes will be running. The same people behind the scenes running the Biden economy or administration will be running hers. So the same people that will be in charge under Harris will be in charge there. The American people have rejected, and the data shows that economic data is abysmal.
Not only that,
you can
but
lie all you want, but that's the truth.
But people are going right now. Hang on, real quick, IRA, and then I'll turn it right over. But right now, people are experiencing high gas prices, high grocery prices.
Gas prices have come down. Grocery prices. I think we actually did see grocery price deflation recently. Grocery prices are not only like not climbing anymore, but I'm pretty sure they have actually come down.
Their day-to-day living, right, expenses have shot through the roof, and you're moving into this election promising them, well, in the future it'll be better, when under Trump it already was better. So it's easy for people when they're moving into the voting booth in order for Republicans.
I think we actually did see deflation the past couple of months. Oh, this is indexed. Oh, edit graph. Percent change. Okay, negative in April, slightly negative in May, and then it's basically been 0.
To point this out, and that's what people are talking about. That's what all the buzz is.
Yeah, I mean, I want to jump in.
I know you want to jump in, Gibbs, but we had two righties. We have to have a lefty respond, and then I'll throw it back to you, Gibbs. I'm sorry, but there has to be a balance.
I just want to ask my conservative panel people, like, if everything that you're saying right now, that Biden's presidency has just been this disaster for everybody, why isn't he up 10 points right now?
Gibbs, you want to respond to that?
He was dominating against Biden, and a part of what Kamala's doing.
He's not now. Why isn't he beating
He's going against Kamala now, right?
Everybody's miserable, right?
Because she's not Biden. I mean, here's the thing: the Republicans and a lot of average people are looking at this as the age-old expression: a bird in hand is better than two in the bush, right? They know what they got with Trump. They don't know what they're getting with Kamala. It's a whole lot of nothing. We know y'all been lying to us the whole time. The jobs report, it was lying. You literally just lied on this panel and said only 5% of people have side jobs. According to Market Watch, as of April 16th.
Okay, set a source. Market Watch, 54% second job. One survey found that 54% of working Americans report taking on at least one opportunity for extra income in the past 12 months. Does that mean, am I taking on an opportunity for extra income right now because I'm fucking streaming and I get 30 cents for doing that? What does that mean? I sell shit on eBay. Is that opportunity for extra income? Is this even a significant increase from years past? Among people who say they live paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, we're citing the same type of surveys that they do for their paycheck to paycheck stuff. Like, I'm sorry, buddy. If my choices are between the Federal Reserve and if it's between like a large academic study from the Federal Reserve or like an online survey used to drive media headlines, I'm probably gonna side with the Federal Reserve on this one, buddy. Maybe I'm an establishment cuck, okay? But I'm probably going to think that they have the more accurate and more meaningful data there.
54% of people have side gigs. That's a lot more than 5%, Papa. I'm sorry. Y'all are just lying. Yeah, Market Watch. I can post it. I got it. Yeah, Market Watch. I got it.
There's no shot. Dude, how is there epistemology this off? Where like they're trusting... Why are they trusting this more than the Federal Reserve data? I just would never, that just never makes sense in my mind. Maybe it is just because I'm too much of an establishment cuck or whatever. Maybe it's Trump derangement syndrome. But that just never That never makes sense to me. I don't think I would ever like it. It is so foreign to me to like look at data from the Federal Reserve and then look at data from a online Market Watch survey and be like, yeah, I think the Market Watch online survey is more accurate. It's just so foreign.
Got it. I got the link if you need it. I knew people were going to ask for sources. Papa Gibbs came ready. Secondly, if we go back to my notes here, y'all threw a de facto coup after y'all told us, hey, for months, years, Biden was fine. And y'all took Biden down quicker than a whore on nickel night. That motherfucker was stacking out of there so fast. I've never
Dropped
seen
him like a prom dress. Dropped him like a prom dress.
Our candidate was losing the election, and we pressured him out, and now our current candidate is leading the election.
And it was based, and I'm glad we did it, and it was good, and it was not anti-democratic.
Your guy tried to...
Wait, I can't wait. There's three. Wait, stop, guys. There's 3 people talking at the same time. Gibbs.
Gibbs. The entire.
Wait. Gibbs, I'll give you 15 more seconds. Then we'll have a lefty respond, and I'm throwing it over to Turk because Turk is gonna cry. I can see the pain on his face.
He's literally on the beach sitting here drinking Mai Tais. Whenever we look at Trump, when he left office, inflation 1.9%. It went up 9% in the first year Biden went up, and it's gone.
Wow, what substantive analysis going on there, buddy.
Skyrocketed. Since then, it's been dog shit ever since the Biden.
Wait. Why did it go up around the world then? Why did inflation go up around the world?
Are we the
Biden
superpower?
responsible for that?
Yeah, we're the superpower.
Oh, could it have something to do with the world reserve currency being the dollar?
I don't understand the mechanism that Andrew thinks is translating the U.S. inflation from being the world reserve currency to like other currencies than having higher inflation. It would affect foreign exchange rates, but I don't think it necessarily means that other countries are going to have higher inflation if we have high inflation just because we're the world reserve currency. I don't think that necessarily follows.
You think it's the world reserve currency? That's why everyone.
The lingua franca?
Right?
I mean, I don't know.
Why is it that inflation grew across the world? Andrew, go ahead.
Bro, of course, American policies and American economics are going to affect inflation all over the world. I just did. I just answered it.
Money, not enough good.
They don't like your answer, so it's not going to count.
Which
policies? Wait, Andrew, can I just ask? Do you
American
believe
policies? Which policies?
I just wanted to get clarification.
Which policies? Stop filibustering.
Can you let the mod bake for 10 seconds?
This ain't the whatever podcast. Why don't you answer which policy?
Okay, wait. Okay, let's stop for a second. Andrew,
is it your show?
I wanted to. Andrew, what do you think caused the inflation crisis globally? And then we're throwing it to Turk.
Which policies?
Which policies led to that?
So I would say that the Federal Reserve and the...
Interesting. The Federal Reserve, which is actually not something that the president controls. Interesting fact here. They don't actually control that. It's actually independent. Trump wants to control it, which is probably not a good thing. But you won't ever talk about that, will you now, Andrew?
Policies the Fed has, which has inflated the currency artificially, and the reason that they did this is because they needed to pump billions of dollars out into the economy for all these social relief programs, has caused not only inflation in the United States, but has been extended to our neighbors as well, especially anybody
who signed the CARES Act into law.
Bro, you gonna let me finish?
Who signed the CARES Act into law?
Are you gonna let me finish?
Federal Reserve signed that.
We gotta give Andrew some time to respond quick.
I mean, Andrew is somewhat right here. I mean, the Fed at the end of the day has the decision whether or not to print money. Like they're under no obligation to, if the government spends money to finance the deficit spending. They don't have to. They're under no obligation to do that. They can't. That's what monetary offset is. Monetary offset. That's what monetary offset is. But he's somewhat right, but in a dumb kind of way.
Yeah, let me finish, Hutch. Yeah, so I would say that was one of the primary reasons. And if you say, well, wait, bro, stop talking so I can finish my point. Remember how you were just bitching 5 seconds ago that I kept cutting you off even when I wasn't cutting you off?
Yeah, you're all cutting each other off.
Yeah,
all the
Federal
time.
Reserve. You didn't know what the Federal Reserve did. And then
Wait. This is taking too much time than needs to. Andrew, finish the question quickly.
Literally did. Why do you think you saw everybody nodding their head? They totally agree with me. So on top of this, peace go, just so you know. Yes, they pumped it in. Now, is Donald Trump responsible for some of this policy? Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean the Federal Reserve?
Wait, can we let him finish? Okay, let him finish.
Bro. Again, calm down, Pisco. Yes, Fed policy led to massive inflation. Yes, Pisco, because the United States government was pumping billions of dollars artificially in order to take care of this Relief Act.
Well, the Fed is arguably not directly part of the government. It's like a quasi-government
Now, you
thing.
can say...
And again, it's under no obligation to actually finance the guy. The Fed can't even buy bonds directly. They can indirectly finance to buying a government bonds by giving private banks money. And they can then use that money to buy new government bonds, but they can't even directly buy bonds from the Treasury itself.
That's Trump's fault. That was passed under a bipartisan agenda. All sorts of people wanted this. All sorts of special interests
That wasn't full grown. I mean,
groups
it
wanted
sucks.
this. Now, absent C-19 and the lockdowns, Trump's economy was fucking roaring. And you have only just now successfully pivoted away again from the point that you have not addressed what Kamala Harris's policies are going to be to lower gas prices, lower food prices, lower the inflation rates, or any of these. You just say, well,
They're already low. We did it. We're done. We fixed it. It's like already, inflation is already at like 2%. Like,
He's going to build 3 million new homes. Yay.
mission accomplished.
Can you answer the questions which have been asked to you?
When you say the Federal Reserve pumped it up, are you saying lowered interest rates?
No.
He means they did quantitative, like they. Yeah.
Oh, no, Pisco.
What do you mean by pump? What did the Federal Reserve do?
I'm going to explain.
Yeah,
No, then let me explain. If you increase the money supply, you inflate the money supply, right?
How did they increase the money supply?
Bro, answer my question first.
I mean, obviously, the Federal Reserve increased the money supply during COVID because we needed to. But
I agree.
They did cut interest rates during COVID. They also changed the reserve ratio. They changed the reserve ratio down. They what's the other? Oh, the interest on reserves. They change. Yeah, and the discount rate. Those are the three.
That
right. So if the United States government calls for billions of dollars from the Fed and for the Fed to print billions, it's going to increase the money supply, thus increase inflation. This is
I don't understand the United States government calls for the Fed
to print government. So if the United States government calls for billions of dollars from the Fed and for the Fed to print billions.
That's not how that the Fed is independent. Again, they don't have to do anything if they don't wanna. They do what they think is best for the economy.
It's going to increase the money supply, thus increase inflation. This is basic, Pisco.
Well, does the Federal Reserve make appropriations? Who makes appropriations?
That would be Congress.
Okay, so the Federal Reserve didn't do shit that you're pointing to. What you're pointing to are acts of Congress, isn't it? Not Federal Reserve policy?
No, that's not all that happens, as you know, Pisco.
No.
So the M2 money...
Bro.
Do you want me to answer real quick?
Yeah,
the M2 money supply. The M2 money supply. The M2 money supply that went up 50% is from the Federal Reserve. That means the Federal Reserve increased the amount of dollars in circulation.
So why are we? I don't know. He's correct here. Why are we blaming Biden and Harris so much for the inflation then? If it was all Federal Reserve stuff. By the way, the money supply thing is true in the long run. In the short run, obviously, government spending does have an effect on inflation via aggregate demand. But in the short run, the money supply doesn't necessarily. Well, it depends on the velocity, but the increase in the money supply doesn't even necessarily cause short run inflation. It causes long run inflation, depending on velocity again. But
by about 50% since like 2020. Is what you're really trying to tell me is not $1 of that creation was except what Congress told them they had to do in specific bills? Is that your argument?
What I am saying is the Federal Reserve...
What Congress told the Fed? Congress does tell the Fed what to do to some extent, but they don't. They didn't do that in this case. I mean, the Congress created the Fed, right? They can change the rules the Fed operates in, but I don't think they... To my knowledge, I don't think they said, "Hey, Fed, you got to print money to finance these bills." I think the Fed chose to do that on its own because they believed it was what was best for the U.S. economy. That's how.
To increase the money supply, typically will lower interest rates. That's how.
That's not even okay. The Fed has a couple of tools. Let's see if I remember this.
Okay, if I remember correctly, okay, the Fed they have the discount rate. That is the rate at which banks can get loans from the Fed itself. So that's the rate at which, like if a bank needs a loan, they can go to the Fed and get a loan from the Federal Reserve at the discount rate. They have the federal funds rate, which is that's the interest rate banks lend to each other for like overnight lending. And then they have the interest on reserves, which I think is legally has to be the same as the federal funds rate, which is the interest on reserves is how much banks get paid for keeping reserves at the Fed. So instead of lending out all of their reserves, they can keep some of them at the Fed, and they earn interest on those reserves. And because bank loans create money, you reduce the money supply by raising interest on reserves. Yeah, and then they also have the reserve ratio. The reserve ratio is the percentage of it's a fractional reserve system, right, that banks use. The reserve ratio is just the ratio of deposits that banks have to keep in reserve when they give out loans. So like I think it was usually 10% up till COVID. During COVID, the reserve requirement ratio is 0 right now. It's been 0 since COVID. Now, banks, in actuality, can't lend out infinite money. They're still constrained by other aspects of it, but it is 0. Yeah, it is 0. These are some of the tools. These 3 are the different interest rates that the Fed has to affect the money supply. And then it also has more. It has more of these unconventional tools, and it also, I guess, has QE, which is when the Federal Reserve basically buys assets. Or something else, I feel like. I don't know. They have all sorts of weird tools when they reach the 0 lower bound, but I don't know. I don't know if these people understand this. I feel like I'm missing Fed.
How Fed policy works. When you're talking about taking out loans, the government sells things called bonds. These are
lowering interest rates increases the money supply, Pisco, and if it increases the money supply,
okay, Fed 0 lower bound. Tools. Can I just give me a list?
Creates inflation, Pisco.
Yeah, but you didn't point to.
You fucking idiot! I just explained this to you 5 times. You fucking moron!
Andrew, you sound really upset right now.
God, what a dummy!
You did not.
I literally just explained this to you.
You did not point to Federal Reserve policy just then. What you did.
I literally just
you're
did.
Banging on the table. You're banging on the table because I properly told you.
Pisco.
Oh wow!
Does that increase?
I can't.
He doesn't understand how the.
Does it increase the money supply? Does it increase? Does it increase the money supply when they lower the interest rate?
Does he think there's never a point where we should increase the money supply? I don't know, if I was in this conversation, I would just be like, do we think that, well, I would try to get him to at least admit that there are trade-offs. So don't we think that increasing the money supply will probably decreasing the interest rate will probably increase aggregate demand, and that'll probably decrease unemployment. I'd probably try to see if we can get him to admit that there's trade-offs there, and then also, sorry, I was reading that. And then also, there are probably positive trade-offs to increasing the money supply at some points, at least. I don't know if he accepts this. There's clearly a demand shortfall
in COVID. It was like, this is like a time where we probably should be increasing the money supply, but
Federal Reserve is a central bank.
You're not going to answer the question, right?
The Federal Reserve is a central bank. It is not the one who is.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're having
a central bank.
It
I
sounds
didn't know
like
that. Please
It
go.
sounds like you're having some difficulty, so I'm going to explain it to you. Okay. So
Explain it.
The Federal,
Use small
the Federal
words.
Reserve. The Federal Reserve doesn't like make appropriations or take out loans. The
Nobody
people
said
who
they
take out
did.
loans,
Please go.
Okay, the people who take out loans and are
Nobody
the
said they
federal
did.
government. All right. So when the Congress writes a law, an appropriation by law, they will need to fund it, and they fund it through the Treasury. And if the Treasury wants to loan money, or sorry, wants to borrow money, they will issue bonds. The Federal
Yes.
Reserve affects the money supply in different ways. So I'm asking you,
Agreed.
what federal
they can't even buy bonds from the Treasury. They can only indirectly do it.
Reserve policy was causing the inflationary problems?
So I'm going to tell you again, for the 14th time, if the Fed lowers the interest rates, it's going to increase the money supply.
Okay.
And if it is, Pisco, my turn, Pisco, Pisco, my turn, Pisco, stop talking, Pisco.
Okay,
It's my turn.
Okay, wait, stop. Okay, wait, we're pausing this. Wait, I'm gonna mute you both. I'm gonna mute you both. Okay. Andrew, you got 20 seconds. Pisco, you got 20 seconds. Then everybody else gets to talk because I think everybody's sick of hearing both of you.
I want my last question. I want my last question.
Yeah, that's nice, Pisco.
Okay, wait, stop, both. Okay.
You're still spurging, Pisco.
Okay, I'm muting you both. This is the order. This is how it's gonna go. Pisco, you got 10 seconds to ask a question and 10 seconds to say whatever else you want to say. Andrew, then you get 10 seconds after, and 10 seconds after that. If anything else is said that's like, oh my God, I want to respond to that, it'll have to be somebody else. It'll just have to be somebody else.
Damn.
Because Turk wants to talk. Okay.
Andrew just said that the Fed policy.
Why did you just let him filibuster?
What?
Why you just? I was in the middle of
Oh, what a shit show.
I'm sorry, it's chaos. You're gonna have to work with it. Work with it, Andrew. Work with it. He's gonna ask a question, and then you're gonna respond. It just said you're gonna be able to respond, Andrew.
Let me respond.
You're gonna respond after. You're not debating the moderator. Either deal with the root. You gotta deal with the order because this is chaos. Okay, you're both dominating. There's 6 other guests. I gotta think about the audience. I gotta think about the other people. He's gonna get 20 seconds, then you'll be able to respond. You'll be able to talk, Andrew, and you'll be talking more than everybody else still. Pisco, go.
Andrew just pointed to the Federal Reserve policy of lowering interest rates as the cause for global inflation. And he knows now, and that's why he's trying to stop me from talking, that who was pushing for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates in the lead up to the election was none other than Donald J. Trump. That's my statement. He can talk.
Andrew?
Yeah, so again, you can, if you increase the amount of money supply, when you lower the corporate tax, that's good. You want them to borrow tons of money. You want tons of printing when the influx is going to corporations which are going to expand. That's an ROI. That's a return on investment. You want that. Under Biden.
I'm pretty sure we can look at any study here. I'm pretty sure the return on investment from lowering the corporate tax is going to be less than the return on investment for things like the child tax credit, which like reduce child poverty by 40%. I would bet my life that the return on investment from the child tax credit is bigger than the corporate tax cuts, which I have a funnel graph here. These are the effects on growth from corporate tax cuts in a bunch of different countries. You can see they all hover around 0.
This is a totally different situation.
I love my Wi-Fi. Let's go. Fire, dude. Awesome. Why? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Bro. I'm going to run a speed test, and the speed test is going to be fine. See, the speed test is fine.
At least the download speed, the upload speed is gonna be worse, but it's still like okay. This my CPU is like fine. What's up, Sam? Just Sam76. Welcome. The CPU utilization is high. Welcome to the stream. I don't get it. I will call Spectrum tomorrow. Unacceptable. We pay for like 400 megabits per second. Hippy dippy Dylan Burns. Yeah. What about it? Yeah. We're reacting to a bunch of people who don't understand how the Federal Reserve works. What are some? I'm on a DM sample. I need some pro. What are pro central banking things to read? That's what I need. How? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why? Wi-Fi was fine like a week ago, and now it's just always laggy for no reason. Orange Man gonna win if they keep trying to kill him all. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, the bump from the last assassination attempt wasn't that big. Oh, we finally loaded. Wasn't that big, and they didn't. He didn't get a photo op this time, so hopefully it won't really affect it.
He has been strangling corporations of much needed money. So has the entire administration. So
he knows that like a lot of this fiscal support also went to corporations like PPP loans, right?
You're doing, Pisco. You're just shifting the goalpost again. I knew exactly what you were going to say. I was happy to respond to it before you ever even said it.
Turk.
So this exchange in the debate is a prime example of what happened in the debate that happened the other night. People kept going to the past and Trump's policies and why Trump and Orange Man are bad instead of actually going and asking the different people on the stage pointed questions about their specific plan going into 2024. Pisco, I wanted to talk to you, but I don't want to hear your voice or Andrew's anymore. I want to ask the panel, do we feel like we got to learn more about Kamala Harris's actual preferred policies and some of the details? Because like Joe mentioned earlier, there's a lot of things that wasn't done in the previous administration. She wasn't really pressed on some of the guts of her proposals. So it's like, do we really feel like both of the candidates were questioned adequately about their current proposals going into 2024?
Yeah, nobody answered my question earlier about opportunity economy. No one was able to define that. I'm very happy to hear your answer.
Well, she defined it with different policies, like expanding the child tax credit, the $25,000 grant for first-time home buyers.
So again,
was that a Republican policy?
Question is not what is the high-level policy.
Sorry, there's two people talking at once. 1 second. It's Turk's question, but there was something there I'm going to let finish, and we'll throw it back to Turk. Hutch, you were responding to Gibbs?
Yeah, the child tax credit, which has been a Republican policy for
Why
I don't know as long as I've been alive.
Republicans block it from being permanent?
Why?
They blocked it in the Senate from being permanent.
Oh, strategically, bro. Like, I mean, like, all sorts of shit.
Like, a Republican policy.
I mean, Trump is not exactly my thing. Policy-wise, he's too left socially. He's too left socially for you, really? I don't. But I pretend to like him because the left hates him. Well.
Policy.
It's been a Republican policy. She just picked it up, just like she picked up the no tax sunsets, just like she's put Trump's border plan, a wall in her ads. She has no real plans. She just listens to what people like trends, and she posts it.
Anybody can look that up.
Oh yeah, just like discussion. This is total bullshit.
Just like it's not answering the question you asked. He didn't answer the question I asked. He's over here just lying.
When Donald Trump was asked about his healthcare policy, he said he had a concept of a plan.
Wow, and you have zero plan. He said options. That's not even true. He answered that he used what was already in place.
I have ever heard a candidate give on a debate stage.
Oh my God, you're misrepresenting.
You say you have a concept of a plan?
Turk,
I can answer that at some
point. You guys want to make this about policy?
So literally nothing worse than it. So that's the soundbite that everyone's running with. If you go back 30 seconds, a minute to that entire stretch of questioning, he goes and says, we're not going to replace it unless we can get a bill that is cheaper and it has better coverage than the current plan. You didn't listen to his answer.
I don't know why
you listened to the soundbite.
Trump says abortion is a states' rights issue. It's not. Oh, well, I mean... Trump has to make election considerations because abortion is such a winning issue for Democrats. Thank God. Thank God he's a dumbass and overturned Roe v. Wade. It's our fighting hope. Okay, Democrats can win it if we only focus on abortion. And thank the Lord.
But it's his job to pitch a plan.
You didn't hear it. You listened to the soundbite.
If I may,
he said, I'm not going to replace it unless there's a more detailed plan. It's his job as a candidate to articulate a plan.
Eric, if I may answer your question, Gibbs, if I may, right? So to answer that question, what he's saying is he has concepts, but in the confines of this, as I think we'll all agree, not even the best of debaters can articulate a well thought out, complicated policy in a platform like this. And so what he's giving is a general answer, just like Kamala Harris constantly gave general answers. So he said, look, we're not going to replace what's there unless we have a bill there. We have a concept. So they have concepts such as they want the free market more involved and things like that. If I may, I'll finish. I'm trying to not interrupt anyone. So I don't think I've interrupted anyone. So I'm trying to hope I get the same courtesy. When we're talking about specifically with Kamala Harris is this debate was for different things for different people, and you may like that or not like it, but it is the truth. Trump wanted to do things like not come off as unhinged, pivot or pin Kamala Harris down on what she actually stands for. I think that he ultimately lost the debate because he failed to do some of those things. So your criticisms of him not putting out policies, that wasn't really what he needed to do for two reasons. One, because we could already see what the track record of a Trump administration would be, and despite what you people were going to try to say,
I mean, they've both been president. I guess Harris hasn't been president before, but a Biden administration, obviously. Life is a fundamental rights issue. It's outlined in the Declaration of Independence and the 14th Amendment. It's not fall under
it's
the
going to be avoided over and over through this debate. I hope we could all agree that the election should just be a referendum of, do you think the economy and the border was better under Trump or under the Harris-Biden administration? No matter what you try to say, that, but she's going to do all this new stuff. She's been there. Her people have been there for 3.5 years. They haven't done any of this. That's number one. But second, he's already put out a bunch of policy plans as well. Kamala Harris has literally hid from the press, didn't have policies up on her very website until a day before the election, and those policies she put up was literally the metadata showed just copied and pasted from Biden's policy, further proving she would just be an extension of, I promise that. Just let me finish this one last thing. So Kamala Harris, just because she said 2 or 3 things about policy and Trump didn't give a specific policy to your liking as much, it still doesn't answer the effect that Kamala Harris has flip-flopped on every major policy description she had in 2020, and the 30-second soundbite that she said, we're going to build 3 million homes and give people $25,000, does nothing to rebut that.
That's not just a 30-second soundbite. That's been like a consistent policy she has had for a few months now, since that speech in North Carolina. And more, I guess the speech in North Carolina was before the DNC even. But yeah, like the NBism is now very much a part of the Democratic platform. So,
okay, so can I ask, Trump's solution for the housing crisis is to drill, baby, drill, shut the already shut down border, and kick out 20 million migrants.
The border's not shut down.
That is a reasonable solution that will bring down the cost.
Crossings are basically at like 2019 levels by now.
Do you think? Okay, so what's his plan then?
Okay, his
border's not shut down. Let's just get that lie out of the way.
Go ahead,
Biden's executive order. Biden's executive order did shut down the border when it.
Hold on. Immigration has gone up 62% in every state. Hold on. Immigration has gone up 62% in every state except for Texas, where Texas has implemented Operation Lone Star since 2001 and has been dramatically successful, despite the treasonous Biden-Harris administration coming and trying to stop them from, enforcing Texas borders. So every success we've had on immigration has been despite the impeding.
What's up, Grumple? Welcome.
Impediment of the Biden-Harris administration.
Wait. No, I want to. IRI was the one talking, so I want to throw it back to IRI.
I want to answer IRI's question.
Okay, I will go with you.
I'd love to hear.
States don't have the authority to allow murder according to the 14th Amendment. Neither does the federal government have the authority to do so. They have every duty under the Constitution to defend human life.
So what Trump's solution is to bring down the cost of housing.
I ask you, do you know what drill, baby, drill means?
Well, we're already setting a record for oil production at 13.3 million barrels.
That's precisely my question too. So this is precisely.
Biden has proven that we can drill more under Biden than Trump. So what would Trump do to increase oil production?
And what happened once we started increasing oil production?
I mean, oil is an input for everything, so basically everything will go down at least slightly if if you increase oil production. The price of everything will go down slightly because again, it's an input for basically everything. But housing is probably actually the area where oil would have like the least effect. With I mean, it's used for transportation of materials. I'm sure homes require plastic. It's in wires and in outlet covers. I'm reaching here.
What
happened when we started increasing oil production under Joe Biden?
I don't know.
The inflation rate started to go down. The cost of transit of material, the cost of production of material reduced. There are several different economic factors that can be eliminated and are addressed by drill, baby, drill. And when Trump says, I'm going to do that even more, it's going to be even more.
How can we do more? We're setting a record under Biden that Trump was unable to do. Trump gave them the green light, and Biden broke the record. We're over 13 million barrels per day.
And
in a fantasy land that we're going to do more. We're just going to be enough.
There are plenty of oil reserves. There are plenty of oil reserves. We can go to more federal lands. We can unlock more and more offshore drilling. There is plenty of oil to be extracted from our nation.
He emptied our reserves to flood the market to drive the price down.
You realize we just
wait. I didn't hear Hutch just say. I heard like the first 3 words from Hutch, and then I heard nothing else. So Hutch, could you finish?
Well, he mentioned the oil reserves. You guys don't give Biden credit because he emptied our reserves, flooded the market, and drove the cost of oil down.
Why did he do that?
After he stopped doing it.
One more thing real quick. You say that when he started producing more oil, the cost of inflation went down. He started ramping up oil production right away. Do you guys understand that when...
That
yes,
was not
he did.
right
You can
away.
look at the graph. Yes, I can link it in the chat right here. There's a domestic crude oil production
a couple
right
of
here.
years for Joe Biden to finally start actually increasing oil capacity across the nation.
No, it's not true.
All right, then send the link. Let's talk about
Increasing, well, he said increasing oil capacity. Releasing the reserves is not going to be increasing oil capacity, really. It's just going to be fucking... There's going to be increasing the supply of oil, but not our actual capacity to produce it. But Biden did also approve a lot of drilling. Obviously, he approved more drilling than Trump did. So he did also increase oil capacity. I'm not listening to this. I can barely stand debate panels when I'm on them, including HD. Muting the tab. I'll be watching. I'll be around, but watching chat. Bang, Bay, Scrumple. Have you been on Hippy Dippy before as a debater, Grumple?
Got the link.
What's stopping inflation was lowering inflation, and what's brought us down to 2.5 inflation.
Biden didn't drill shit, LMAO. I mean, we're producing more oil now than the history of ever. Like, we're producing more oil now than any country has in the history of the world. And what the fuck? September 16, 2024, Fortnite item shop. Ooh, Dark Bomber.
Hey.
This is a fire video, dude. Yeah, and he also approved more oil drilling than Trump did. So, I mean... No, we aren't, you idiot. I mean, you're just wrong on that. I mean, we can look it up. You're very confidently wrong on that. Hold on, I'm DMing people. U.S. producing more oil than any other country ever. Oh. Okay, thanks, fucking. United States produces more crude oil than any country ever. Don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I was on like the third one ever Friday show, and on another, I helped out the Sunday show trying to get new debaters. I'm in the
Federal Reserve.
I joined the Hippy Dippy recruitment thing, and Danabo, who's in charge of some of the recruitment now, was like, "Oh, hey, Nonfun, I've been lurking in your chat." So, if we had more oil, prices would be lower, and gas would be lower. I mean, gas prices have been coming down, so have prices generally. Inflation is back at like 2%. I think the big reason for inflation was A, the some of the money printing by the Fed, and B, the stimulus bills. But you can't prove it. Biden said himself they shut down. So my point has been proven. I don't know what you mean I can't prove it. That's overall, not recently. Man, you killed. This is talking about in 2023. What do you mean that's overall? What? We're producing. This is 2023 right here. I don't. Who? Huh? Like right now, like as I speak, we're producing more oil. Than ever. You can't prove it. You have statements, no evidence. I just showed you evidence, and I can show you more evidence here. Actually, I don't know if there's one on the graph. Lefty joke, lol. Okay. Well, yeah, we're producing more oil than any other country ever. Don't know what to tell you. That's just true. But
Raising interest rates.
That is a
Under,
contributing factor,
under
I
Joe
agree.
Biden, the Federal Reserve has had excellent policy raising interest rates to lower inflation. Under Donald Trump throughout his presidency, he was asking always to lower interest rates. That's
Rob, I believe Rob's been waiting. Rob, you've been.
biased lies is not evidence. There's no proof for the stats. I don't know what the fuck to tell you there. What is this? This is a tweet about you. Another Hippie Dippy Classic premieres. But you got banned? I should be following you on Twitter.
Been waiting, right? If I remember correctly. So what do you want to
I've
throw?
been waiting. It's not just inflation isn't just about interest rates. Lowering interest rates itself, it doesn't create additional dollars. The problem is the policies that were
Yes, it okay. I think it technically does, but indirectly. So because the federal funds rate has to by law be equal to the interest on reserves, decreasing the interest on reserves, I think technically. Okay, well, technically, I guess by itself it wouldn't actually increase the money, but what was I gonna say? Fuck. But you're giving banks more reserves to lend out, so you are. It does decreasing interest on reserves increase money supply. So I think this does technically. A decrease in this is the reserve ratio increases the money supply, but I think technically this should. And interest on reserves should also, because that would increase bank reserves. Our bank accounts at the Fed counted in the money supply. Our bank accounts at the Fed counted in money supply. Deposits held by banks and other depositories in their accounts at Federal Reserves. There are several standards of measure apply, including the monetary base M1 and M2. The monetary base is summer currency in circulation and reserve balances, or at the okay, so it is included in money supply. Never mind then, it would not be included in money supply. Rob Nor W. God damn.
were largely. I am fully throwing in all the branch here. I said that the lowering, man, Pisco, I got to
It increases the money supply. Let me comment on one. I don't know what I have to say.
It is not economy. It is not economy. It is not economy.
It increases demand. I don't think it technically on its own increases the money supply.
101. I guess I'll have to explain this slowly for Pisco. Pisco, is your argument?
God damn, why is it? Why, Spectrum? Why? Why? I don't get it. Although technically, does decreasing the discount rate, I guess that doesn't directly increase the money supply, but.
Argument that the act.
But decreasing the interest on reserves should, by proxy, increase the money supply. Can indeed increase the money supply.
Of lowering interest
The opportunity
rates
cost of holding reserves increases. Banks become more willing. Yeah, this is by proxy going to increase the money supply, but it technically won't actually increase it unless banks lend out the reserves. But you're giving them a bigger incentive to lend out the reserves. So
simultaneously by de facto creates additional dollars.
Yes.
Yep, that is incorrect. What happens is there is no connection whatsoever from lowering rates to the creation of dollars. Those are two separate
That's
policies.
not true.
Many times what happens is as follows. Interest rates are lowered, which means that people are more likely to borrow money. Then once people start borrowing money, the Fed will decide that, oh, now that they're
borrowing money increases the loans increase the money supply. For like this is basic credit creation theory, right? Are you swapping between Twitch and Kick says your last oh, I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi right now. Grumple, for whatever reason, is having a really hard time multi-streaming. So the way I multi-stream, right, is I stream. Not only do I stream to Restream, but I also just stream to YouTube and Twitch separately. I could not do it, but like I only get 5 platforms on Restream, right? So I have an OBS plugin that like lets me multi-stream. So I make one output source, Twitch, one YouTube, and one Restream. For whatever reason, my Wi-Fi is having a really difficult time recently. So I haven't been streaming to Restream. I need to get it fixed. But I tried multi-streaming and it was just too laggy, so I stopped streaming on Restream. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, but we'll figure it out because I do want to keep multi-streaming on everything. But
there's more money in circulation, we need more money. Therefore, they create more.
Oh, also credit creation theory. I'm pretty sure credit creation theory is basically accepted by everyone at this point. I think. I use your stream too with the way reasons work. It shouldn't be any different than any single target you're streaming in. Yeah, I know, but like it's But yeah, no, I'm just saying like you can see like in my OBS I have the multiple output thing. So Restream, even I understand Restream's only one upload stream. And then it just mirrors your stream on its own side. But like you can see I have one for YouTube, and then this one, the main one, is linked to Twitch, and then one for Restream. But I'm just not streaming to Restream because it saves me an upload stream, and I have one for Shorts as well. I don't know I don't know why. Because my Wi-Fi was doing fine with it up to like a week ago. I have to call them and fucking yell at my ISP to get it fixed. But actually, ironically, I think I don't think quantitative easing is printing money, but I think banks giving out loans probably. Wait, where's Sample? Okay, wait. I think Rob Noor might actually be totally. I think Pisco understands this enough to tell Rob why he's wrong, but I think Rob Noor is the total opposite of correct because I don't think quantitative easing is directly printing money.
More dollars. So you were fundamentally incorrect in what you're saying. The reason that inflation occurred and that dollars were being printed was because Republicans, including Trump, supported disastrous lockdown policies under COVID. And you can criticize Trump for that, and he should be criticized. Unfortunately for you all, the Democrats and people like Harris and Biden wanted to do it way worse, and they continued to do things way worse, even once you had a Harris-Biden administration, which stymied our economy. Now, the question
economist will tell you that lower interest rates increases the money supply. That is a relation.
It's indirectly though, but
That is well known. It doesn't have to do with the physical printing of money.
oh, it's a relationship that is well known, but it's slightly different than his position before.
That everything else is code.
That's not the fact that you don't fundamentally understand how it works, and you're saying one
I don't think Rob understands how it works either.
necessarily leads to another.
I don't even understand how it works. I'm confused at this point. I don't know who's arguing
It's
what.
different than the answer you gave me that it is the same thing. Lowering rates is the direct.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
That is true. It does lead to more borrowing. Yes.
It leads to more borrowing, and borrowing is printing money because banks create credit when they give out loans.
Which will then it lead to more dollars. I agree with that. But Rob is right that you said that just lowering the interest rate by itself doesn't.
Okay. God damn it, Andrew. Andrew is right here.
They still have to borrow the money, Pisco.
Oh my God! Wait. So are you suggesting to me that there has ever been a situation in our history where the lowering of interest rates has not?
Pisco, he was just correcting you. That's all.
What's the correction? In fact,
well, the correction is that you said by itself, it does that. It doesn't. He says you still have to borrow the money. Is what he's saying.
Okay. Does printing the money increase the money supply?
Yes.
Yes.
But wait, no. You still have to hand.
Okay, I don't know what it means by printing money though. Because when usually when people say the Fed is printing money, they mean QE. And at this point, I'm pretty convinced that QE isn't really printing money. It's just shifting assets between reserve accounts and securities accounts. Before Fisco passed the bar, and when he was still a law student, he was like coherent and sane.
Hand out the money, but you still need to move the money to a place.
Lawyers lie more than anyone else. Okay.
No, you don't. If you print more money, you have more money, whether you hand it out or not.
You got blown the hell out, Andrew, on the other question of interest.
Nobody can know you.
Why we need? God, Akana Boy should have been on this panel, or like actually some wonk, or like someone who actually understands this, someone who understands it better than I do. Even I don't like. I'm having to chat GPT some of this shit still, but like.
You've never blown anybody out, Pisco, ever in your life.
Econoboy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I like Econoboy. I've talked to Econoboy once. Econoboy is a non-fun fan. He hops in. He has been on my YouTube chat before. He's awesome. Econoboy definitely knows way more about this than these people do. Everything I've seen from Econoboy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So. I guess you agree. It sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
I just did. I just did.
Everybody. I gotta say, everybody is very wrecked. Everybody is very pwned and owned in all types of pwnage.
True. They are all gaped.
Everybody, in fact, including me. There are people who have been waiting, so I do want to throw to them. I'm sorry to just derail. I just want Rob to finish up. And we'll have one response, and then we got to go to Gibbs and IRI, who've been waiting patiently.
There's plenty more to say on inflation. Just to say that under Biden it was way worse. Everyone knows that they're trying to fudge the numbers. People don't want to talk about it. That's
they're trying to fudge the numbers.
Why the American people think the economy is better under Trump.
You know what? You're right, Rob Nor. They are fudging the numbers. You know what they're fudging it with? They're fudging it upwards with owner's equivalent rent. That's so true, Rob Nor. Wow, Rob Nor. I agree, Rob Nor. They are fudging it. Why are we all using CPI when CPI gives the highest measure of inflation? Why aren't we using PCE or a harmonized index which give lower measures of inflation? I agree. I can't believe the Biden administration would keep the inflation numbers artificially high. God, man. Why? Oh, fuck. I can see them on minimap. Why did I dig straight into that? God damn, Rob Nor. Can't believe it.
My friend Hutch, though, I wanted to get you involved and ask you a question. I think you erroneously say that the border's secure. Now, I don't believe that, but let's just say hypothetically that's true. You think that Biden achieved that by executive order? A simple yes, no, be correct or sufficient. His executive order did that?
After
CPI's meeting list, welcome, localist party.
Pursuing.
I'm aware of your position.
A bipartisan immigration bill that they negotiated for 5 months with Langford and Sinema. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. My question is, why did Biden say the border was secure for 3 years and not issue an executive order if he could have done it all the while?
There's a difference between.
I think what he's doing is illegal, and I disagree with it. And I condemn the Biden administration for doing an illegal executive action.
Okay.
True.
And I'll respond quickly. Go ahead, Hutch.
The problem with the border.
I think actually Biden is absolutely criminally immune from any from any legal action resulting from the executive order that he passed.
Is our asylum laws. You guys understand this, right? Our
No, it's
asylum
not.
laws are.
Holy
Yes,
Christ.
Let him finish first.
Anybody can
Let him
wait,
let him say the problem
anybody-
first. Yeah.
Anybody can come to our border, and as long as they go through legal means and they meet a certain set of criteria, they can apply for asylum. And when they apply for asylum, they are allowed to come into the country, sometimes with an ankle monitor, sometimes with a burner phone. And this backlog takes anywhere between.
Ours has been alive. It was trash. Not gonna lie. Too many cringe lefties. This is just raising my blood pressure. I forgot to mute KK just watching. You're good, girl.
8 years. Our immigration laws were written in the 60s, well before we saw the level of influx that we've seen during recent times. If you want to address the problem at the border meaningfully, you need a bill through Congress, which is why he worked with Republicans. Langford is a MAGA Republican. This is not a rhino. He himself and McConnell and Lindsey Graham all admitted, and Trump himself admitted that Trump killed that bill for political reasons. If I can't address the border,
I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry, Rob, but Gibbs has been waiting though. I'm sorry, Rob.
I'm very, very curious what Gibbs is to come back to this.
Gibbs is saying he doesn't want. He's not allowing you. Gibbs was next, and he wants to be on the same issue. So
I'm running from the point, Gibbs. That's cool. He'll swarm away now. Thank you.
Don't worry, that's fine. Let's talk the border. First of all, let me tell you how dishonest this is. 2016, Trump posted a bill. He wanted to get a bill through Congress. It had everything they had in the most recent bill, except it had more. The only thing not included was the Dreamers. This is how fucking the Democrats work. They use people like the Dreamers, and then they don't even put them on the newest bill and even include them. And so they sit here and go, "Oh, it's bipartisan."
Well, the issue was not as big in 2016, so they were probably willing to give up less.
Et cetera. Even though the other bill gave them more judges, more of everything they wanted, and it gave us the border wall. This guy down here, Hutch, doesn't know what's happening on the border. I live near the border.
You don't know what's in the bill. You don't know what's in the bill.
I do know what's in the bill. You clearly don't know what's in the bill. I know what's in the bill.
Let's let him finish.
Point for point on it. You're wrong. You're absolutely incorrect. The bill in 2016 under Trump had more. It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. I'll let
it doesn't matter. Trump, let me tell you, you're just wrong. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why Operation Lone Star has been so wildly successful. Let me give you some statistics. Just from the raid on the Eagle Pass Islands, we got rid of 10,000 migrants apprehended, 52 pounds of fentanyl, 38 pounds of ecstasy, 11 pounds of cocaine, 20 firearms, 5 stolen. That's just 3 little islands in the middle of the Rio Grande. You know why this is important? Because the real problem is not the migration. The real problem is the cartels who are taking advantage of the migration, who are causing problems, who are just damaging ranching here in Texas, damaging ranching in other states. They're destroying American property.
That guy's afro is fucking sick, dude.
They're shipping fentanyl in here at a wild cost, and
but he is a Green Party voter, so he is indeed cringe. But his afro is cool as fuck.
That's the border bill, which the border patrol supported. Because of what you're enabling with what the asylum laws and not putting up a wall and deterrence, you're enabling more and more sex trafficking. So why, let me ask you lefties and liberals, why do y'all want more sex trafficking?
Well, yeah, it's an afro mohawk. It's fucking sick as fuck, dude.
That's what we're gonna get.
Well, I mean, I don't know what we're like considering. Like, it's obviously like a mohawk, but it's also it's like the worst possible place that it could be.
Until we have a deterrence to stop
the border bill. The border bill.
How long ago?
Wait, we're gonna have to. Okay, so that was who was that directed towards, Gibbs? Was that directed towards everybody or all of them? Okay, then any of them can respond.
So why didn't you want a wall?
Why don't you support the border bill? The Border Patrol made it clear that they didn't think this was the perfect option.
Let him finish, Gibbs. You just get him being basically a sex pest. Let him respond.
But you know, this is Congress. There needs to be agreements. There needs to be balance. Democrats, Republicans. There was a bipartisan border bill. Wouldn't you have supported the bill that the Border Patrol also supported to be passed? Admiral Gibbs, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. It was not.
So you don't agree with the Border Patrol. You disagree with them that it should have been passed.
Yeah, listen. If you are an agency, you're always going to hold on. This is really
you know more than the Border Patrol?
Hold on. Yeah, I guess I do. I don't know. This is the sick, but that's not what's really happening.
I mean, that's a you know more than a Border Patrol. You can disagree with the Border Patrol on something and not like claim to know more than them, but
they're sitting here going, "Hey, we're dying out here. We need more funding. They'll take whatever they can get."
No, we're not giving you funding.
Hold on. Here's what's better. Why didn't you?
Like Pisco disagrees with like a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, so like whatever. I mean, I disagree with that 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, but
bipartisan bill in 2016 and threw your foot down on the Dreamers and then not back the Dreamers in 20 and then
there was no bipartisan bill.
There absolutely was in 2016. I have the link to the bill if you want it. I'll post it in the chat.
No. So there was gonna be there was the concept of an idea of a bipartisan bill, but that never got through because Trump is a bad negotiator and he could have gotten funding.
I can't wait. One second. Wait. Let me 1 second. I want to hear Pisco's alternative version of events. Then we'll have Gibbs respond, and then we gotta go to IRI and Turk, who've been waiting very patiently.
So we remember, those of us who were around and paying attention, we remember the meetings that Democrats in good faith went toward, because we knew Republicans who could have gotten the border funding on their own because they controlled both the House and the Senate went to Democrats to try to get a deal, and in good faith the Democrats were saying, hey, give us the Dreamers, give us that. But the Republicans put in some poison pills into the bill, which we can talk about, which we can talk about. But the Republicans could have passed it by themselves if they wanted to do it, but they did not do it because you could not get unity because Trump's a bad negotiator. However, again, in 2024, when there's a bipartisan deal, who's the one who puts it into the ground and kills it? Not Democrats.
People along
Trump.
the border.
Again,
People
Trump.
along the border know this is solve the problem.
It's Trump again. So
that's not what happened.
I'll ask again. I'll ask again.
Let's let Pisco finish the question, and then we'll throw it to Gibbs, and then IRI.
I'll ask again. You have a bill that, yes, conservatives don't think it's perfect. Yes, the Border Patrol hates Biden, hates Harris. 100% they do. But this is a bill they wanted if they were going to have
Democrats
anything,
would rather
'cause
spend on Ukraine than a great big wall. I mean, I would rather spend on Ukraine than a great big wall. Yeah, I don't think, like, we already have as much of a wall as we probably need. Yeah, it'd be like way too costly to build a border wall on the places that don't have a wall already, and it's not even gonna, like, it would not even be that effective because our asylum laws are so fucked right now that it doesn't even really matter if you have a wall or not. So it's for our asylum laws, it doesn't even matter if you come at a legal port of entry or not.
The alternative was nothing, and you say they shouldn't have got what
Ukraine is defending themselves from actual invaders. A wall would poorly defend ourselves from people who work and contribute to our economy. Asylum isn't even real at this point. I agree with you. I agree. They are fraudulent asylum claims. I agree. Yes, they are not real asylum claims.
they wanted. So how come we should trust you on what's best for Border Patrol?
Well, it's entailed in your own. Hang on, it's entailed literally in what you just said, Pisco. You just said Border Patrol hates them. It was this or nothing, right? So of
The majority of them are not real asylum claims, at least.
course they're going to take whatever's offered. That doesn't mean that that's what they actually
What's
want.
the entailment? Sorry, what's the entailment?
Hold on. The entailment is if you offer a person gruel, okay, or
That's an
nothing,
entailment?
and they stop.
wait,
Pisco, let me
is that
finish.
or is that not
Yes,
an
I'm going to give you the entailment.
Okay,
I'm going to give you the entailment. So if you offer a person gruel or nothing, and then say, well, they took the gruel, that means they wanted gruel. That's not true. That is not the case.
They didn't call it gruel. They did not call it gruel.
A better analogy.
Wait, there's three people talking at once. We're gonna have a response to Andrew, and we gotta go back to Gibbs because he was the person the question was directed towards.
I understand an entailment to be something that necessarily follows logically. Like
Right, doesn't necessarily follow that they wanted it because that's all that they could have.
They did.
They wanted something different than that. That's just all they could get.
Well, it's their revealed preference.
But what is the entailment that I'm providing? What I'm saying is that they could have picked nothing, which is what Trump picked, or they could have picked something.
people on the border
and they picked something. So where's the entailment? I'm not seeing the necessary inference.
You're saying that the inference. You're saying the inference is they wanted this, right? No, they wanted something different. They just would have taken this. That's all they could get.
Let me give you a better analogy.
Literally, no, that's what's going on.
Yeah, it's not.
Gibbs, let's throw it to Gibbs. Wait, we're throwing it to Gibbs, and then it's gonna be Hutch responding to that.
Yeah, let me give you a better analogy. What really happened is the Border Patrol is going, oh my God, we're dying out here of thirst. And Biden whipped out his weak old man dick and then pissed on him. And they said, oh, thank you, Jesus. I needed the water in my life. And thank God. That's what they were asking for. They needed something, and it was better than nothing. I mean, honestly, if I'm dying in the Sahara, I'd fucking drink some piss too.
Why don't you put the bill?
And I'll tell you why. Hold on. Oh, let me finish. I know you like to interrupt, but
I didn't
it's not
bring
the Pisco show.
torches.
Here's the deal. It's real simple. Yeah, when we go look at this bill that in 2018 had more of everything you asked for. The only thing it didn't have the Dreamers. And why it didn't have the Dreamers is he took it to the Republican base. The Republican base along the border said, fuck that. They took it back and didn't have it. Hold on. This is how dishonest. Hold on. It's not a free point. This is how dishonest you're being because the same bill came around again, basically, but with less. And guess what? The same group of people rioted. Hold on. No, not the Trump people. Trump just knows it was a big enough group of Republicans that sat here on the border and go, no, we don't want this shit. And guess what? The Dems didn't even put forth anything about the Dreamers, so they killed the bill that was better and had more of what they wanted, and they just used the Dreamers as an excuse.
You just said
total dishonesty because they wanted to ship more people across the nation.
This is what happened.
It's very clear. It's very no. It is what happened. You killed it over the You killed it over the Dreamers. Where were the Dreamers on the new bill? Well, let me ask you this: it was bipartisan. Why didn't the Dems include the Dreamers on the new bill?
Okay, Pisco, it's a great response, but Hutch has been waiting very much, and I want to throw it over to Hutch.
You need to be clear about.
Damn, I want Pisco to respond to
We need to
that.
be clear about what the Border Patrol said. What they said was the head of the Border Patrol said, while not perfect, the Border Act of 2024 is a step in the right direction and is far better than the current status quo. This is why the National Border Patrol Council endorses this bill and hopes for its quick passage. Donald Trump personally intervened, called conservative senators and threatened them if they were to give Biden a win during an election year. What you're saying is that you know better than the Border Patrol Union, which, again, this is a divided government. You're not going to get some bill that makes Republicans entirely happy and Democrats entirely happy. It did put limitations on our asylum. That would have helped. It did
What
hire
was the
more.
first thing they said? It's better than the status quo.
Excuse me. Let me just finish. To hire more immigration judges. It did have more
Fire
funding
Admiral
to hire
Gibbs,
more
thumbnail
Border Patrol
face there.
agents. And Donald Trump killed the bill. So I just don't think you guys have a leg to stand on to saddle this entirely on Biden's watch when he worked with Republicans in good faith for months. You had the leader of the Senate on the Republican side endorse the bill. You had Lankford. It's not fake news. You can look up the quote yourself.
Listen, we're not the war's on, the migration's on, none of this got done.
We got people waiting. Wait, one second. Wait.
I get my chance.
What?
I would like a chance to talk.
Okay, but I understand you have a chance to talk, but IRI's been waiting, Turk's been waiting, Joe's been waiting. There's a lot of people who are in line, so I gotta get to everyone. There's 8 people. It is what it is. A lot of people don't like each other, so they're very energetic. I'm gonna get down the list. So I'm just gonna go down the list straight up to make sure people have a chance to speak who haven't talked much of the show. And IRI, I want to throw it to you first, then Turk, then Joe, then we're probably gonna get to Rob eventually.
So yeah, I mean, the border is shut down courtesy of Biden's executive order. It's a temporary fix. It'll probably get struck down by the courts eventually, as Pisco said. It's but you can look up yourselves. The border crossing numbers are the same as the end of the Trump administration. Now, that being said, I want to go back to my question about what is Trump's plan to make housing more affordable. The only thing I've heard is drill, baby, drill. Increase the drilling, going to bring down inflation, if I understood correctly. But inflation is already below 3%. The lowest it's going to go is like 2%. So I'd love to hear more about that from you guys, because Kamala's proposed some ideas, which you guys poo-pooed on. But what is Trump offering to bring down my rent?
So yeah, I don't want to run too much defense, and I really love Gibbs. Sometimes God brings its strongest soldiers for the hardest battles, so that's always nice to see. I am kind of concerned, however, that nobody on the right side talked about some of the housing policies that he proposed. I don't agree with them. I almost said the M word there. I'm sorry. I hope that lovely person kicks rocks with these policies. But he did articulate the idea of federal land usement. So basically repurposing some of the federal land that's currently not in use, like military bases, certain things within the Bureau of Land Management, to turn that into housing. I don't agree with that. And there's very obvious reasons why. Any liberal who pays attention to the news for 30 seconds can understand why that's a poor policy. Another one is the idea of restricting in some capacity larger corporations from buying homes and using them for things like rental.
It's just like they're buying like less than 1% of homes. It's like 1% of like flipped homes. Even it's not even real. It's not even real homes. It's not even all homes.
Properties. He spoke to that a little bit. And then he also, as I think Gibbs was trying to articulate and others were trying to articulate, some relation with immigration as it relates to construction. Basically, he argues in one way or another that restricting immigration can help reduce housing costs. I don't know how exactly that.
I predict lowering rates will lower inflation because interest and national debt will go down, taking massive stimulus interest payments down. I mean, we're gonna. I don't think at this point. So I got distracted by Minecraft. Okay, sorry, what were you saying? Well, your MMT rates are raising rates actually raises inflation, and lowering rates will actually lower inflation. I don't know. I don't think any empirical data really demonstrates that. I think it's far more likely that lowering rates will increase aggregate demand and probably keep inflation. I doubt it'll increase inflation much. I'll probably give it relatively stable at like where it's at about 2%.
That works out, but that does tie to a deeper point where it would be interesting if there was a second debate just specifically.
Wait, it's not about
on housing.
This is basic logic, but you can make a basic like mechanistic like explanation to prove like anything in economics. That's the issue. Is that I can probably say like 2 contradictory things and make a model that'll lead to both.
Especially considering that wasn't mentioned in the previous debate at all.
No, you're wrong. Didn't we just illustrate, like, you have your thing where you say lowering rates will lower inflation, but I could just like easily say, lowering rates is going to increase aggregate demand, which is going to increase inflation. Like, we probably need some empirical data to like test these assumptions or whatever.
Turk,
So just to clarify.
Oh, okay, all right.
Well, can I
quick 15, 20 seconds because we got to get down the list.
Yeah. So it sounds like privatize federal land, kick people out, and restrict corporations from certain business practices. And I wonder if my conservative friends would agree with those things.
Where is Kamala Harris going to get the procurement for her housing?
All right, we chill.
Where is she going to procure the land for that?
Yeah, but
she did propose using federal land to build housing. What the fuck is that?
It doesn't
mean land. She would be offering incentives. She would be offering incentives to make it cheaper and for.
Yeah, no, that's why. Is that what her plan is?
Yes. Is that what her plan is? It actually specifically goes for like 1,200 square foot homes, a specific tax credit for these businesses to incentivize them to build
more homes.
You spend money and you have public-private partnerships. It's not that difficult in terms of what do you think they did for the infrastructure?
Yeah. So hang on.
What do you think they did?
Why would we need federal land to build housing? there's plenty of state land. I mean, doesn't the federal government actually own like almost 30% of land in the U.S.? It's just most of that federal land is useless desert. It's just like if the federal government wants to build more housing, then like the land that they can utilize to do it cheaply is probably going to be federal land that they already own, and not state land that they would have to work with state governments to negotiate with, or private land that they would have to buy.
Yeah, you have public-private partnerships. You have state offices as well that coordinate where to build stuff. It's not something that's like
unheard of. Three electric chargers they built for like how many billion was that? Somebody said it earlier. Like how many offices did it take to like spend that many billions of dollars?
You want to go line item by line item.
Oh, you want to talk about economics? This is what's so frustrating to Republicans and normies, really. And it's crazy to come on these panels. And I feel like I'm the only one that talks to anybody outside of their house ever. You talk to these people and they go, man, it's really
You'll acknowledge we pay interest and treasury rate, and this rate is affected by the federal funds rate, which the Fed sets, ignoring the fact that the Fed owns like under the treasury load. The effect of interest rate payments on inflation when debt is only 40% of GDP is probably pretty low, but with U.S. 120% high interest rates is big.
See, the Democrats spent my dollars on things like,
there was that one, I actually don't remember if I read all of it.
$2 billion to study dying butcher's language in Paris, France. Oh, we spent billions of dollars on 3 electric charging stations under Biden's administration's what is it, Make America Bullshit Again bill. It's fucking crazy. Like, I'm just sitting here seeing this, and y'all are trying to sit here and say this is economic growth because y'all throw money at a problem with no real solution, and then just expect the regular American taxpayers to pick up the slack.
Pisco, you keep saying this, but the amount of EV chargers on Biden's watch has doubled. And they're currently building 1,000 new chargers each week. Where are you getting this?
I don't know where
I had an article on
the
this.
Biden administration hasn't done anything to address the cost of the EVs and then the worker shortages within that. That's all.
Here it is.
Has been one of the problems.
They did a federal rebate for the EVs. What do you mean? There's a $7,500 cash rebate for EVs.
For like an hour, and I watch y'all dance. I just want to tap dance a little bit, and then you can respond. The point I'm trying to make here is that there's still gaps within its particular policies, which is something I mentioned to Pisco like an hour and a half ago at this point concerning housing, and maybe him and I will have to have a conversation about this after the stream itself, so we can like sort of hash that part out.
I'm gonna roll this on.
There are gaps. I agree with you, Joe. There are gaps.
I need to go get a drink. Wait, what is that? What this?
That had to go through the process, the meat grinder.
This is your MMT arguments here.
And so I can't go on a line item by line item basis and speak to all the electric chargers or whatever, but I do know
it's 8 chargers.
Not to cut you off. Like you spoke toward.
Lookless. Why would federal rebates not fall into taxing and spending and/or Commerce Clause? I feel like the federal rebates thing for buying EVs is probably like that. I mean, that's like directly like taxing and spending, and
it's the 3 million houses.
That intuitively seems like to me to be pretty clearly within the federal government's authority. I don't know. Maybe you can derive some argument, but
right. There's still a problem about land usage and land utilization that's going to be a direct challenge that she has to address. I think if she is going to do something like parade the 3 million houses policy, she should also articulate to people, how am I going to deal with those upfront obstructions if I want to do public-private partnership, like restrictive zoning laws, like just zoning generally, like the you know what I'm saying? Like,
no. That will absolutely have to be worked out. I'm not saying it's going to be that, like, okay, maybe I didn't mean to imply that it was trivial. These are things that are going to take time and money and resources to think about and smart people to craft legislation. But like, yes, I understand that. But Kamala's not going to say that on a debate stage and say, there's zoning issues. Like, it's an idea. Well, it's a concrete idea. And the same thing doesn't apply to Trump. Trump's like, we're going to deport 20 million people. Where are the logistics for that? Where are the concerns about government expenditures for that and paying for everyone's court fees and increasing exponentially the number of immigration judges to process deportation orders? Okay, so I understand that there's going to be logistics down the road. Those are going to have to be dealt with. But I think that it's not this unthinkable hurdle for home purchases.
Okay, you just have to be the final question, Joe, because we have 2 people on the list, Turk and Rob, okay?
Because look, like real talk, like one part of me just thinks this way, where it's like, I don't really get, like when Republicans were talking about build a wall, they weren't necessarily arguing the semantics of like, well, what's the wall going to be made of? They just said, no, motherfucker, you build that wall and we'll figure it out later. However, something that Kamala Harris in this case, and even Donald Trump in this case, if we're talking about the border wall, needs to articulate is that what does that look like to do those things, which is why, again, I'm arguing that there needs to be more debate. And I think it's the onus of those who are in support of Biden-Harris, the onus of those in support of Trump-Vance to be like, yo, no, you need to debate more, but those debates have to be concentrated. That allows focus for Kamala Harris to pin him on particular policy points. That allows Donald Trump to stay focused, something that he struggles with in debates already, and any Republican who says otherwise is being dishonest. So that could be something of a good if those debates moving forward are directly concentrated on those policy gaps that both these parties are representing.
But why is there this pressure on Kamala to come forward with more details and not Trump? I haven't heard. You're the first person.
We're throwing that question to Turk. To Turk is that question is going.
Thank you for allowing me to answer that question. So IRI, I 100% agree. I wish we could have focused in the debate this week on actually drilling into the policies that we're going to be going forth in 2025, next year, right? And this reinforces what Joe's asking. It's like, I really wish there was more substance to this debate. And unfortunately, Kamala was not really pressed on some of the details on her positions that she said. I understand y'all were able to debunk Andrew's point.
He doesn't support it. No, localists, you don't support a federal gold standard. You want only the states to have gold standards, right? That's probably his position. How the fuck is there already a piglet out here, dude?
Policy. It's like, yes, there was 3, but it's like, we want more, right? Then when Trump was asked about policy questions, I give y'all the Medicare one, but like y'all didn't like that answer, so that's on you, not on necessarily
What about tariffs?
Trump.
Do you agree with this tariff policy? 10% on everything coming into the country, maybe 20%?
I think it worked a little bit. There probably is some refinement that could happen, and it's probably
Some refinement?
That's going to increase prices in the short to medium.
Wait, I'm sorry. Refinement is when you increase tariffs to 10% across the board. That's refinement.
But we would love to
From when he only put tariffs on like what he put them on steel and aluminum, and did he ever put tariffs? I don't think he ever put tariffs on EVs. I think only Biden put tariffs on
dive
EVs.
into these specifics a bit more in the debate, rather than continuing to act on previous policies that he did do. Let's talk about the future, right? We're trying to go forward. That's why I think we needed to focus more on the actual policies, and just Kamala never got that opportunity. And that's why I think in the debate, she did good on the delivery, but she didn't do good on the policy. And that's why, going back to the original query for the debate here tonight, I don't think she did really well.
And to be clear, I am not pushing back on the idea that Donald Trump should not debate, and the onus isn't on him either, right? The onus is on both of them, though, because Donald Trump has to stop like being afraid of women or whatever the fuck he's going on about. Apparently, has some fear against women. He's having 2 debates now, which is not. I mean, it is what it is, but it's still like it's the onus on both of them to articulate.
Yeah, Trump definitely has character flaws, and he could have done a lot better to address the specific questions. He shouldn't have caught the bait. We agree. A lot of us actually agree at the beginning in our opening statements. But again, I want to drive this fact. It's like we need to know more about the policy and how it's actually impacted. Talking to these 3 million houses, where are these houses really needed? They're needed in urban areas, right? They're needed in suburbs, right? Where are we going to put them? Going back to Joe Lewis's point, are we going to start doing eminent domain? Are we going to go?
We need to peg our currency to Bitcoin. True. Peg it to Dogecoin, bro. Actually, what's the most volatile? Dude, peg it to fucking Logan Paul's crypto scam, fucking dink-doink shit. That's what we really need.
Buy bulk land out by the airports.
Whatever the most volatile cryptocurrency is, peg it to that.
These are things we need to know and we need to talk about, and we need to at least have a discussion.
Why have a currency in the first place? Because it's what? Oh fuck. Medium of exchange is obviously the big one. Unit of account is the second one. The third one. Medium exchange unit of account. Medium exchange unit of account. Medium of exchange unit of account. Medium of exchange unit of account. Medium exchange unit of account. Medium exchange unit of account. And medium of exchange unit of account. Oh, how did I forget? Oh, fuck. What's the third one? The third one. Medium of exchange. Unit of account. It's like, I think it's something to do with the ability to save it. 3 uses of money. Store of value. Yeah, that's what it is with saving. Yeah, store of value, which you don't necessarily get of goods that you can barter. Medium of exchange, which is you don't really get that. Bartering is a medium of exchange, so it's probably more efficient to use money, because money is just easier to carry around than having to trade goats and cows for everything. Yeah, and then unit of account allows you to easily compare the value of things. It's just a unit to quantify the value of something. So I can easily quantify that this microphone is worth one of these used phones. They're roughly equal in value, or it's worth 500 energy drinks.
About it.
Yeah, thank you. I should have. Hopefully I won't forget it now. Medium of exchange, unit of account, and store value. Store value. I remembered it had something to do with saving. I just didn't remember what the technical phrase was. Oh,
Zoning isn't the major issue. Like, you understand we have a housing shortage because construction companies
it's an
not building
example
homes
to the
due
argument.
the pandemic because of the rising interest rates. Like, they are ready to build if we can incentivize them. It's not a matter of land or where they're going to do it. They'll work that out.
Who's they?
Yeah.
Who's they? Who are they? Who are these people ready to build?
Hey, bro, they nacho fries, you know?
No. The entire universe of public and private stakeholders. So there's an entire legion.
The entire
of people.
universe.
This is nebulous.
Wait.
Answer the question.
Lizard overlords, bro. Lizard overlords.
Private landowners, state regulators, state governors, the federal regulators, the administration itself. A lot of people need to coordinate to make this happen. We're not saying that doesn't need to happen, but they will find a way if their incentives are there. IRI is absolutely correct. You guys are being delusional if you think that the government, our government cannot invest in housing. Our government absolutely has capacity to invest in housing.
We got to throw it over to Rob because Rob's been waiting.
Okay, thanks. Now, I think if we're trying to take this to the debate a little, Gibbs illustrated exactly what the point of Donald Trump is that he took the bait, right? So I set this argument up with Hutch. I asked Hutch, I said, if an executive order would be able to solve immigration, why didn't Biden do it 3 years ago? Why instead did he say that the border was secure? Please, Gibbs, you've already made yourself full enough. Why didn't he allow or say that it was a problem the whole time? Why did he gaslight America and Kamala Harris gaslight Mayorkas gaslight and say it wasn't a problem? And Hutch immediately goes, well, the better solution would be it's about asylum policy and blah, blah, blah. And he does this song and dance, which Gibbs then takes the bait. The point that I'm trying to make is...
Oh, how am I taking the bait here whenever I'm quoting real issues and actual policy?
Because I set up what the ultimate argument would be, and I was unable to finish it for 25 minutes because you took it in a different direction, taking the
Sure,
bait.
so that's not bait. I'm bringing real issues.
Because intelligently, what Pisco did
This
is very
debate is
similar to
so
what Kamala
gay.
Harris did, is say, but the real problem is there was a bipartisan bill that Biden wanted that Trump didn't do. Then we spent 30 minutes talking about that bipartisan bill. When what we really saw, what Hutch illustrated was, if an executive order would have been able to solve this, but Biden refused to do it, it proves that
Because it's
they
illegal.
were happy with the direction the border was going, which the American people are against. And they're only
Because the executive order is illegal.
now trying to talk about it because it's an election issue, which gets to the problem of this debate and with Kamala Harris, which is she has not had any adversarial press. She has been hidden. She only gave an 18-minute pre-recorded interview with Dana Bash. She didn't have policies up on her website. Turk is correct that it's just facsimile like
She does have an issue page up now,
statements
but
that she's now using, many of them of which have been copied from the Trump administration. And it gets to the point, like I said, that Bernie Sanders said, she's just saying what she thinks the American people want to hear. That's it. And Hutch is okay with that. Hutch proves it. Because Hutch is now saying...
it's illegal until Biden overturned a law. True.
Please, let me... She's please, to the please, to win an let me finish. Please, I tried to be generous this whole debate and not interrupt.
Do you agree that taxing and spending must be pursuant to another amendment and rebates for EVs does not regulate interstate commerce in any way? I don't know if it necessarily doesn't regulate interstate commerce in any way. And I don't know enough about the purview to the taxing and spending clause. I don't know, intuitively, you're going to know more about the legal arguments than I do, obviously. Intuitively, I don't see why Congress wouldn't be able to give tax rebates for almost anything it wants. to be able to tax people on their income and say, hey, if you have a child, we're not going to tax you as much because you have a child, so we're going to give you a tax credit. I don't really that intuitively me feels like it would be within their purview, but maybe I don't know. Thanks for the follow, woke CIA Trump pilot. Base name. Welcome to the stream.
Okay, so Hutch proves that point. He's saying, well, the Biden administration could have solved this day one.
So true, Clifton. Okay.
They wanted with an executive order. They could have. That's how they did it now. That's how they solved it now. And my point is,
But the executive order is illegal.
gaslit us for 3 years and said there's no problem at the border. 2021, no border problem. 2022, no border problem. 2023, no border problem. 2024, there's a border problem. It's Trump's fault. Oh, but now we can solve it with an executive order. Oh, and by the way, when we tell you all the shit that we could have done while we were in office, like reduce inflation and build houses, and we're gonna do child tax credits, all this shit that we could have done. Now we promise we'll do them just until the election's over, and then if they win, they'll rescind on all of these promises. So what I'm telling you is, it is clear that if you're listening, don't take the bait. This debate is about one thing: the record of Donald Trump. He's had 4 years of policies that he's instituted. He's had adversarial relationships with the press.
Been a border problem since 1492.
City halls and etc. where he's talked over. In fact, he talks too much. He's constantly going on places where he's talking about his policies and other things. Kamala Harris hid, and in this debate she said nothing, and she has a history of flip-flopping on every major policy position, and she did not give any details on how that would change. And we can see that her administration lied to you, not just about Biden's cognitive decline, but lied to you about the border, could have solved it at any point with an executive order, and chose
An illegal executive order.
Until they knew it was an issue for the election. Now they're pretending to give a shit. As soon as they're elected, it'll go right back to the same open border policies.
I do agree with Rob on one thing. I think that we should go after people's records. And I think the record that most matters is this former president's attempt to steal the 2020 election, which is the area you guys don't want to get into. You think that we don't want to talk about economics.
Focus on Kamala's
you guys think that we don't want to talk about economics. We just spent the vast majority of the debate talking about economics.
Well, it's because you don't understand economics.
You want to know...
No one here. No one here understands economics. I'm pretty sure Rob Noor doesn't understand that decreasing the interest rate will in effect increase the money supply because banks will loan out more. Borrowing will increase and borrowing and banks can create money when they give out loans. And I don't think Pisco understands that decreasing the interest rate doesn't inherently increase the money supply. It only increases the money supply once borrowing increases. It's the banks that are the ones that actually increase the money supply, and I don't think Rob Noor understands that quantitative easing is probably not really printing money. It's just shifting assets between a securities account and reserves accounts. It's not actually printing money. I don't think they understand how the Fed works. I don't think they even know I don't think they know that the Fed has 3 different interest rates that it controls. It didn't sound like they do because all the interest rates have different effects. They control the discount rate, they control the federal funds rate, and they control the interest on reserves. Now the interest on reserves has to be equal to the federal funds rate, but they can have different effects, obviously. But so I don't know. Like I don't pretend to understand the Fed that much. That's not my expertise. But how much does interest rate affect lending? I don't actually know. Well, you're going to say that banks don't lend out reserves, which I don't know whether they do or not. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, you guys like not knowing
Let's
how to
focus on the other previous
what people in
policies
this,
and not the
people in
other
this country
previous
care about,
policies.
Gotcha. What people care about in this country is the fact that the former president tried to steal the 2020 election and doesn't give a shit about our constitution.
He didn't try to steal that. This is another lie.
Okay, wait. Well, first, how about, let's do it this way because I don't like the, first, Pisco, you have a minute to explain how he tried to steal the election. Gibbs, you get a minute to respond how he didn't and how it's a lie, okay? And Hutch, I'll write your name down. I gotta use the bathroom. Please don't say slur.
Sure, yeah. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. You don't agree with that, Gibbs? You don't agree that Donald Trump fairly lost the 2020 election? But I'll say it again.
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
Someone gave a I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Or maybe I was joking. I'll give you that. I confused Andrew before too, so my apologies for that. So he absolutely lost the 2020 election. Recounts confirm it. Court cases confirm it. Investigations by governments confirm it, both state and federal. And even though he lost the election, he tried to remain in office. He tried to do so through several means, including but not limited to
the Wi-Fi shitting itself again. I don't
trying
know.
to convince state legislatures to rescind their electoral votes, and trying to have his crowd pressure and then ultimately insurrect against the government for the purpose of stealing the 2020 election. And that is absolutely disqualifying. He has promised to pardon the criminals who attacked police officers in the Capitol on January 6th, and he is nowhere close to competent or fit for that reason by itself. Even if I were to grant you, which I don't, any of the economic policy that you just spoke about, the fact that this man tried to upend our constitutional structure is by itself disqualifying. And I'm sure you're going to tell us, Gibbs, now about why he didn't do that and how I'm assuming you're going to say he didn't lose.
Gibbs?
Notice how he directs it directly to Gibbs because he knows he'll take the bait again.
Wait.
Oh no. I'd so much rather talk about the economy than the J6 stuff. They're all going to pivot away from the economy stuff. I don't think any of them. Listen, I don't understand how the Federal Reserve works, but all I know is that they also don't understand how the Federal Reserve works. I know enough to know that they don't know enough. But I know enough also to know that I don't know enough.
Wait. Let me just quickly say. Yes. No, Gibbs said the thing, and so I said, wait, let's let Pisco say it, let's let Gibbs say it, and I want to have them respond. Rob, you can talk about it after. If you think Gibbs doesn't make a good point, you can make a good point after. Gibbs?
Yeah, Rob, see, listen, I think you're talking at cross purposes, Rob. One, I don't think he said that first. He said his speech peaceful, patriotically. It's been pretty well established. We're just going over going lies. You know what? If I was Trump, I'd probably think things were rigged against me too. I haven't seen any evidence that it's overwhelmingly rigged against him or with whatever, but some of the lawfare could make me see that as if I was Trump. Now, that being said, I don't give a shit about that. You know what I care about? Let me tell you what I care about. The treasonous behavior by the Biden administration and the Harris administration along the border.
On what? Oh, on the border. I thought he was going to say on prosecuting Trump. But...
I have sat here and heard all this bullshit. Texas, when they joined the United States as a country, it was on the condition, A, we're going to sell part of our land, get our debts done. B, the Rio Grande, which Texas already fought a second war after the war of independence. Hold on. No. If you let me finish. Texas already fought a second war with Mexico on their own without the U.S.'s help to establish the Rio Grande as our border. That was established. Then, after we established the border of the Rio Grande as a border, we fought Mexico. I don't know if you might have heard of it. Big thing called the Mexican-American War. Yeah, the Mexican-American War. Zachary Taylor got elected president afterwards because he was Rio Grande. Yeah, big thing happened. Maybe, you know, it gets fought over. Mainly because the Rio Grande was the defining point. And now, what we've said here and seen is the Biden administration open it up and then try to stop Texas from defending its sovereign border, which it was agreed upon. The whole reason we were joining the U.S. was protection along that border. I haven't said anything about seceding.
Do you not want them to secede? Yes or no, Gibbs? Do you want them to
no, I mean, right now, no. Maybe later, who knows? I don't know.
Maybe later.
Okay, you both got a minute. I will say, Gibbs, I'll give you another 20 seconds because you didn't really address the question.
Yeah, I mean, because this question is bullshit, right? And this is what I'm saying. If we're comparing what's more treasonous, I would say everything on the board is much more treasonous than the speech that Trump gave, and where he said peacefully and patriotically, and then other people took it to heart and went crazy.
You just said you want to leave the union, Gibbs.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? This is bullshit. Hold on. If I said, hold on. I guess I'm just bullshit. Let me tell you something. Pisco here, he's a lawyer, right? He knows about contract law. If one party doesn't uphold their obligations, guess what? The other party has to be one out of the contract. Yeah, and so whenever they don't enforce the border, that's just as treasonous.
It's a warning.
You can accuse the Trump.
It's a warning. What Gibbs is doing is warning, saying if you don't agree with Texas on border policy, we might leave because it's a contract. And
because we signed.
You're defending secessionist thought, and
no, I'm defending our border, which you are not. You are opening up for everybody.
I just want to say you are literally giving I'm not even exaggerating, the exact.
Why do you hate farmers and ranchers on the border?
You are literally giving the exact same argument that the Confederates gave for why they were allowed to leave the Union. That this was a contract. Wait, no, yes, you are. That this was a contract.
Sanctuary cities are also giving the same argument.
Can we, guys, 20 seconds and we're moving on. This is a dead end, okay?
Sure, it's a dead end, but I want to finish this. That Gibbs is giving the Confederacy argument, which was.
You're lying.
I'm about to explain why. I'm about to explain why it's the exact same.
You're explaining correctly.
The legal argument of the Confederates was we entered into this union on conditions, and once the union rescinded the.
None of them were sovereign countries.
Please stop. Look, I said 20, 30 seconds. Pisco, 15 seconds. I have a timer. Go.
Yeah. Once they breached that contract, that is the union by electing Lincoln, who was going to stop the expansion of slavery, that they had the right to secede. That was the exact secessionist argument that you just heard from Gibbs.
Gibbs, you have 15 seconds. Go.
Yeah. How many of those states were also their own separate countries before joining the union? There's a reason Texas is the only state that can fly its flag equal to the United States flag because we were the Republic of Texas. We won our independence of the United States without their help. So guess what? We came in on equal footing. Part of the equal footing bargaining and part of the contract is you're both of sound mind. Okay. You agree to something. The United States is not fully there into the bargain here with regards to the border. You would know that with the law school and we're actually lawyers.
Okay. Rob, you wanted to respond to something earlier?
Yes. Notice how I said in my opening that what you'll see is the constant deflection from the records of the Harris-Biden administration and the Trump administration, and how things like the economy and border were much better under him. We got Hutch to it.
They've talked about that for an hour, 30 minutes now. They only recently shifted to the J6 stuff. That
actually all it would have taken was an executive order from the Harris-Biden administration to solve everything. They instead lied for 3 years and said that the border was secure.
An illegal executive order. He keeps leaving that part out.
There was no answer from anyone on the left by that. But Pisco is smart, like Kamala Harris was smart in throwing out bait. And just like Trump took the bait, Gibbs takes the bait. So he does exactly what I said he would do in the opening statement.
Keep talking shit about Gibbs. I think he can do that. I'm not going to take it. It's just because I have a different argument style than him. I'm not going to sit here and argue about it in the weeds whenever I have really shit about.
Thank you, Localist, for confirming you are in fact a treasonous, and there's no reason I should take anything from you seriously.
He's not. The only thing he's not walking in his own reputation because he's sitting here. He's wrong. I'm spitting facts. He's over here sad. I don't know. I'm sorry for being wrong.
No, I appreciate the interruptions from everyone. I'll finish my point.
Okay, we're gonna finish with Rob. Hutch, I got your name down.
It's okay. Okay, so again, all that this did was Pisco. He knew that they had to take the bait because they don't have an answer for the fact that the American people correctly blame the Biden-Harris administration because they could have solved this.
Oh my God, you've already talked about the border and the economy for the entire panel so far. I think it's fair if they want to talk about the J6 stuff, you can talk about that for at least a little bit, guys. Come on. I actually said I'd rather talk about the economy than the J6 stuff, but just because it's funny to. It's more interesting. I learned more trying to figure out what they're talking about because they say something I don't think it's true and I have to fucking Google it.
With an executive order, right? Hutch was the one the question was directed to. So I'll get Hutch's answer. I don't need your answer, Pisco.
I want a fucking pet raccoon, dude.
We'll see what Hutch says. He's the one that said that the executive order solved all this. So they intentionally allowed this to occur. And what they're doing on the left is just what Harris did, was it refused to talk about these things and instead pivot to more democracy, more racist. I talked to Pisco, as he knows, probably 20 plus hours on January 6th. It's been litigated ad nauseum. It's all as people were struggling to buy eggs and milk and afford houses. Pisco and Hutch and IRI and their ilk were celebrating the January 6th committee, celebrating throwing nonviolent prisoners in jail, celebrating the terrible treatment of them. That's the
nonviolent prisoners.
So to the undecided voter out there, I implore you, were your wages going up under Trump? Could you afford homes? Could you afford eggs? Could you afford groceries?
Why are mortgage rates so much, Rob Nora? Why?
More secure? Were we on the verge of World War III? The answer is all of those things were better, and Pisco and company don't give a shit. They're fine with that because they just want to use lawfare to go after their opponents and scream racism and mud democracy, just like they did in 2016, saying Trump would be a racist and a threat to democracy. Same tired argument.
We also have
Wow, who was right? Wow, who was right about the Trump being a threat to democracy thing in 2016? I think the liberals were mostly right in that one, Chief.
Had the
Unfortunately
largest
for you.
protests in our
Yeah.
nation's history when Donald Trump was president. The largest amount of civil unrest. Do we really want to go back to that? Because
Yeah, it was all whipped up by communists.
You also lost 1.1 million people to a
Communists.
pandemic. I bet you if Hillary Clinton was president, wouldn't have lost anywhere near as many of those people.
Wait, what?
I'm living in there.
My turn, Gibbs. Hang on. Let me question Ira.
Hutch, then Andrew. Hutch, then Andrew. Hutch just raised his hand a bit ago. Then Andrew.
This is
I kind of want to take a different tack, so let them finish this up, and I want to ask a different
Andrew.
No, yeah, answer Rob's question, Hutch. Don't run. Answer his question. No, you didn't answer shit. Answer his question.
It cuts both ways. If Donald Trump was able to do border wall by appropriating defense funds, why didn't he do it the first year if it was such an emergency on the border?
It's whataboutism.
You're going through Congress, right?
Excuse me. I'll answer the
there you
question.
go.
It's whataboutism. One. So you refuse to answer the question. Said, what about Trump? Yes, it is.
No,
You're the one that said
he wanted a bill from Congress, and Trump killed the bill, and he didn't
it wasn't
execute
just. That's not true. What in 2021 did Trump kill the bill? In 2022 did Trump kill the bill? In 2023 did Trump
Why
kill
did
the
Trump
bill?
build the wall in 2017?
Because he was stymied by.
He could have done it himself.
You asked a question. You asked a question, and I'll answer. That's right. If you don't like the question,
I want to hear.
What you'll notice is that localist, as much as he pretends to care about the Constitution, he doesn't actually. It's just so funny. Like, he'll constantly like mention to me, like, "Oh, don't you think Kamala Harris's policies are unconstitutional?" But like, he apparently supports secession, and also he supports Mike Pence's ability to overturn the election unilaterally. And like, he won't even read the counter arguments. The amount of times I have linked him the memo that Greg Jacobs sent to Mike Pence saying, "Hey, you can't overturn the election," multiple times, and he just won't. Maybe he can't read, or he doesn't know how to click a link, but like, he won't read it. And like, it goes over like all the ways like this is unconstitutional. Like, the District Court of Columbia ruled that the Electoral Count Act would not give Pence the authority to do this before J6 was even tried. Like,
Rob's response. I can't hear his response.
I will answer if
Rob's
you
in trouble right now.
I'm not in trouble. All right, please. Someone who claimed that they wanted to stay in their bubble, not debate me, you should keep your own advice. The reason is, right, because you're the person that said that a simple executive order was able to secure the border. The fact is, the border was much more secure, largely because of the executive orders of Donald Trump when he was there. I never said Trump could build a wall by executive order. You're the person who said that an executive order, quote, secured the border right now. You can't answer for the fact that if that's all it took.
I did. Listen.
Again, you did not answer, and I'll repeat it. Why did Biden lie for 3 years and say the border was secure when all he had to do was pass an executive order? Why did he let millions and millions?
Wait. The question was directed towards Hutch, so I'm going to have Hutch respond, then we're going to go to Pisco because he's raising his hand. Well, Andrew, is your thing filled in? Yeah, it was going to be Hutch, Andrew, then Pisco.
I've answered the question. I'm happy to answer it again. A more meaningful way to address the border issue is through Congress. He tried to get that done. When Trump killed that bill, he used an executive order.
That's a lie. What Congress bill was he pushing in 2021?
It's on his website. He has a
Which bill was he pushing in 2021 or in 2022 or in 2023?
He did the immigration bill, as far as I understand, in 2021. I'm not familiar with the specifics.
You've only cited one bill that you said was bipartisan. So if he did something that was totally different, that wasn't this bipartisan bill that didn't have support of Republicans, it wasn't just that he could have solved it with a bill. He was literally gaslighting the country. So was Kamala Harris, that there wasn't a border crisis. So was Mayorkas.
I think there was never a point where they were saying that it wasn't a crisis. Mayorkas was testifying in front of Congress saying that our system is stretched beyond its capacity. Our current infrastructure along our border was never meant to deal with this level of influx. I tried to explain it to you guys before. The issue is our asylum laws. It's not people like crossing the border illegally. It's our asylum infrastructure being overwhelmed by tens of thousands of people coming from Central South America and Mexico. He tried to pass a bill meaningfully addressing that, and Trump killed it. And so he didn't.
Didn't Kamala go down there to address the root causes of the issue and just fail?
And guess what?
Just like when she went to go negotiate.
Oh, thank you, Hutch. Yes, Hutch knows. Thank you.
She's really bad at negotiations for foreign policy.
Listen, you're talking about the Northern Triangle. She was in charge of a diplomatic mission to help address the root causes of migration from those countries. No, guess what happened when she started doing that? Migration went down from those countries every year. We announced a massive aid package to Guatemala that Trump canceled on his watch. If you really want to address migration,
how did he cancel it on his watch if she was the czar under Biden? How does that make sense? Did he like somehow like take over for Biden and cancel the policy?
When he was president, he canceled foreign aid package that we were giving to Guatemala at the time. And guess what the fuck happened? Migration increased from that country.
Why are they getting money anyway?
What do you want? It's a way to address the issue. If you want to reduce migration, you can help them have better domestic situations. So that
or we just build a wall that works.
More economic. Okay, I'm glad you brought up the wall. He claims that he built hundreds of new miles of wall. Then why did we have this massive influx? Did it help?
Because the Bidens have been tearing it down.
No,
They've been tearing it down. Haven't they been building more of it? Like, aren't people mad that they're continuing to build it? Or no, people are also mad. I think the progressives were mad because they were continuing to build it at all, and the conservatives were mad that they had sold the materials to build the wall and then had to use the money that was supposed to be to build new walls to rebuy the materials to build the wall. So those were the two sides of that issue.
If I may, to address specifically the lie, or maybe just the misunderstanding that Hutch just said, he said that no one was saying the Biden administration wasn't saying the border wasn't secure. In 2019, the border was called a manufactured crisis by Pelosi. In 2021,
what the fuck is that?
Said the border is secure, it is not open. In 2021, Biden said there wasn't a crisis at the border, they're handling it. In April 2021, Psaki said the term crisis referring to the situation at the border is incorrect, it's more of a challenge. And September 2022, let me finish one more. In September 2022, Harris
control until 2022, I believe, right?
And I've been generous in not interrupting you. I think you've agreed to that. So when I'm reading statements that are fact show that you're factually incorrect, please listen and then you can respond. In September of 2022, Vice President Kamala Harris with Chuck Todd said the border is secure, but we do have to manage a broken immigration system. So they constantly downplayed what was going on at the border, saying the border was secure.
I mean, I think that quote kind of actually undermines Rob Noor's point there. Just saying that the immigration system is broken, it has to be fixed. I'm fucking stupid. Anyway.
Said that none of them said the border was secure, or that there was a crisis.
I don't
That was
have
during Title
sticks.
42. That was during.
You want quotes from 2023?
Hang on a second. So just to be clear, everything you just said was during a time in which there were millions of not expulsions, but you just administratively pushing them out under Title 42. You acknowledge that at least, right?
But even still, there were things like that occurring at the time. But the numbers that were coming in at that time were still record numbers. So at the time, these statements were
record numbers under his administration.
not even close. Not even close to the numbers.
In 2019, it was the highest level since Obama.
He had it above Obama. Yeah.
Okay, so then you're saying that
emergency powers during COVID.
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear before I look up the data. Then I'll be quiet and I'll look it up and present it to you. But what you all are saying is that the 2019 numbers of illegal immigrants or undocumented encounters were very similar to 2022. That it wasn't simply worse than 2022.
That's not what they said. They said it was higher than Obama.
Wait. The question. There was a question asked. I do want to make sure that I could hear the rest of it.
Oh my God.
None of us are. You said that there were record numbers. The number of immigration in the late years has been increasing. They increased massively under Donald Trump. It is if you look at the slope, even if you guys are, sometimes it's good to keep an eye on what the Groypers are doing, what Nick Fuentes is doing. He excoriates Donald Trump for this because the number absolutely did spike under Donald Trump at various points in administration. They went down in 2020 when they started doing the Title 42 administrative, which is out because of COVID. Absolutely, that is true. But Biden continued that policy until a certain time, and then the crisis, emerged, and it was really, really, really bad. And so I agree.
But it wasn't a crisis. Still happened to people in New York.
You can even say that some messaging around this has been really, really bad. What you cannot say
No locals.
is that Biden did not present a bill in 2021, a comprehensive immigration plan. He did on day one. He had a hundreds of page long bill that addressed border security, addressed the broken immigration system. So that absolutely is true. And the question about why didn't he do this executive action sooner? I think what Biden is doing is illegal.
Okay, before Pisco goes down. No. This is the worst fucking. No. Ooh, I didn't place it down in time. No, let me go. Anyway, okay. What was I saying? Oh, before Pisco goes down that rabbit hole. Let me just write down. Biden 2021 border bill, so we can read more about this later.
I disagree with him doing that. I think it's unconstitutional.
It solved the problem according. So you're thinking it solved the problem according to.
Thanks, Wi-Fi.
What I'm saying is what you've talked about here, what you've talked about of things spiking under Donald Trump is a red herring because it is unresponsive to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there was clearly a crisis as the numbers show that we were hitting record highs in 2022, and the message we were getting from the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris, was there is not a crisis at the border. The thrust of their message since 2020. 2022 and 2023 is the border problems being massively blown out of proportion by Republicans.
Was there a crisis?
Please. Yeah, Trump said so. Trump said there was a crisis going back in 2016 and the numbers have exploded since then. Trump was doing everything he could. Trump had a two-pronged approach. One, he was trying to get bills passed that were the government was being shut down in one of the longest government shutdowns in history because Democrats said, walls, please. It was Democrats that shut it down. They were controlling Congress.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Wasn't it because his own party wouldn't agree to the border wall fund?
I said that
he tried to demand a border wall and then he folded. So that's his shutdown.
I'm saying they shut down.
Sorry,
walls were racist. They shut down the government saying that walls were racist, and now it's part of Kamala Harris's plan to build a racist wall.
Well, you guys didn't answer my question about the wall either. I mean, he claims that he built hundreds of miles of new wall. He didn't. It was 52 miles. Let's just take him at his word. He certainly renovated a lot of wall.
It's a clever policy, right?
He said that this would like fix the issue, and then we saw record spikes. So
Can we please get to our point here?
Can we talk for 30 seconds here, Andrew? That's a clever deflection again, trying to take the bait. No, we're not trying to take the bait. Again, notice how Hutch is once more deflecting from the fact that we saw crisis numbers in 2021, 2022, 2023, and the Biden administration was constantly saying it wasn't a crisis. They're only pretending to give a shit now because it's an election year.
Mayorkas testifying in front of Congress saying we need more help. We need a bill for
Oh my God.
I generously let you talk when you're talking. I don't interrupt you, so if you could do me the same courtesy, I would appreciate that. They're bringing this up
Let's wrap this up
during an election year because they're
What? No. Why did they come down? Oh, I'm never gonna get my stuff back, dude.
Shit about it, and just like they pretended to give a shit for 3 years, and if they win, they'll stop giving a shit, and all of a sudden we'll see them flying in illegal immigrants like they're doing with Asian migrants. This is purely about the record of Donald Trump versus the record of the Harris-Biden administration. When it comes to the border and the economy, Trump crushes them in all instances.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, IRI said that the nation under Trump suffered from some of the most widespread protests which were out there. However, IRI, are you willing to acknowledge that Democrats allowed their own cities to get burned down, created Jazz Shop? On top of that, that BLM was headed by Patrisse Cullors, who was a avowed communist Marxist at the head of this, and that this had all of the markings of what is called color revolution. Are you willing to disavow the Marxist leadership of Black Lives Matter, who was at the forefront of those riots, and Democrats were...
I think this is about where I joined, but I didn't stay for very long. I stayed for like maybe 10 minutes before I left.
Alongside with them. Are you willing to do that?
Well, I'm not familiar with any cities that got burnt to the ground. I think a building or a couple buildings got burnt.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Gibbs. Let him answer to the communist charge. Are you willing to disavow the communists who are in charge of Black...
Yeah, I remember this. They were just debating whether the leaders of BLM are like Marxist or whatever.
I'm not a communist. I'm not a common liberal. I don't like communists. They're screwballs. I don't care for those people. But it all happened while Trump was president. Can we admit that?
Yeah, that Democrats worked with communists in order to try to hurt the Trump administration.
Why didn't he invoke the Insurrection Act then, Andrew? Do you condemn him for not invoking the Insurrection Act, yes or no?
No, he allowed states to individually deal with these problems.
Was that a mistake?
No, I don't think that it was a mistake.
But you just said
Bro, let IRI talk. And then you and I, stop talking. Dude, if you cut me off every 5 seconds, I can't even make my point. So anyway, back to this. IRI, you will admit, won't you, that the head of Black Lives Matter, the leadership of Black Lives Matter, were avowed Marxists, correct?
Who knows that?
Yeah,
because we know who they are. Patrisse Cullors.
Wait. Stop. The question was IRI. The question was IRI. I want to hear IRI's response.
Yeah, let me just say, there is no like centralized leadership of BLM that was sending out marching orders across the nation. BLM had its own little thing in each little city. Now I understand there were some people at the top of some sort of like national organization that were some shitheads. I don't disagree with you on that. I don't care.
And that.
Should I debate this Andrew guy, whatever his name is, Andrew Wilson? I don't know. Andrew Wilson might be a little. Andrew Wilson's a pretty big streamer. I don't know if he does. He probably does like callings or something. You could probably do it if you wanted to.
Democrats specifically, were allowing this type of violence to happen in their streets all over the United States, and they would do it on purpose. They would stand down.
The bearded man, yeah, the guy talking right now, yeah, it's Andrew Wilson. You need better channel point rewards? I'm sorry. My channel point rewards are awesome. Excuse me. Like this. For real, I'm not gonna do like push-up stuff.
Content. I got recommended on Twitter.
I wonder if this retarded boomer has fixed his TTS yet. I doubt this extra chromosome having mental midget has the mental capacity
Hold
to
on,
actually
I have TT. You guys just have to use bits for TTS. I don't let you use channel points for TTS. You have to use bits or you have to donate.
learn something.
I'm not giving you guys fucking TTS for free. Fuck that shit. No, you guys gotta pay for that shit, dude. It's like 10 bits to do TTS. So.
So difficult any 8-year child could do. Boss could fuck up.
I have so many good channel points. Are you kidding me? Come on, come on.
What are you doing? Why are you still peeing? Magna!
PPG dog. That's not a good channel point reward. Some Kamala Harris memes. It's gotta finish this first, but.
Magna.
I have so many. You can do AI. You can do like I just only use TTS for free. I gotta incentivize you to spend money somehow. I have so many like the AI, the TTS thing I have linked to AI. Like you can if you donate, there's like an AI guide so you can use AI voices. And then like you can play like fart sound effects and stuff for bits. Yeah, text-to-speech is 5 bits. This you can do text-to-speech stuff here as well. And then text-to-speech here stuff as well too with AI voices.
Now I need to ponder.
Like,
Let's
if you
drop
want-
Tilted Towers and get the victory royale.
Like you just have to. Oh, this is really. Wait, how do I make this less expensive? Why is it 500 bits? It should be 5.
Orders their own police departments to the point. Hang on, IRI. To the point where it was the first influx of gun ownership that we saw, where Democrats started actually move the goalposts for Democrats. Democrats started going and buying guns in mass in order to defend themselves from these very lunatics. Later,
Hold on, sorry.
one acquitted, one Kyle.
Oh, I can
Rittenhouse.
only make it 50? Why am I not able to make it? Why am I not able to make it 5?
self-defense, who I remember on your show, you tried to verbally crucify.
Irrelevant to the point. Irrelevant to the point. Why did Trump praise Tim Walz?
Let IRI speak, Pisco. It's between me and him. You've talked plenty.
I don't want to get into a big BLM thing. My whole point is that it happened while Donald Trump was president. Do you admit that? That's the point. What do you think? Democrats allowed it to happen.
Wait, so what?
Democrats
these are localized issues by your own admission. You claim these are all localized issues. Pisco, why do you keep talking when we're in the middle of having this argument? So if you claim that these are all localized issues, right? Oh, BLM didn't have any grand leadership who was coordinating any of this. So it's all localized, and it's up to these local governors, local politicians to deal with these, kind of riots which are going on in their streets. And how did they deal with them, IRI? Didn't they just kind of let them do whatever the fuck they want? Damage property, millions upon millions of dollars in property. Basically, nobody got arrested for any of this. And you try.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't.
There are a lot of perks to being president. One of these perks is free ice cream whenever I want.
I can't make it I can't make it less than 50 for some reason.
Tried to verbally crucify Rittenhouse, who was stop talking, man. Let me make my point.
No, there were 10,000 people.
Wait,
I'll go with you after. I promise.
I literally let you get in. And didn't interrupt you once. Didn't interrupt you once.
Although this is less $1 bits minimum for Brian TTS.
We're no straight.
I don't know how to fucking...
IRI, can you tell me if Kyle Rittenhouse deserved to be acquitted? Didn't he deserve to be acquitted? Didn't he?
I did not see the evidence. I wasn't on the jury, so I didn't get to see all the evidence, so that's not a call for me to make. I respect the jury's decision.
Okay, that's it. But you won't disavow the
Why are they doing a Kyle Rittenhouse debate? Why is it fit? It shouldn't. I don't know. I wish I could make it less than 50. I guess it's 50 if we want to do this, but it's only 5 if you do this one.
The fact
you don't know who's in charge of BLM.
Circle jerk against communism, Andrew. It's okay.
I am a liberal.
Shake hands, circle jerk against communism. Don't worry about it.
I just want to make it clear.
I think it's convenient. He suddenly doesn't know. You suddenly don't know who the head of BLM is.
He just acknowledged that he doesn't know
who the head of BLM is.
Yeah, how do you not know? How do you not know who Patrice Cullors is? How do you not
know household names?
Why would I know who that is?
Because you followed, because I watched your program and you followed these BLM riots. That's why I would think you would know.
I went to BLM protest.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and yet for some reason it escapes you that Patrice Cullors was a fucking communist and that these governors, these localized governors, when you say, "Oh, this is Trump's fault," Trump didn't have anything to do with the BLM riots. The local Democrats were allowing these to happen with agitators like you. You were an agitator who went and assisted. And assisted in the agitation of these local protests. You didn't give a fuck about property damage.
I got shot.
IRI was there for that.
Yeah, because you were an agitator. You were an agitator. That's why.
Trump was an agitator on January 6th, right, Andrew?
What did I do?
We're talking. Okay, that's what about us.
Yeah, no, but I just want to make sure. I'll answer directly.
Well, I do want to wait.
No one's talking to Pisco. No one's talking to you, Pisco.
Pisco, Andrew, everybody. I want to give Hutch.
I've offered multiple debates with you, Pisco.
Okay, I want to give. Wait. I'm gonna be both of you. I'm gonna be both of you.
A huge platform. You're a loser.
Okay, they're both muted. Both Pisco and.
I can't put the diamond helmet on because my discourse is binding.
You know, we're gonna put them both in a volcano.
Muted in the middle of my argument
because I was telling you both. We gotta give IRI time to respond to your question. I muted you both. I muted you both because I was trying to give IRI a chance to respond.
Go ahead, IRI. Let us.
Andrew, don't be such a baby about it. How about that? Okay.
Dude, stop bitching, dude. You know you.
What do you mean you're bitching? Oh, I'm being prosecuted. Oh my God, it's a debate show. Almost no conservatives but you bitch. You're the only conservative that comes on and bitch. Okay. You're the only one.
Down syndrome.
Down syndrome. Okay, Down syndrome. Fantastic.
You are an actual child.
Yes. IRI, do you want to respond to the big crying baby about why big and crying?
Well, dude, why are my debates like this? What the hell?
Baby.
You okay with that?
All right. Were you an agitator? Let's get back to the debate.
Yes.
Let's get back to the debate. All right. Were you an agitator?
I was not an agitator. I was there filming content and supporting my local community. But I just want to say, Andrew, I'm a liberal. I think communists and the leftists are cringe, man, and they hate me and they wish death upon me. So they look at me as the same as you. So we are holding hands on that. Trust me.
Well, I think we need to have another conversation about this IRI. We had one before and it was pretty good, but no, I watched some of your content. It looked like you were participating in the agitation along with BLM, doing everything that you could to push your kind of. When you were there, you were doing everything that you could to profile this as some type of inequality.
Anyone on Twitch poll. Or everyone on Twitch poll, rather, needs therapy.
I'm just responsible for this. Yes, I watched many.
You're a bullshit. You don't.
Ask IRI if I was in his chat multiple times. Ask IRI if I was not in his chat multiple times. Was I not in your chat? Yeah. I'm gonna let you respond, IRI. But was I not in your chat multiple times? You even talked to me while I was in your chat. Isn't that true?
This is 4 years ago, so I don't recall it.
But that's what happened, Pisco. I was there. I actually do follow leftist content.
Why don't you point to a specific of agitation? You just said he said things, but you can't point to a specific.
Yeah, I was getting into it, but you just interrupt me.
So why don't you go into it?
Yeah, I've been trying to go into it, Pisco.
It's crazy.
It doesn't seem like it. It sounds like you're making fun of people with disabilities. That's what it seems like.
No, just Dylan Burns.
Andrew, you're a cunt. You've always been a cunt, and the only thing that's
on
gonna change is one day you might have more cunt kids. Okay? Now let's continue
You
with
don't
the
have
topic.
any kids because you're gay.
I'm bisexual.
Oh my God.
I don't know what this has to do with anything.
there's
I tell you a cunt, you're like, haha, you're gay.
I looked it
Okay?
up.
You are a child, my friend.
Get fucked, Dylan Burns. Wow, he got you there, man. You know, I really thought, I thought the liberals were winning this, until Dylan Burns got hit with that shit, man. I didn't know he was gay or bisexual, man. I didn't know that before. Didn't really get upset actually because he didn't call himself gay, and it came out like he had a girlfriend and he had to like explain he was bisexual. Wasn't that like drama?
Fantastic. Anyway,
You don't know anything about IRI. If you're accusing him of being a radical leftist, you don't seem to make a distinction between liberals and communists. You just think, you think we're all like literal fucking
Yes,
communists.
you're all communists. Yes.
Because
from
you're
my
silly.
perspective.
Silly things to suggest.
You're mad about the interest rate, so you pouted for half an hour, didn't say anything. Blown the fuck out.
This is completely degenerated. I don't see it. We're gonna go down the list. There's two more names. I'm gonna wrap up, ask the questions people donated for, and wrap this up. We're gonna throw it over to Pisco, then Gibbs, then we're gonna do final statements, and then we're gonna read the donations, and you can all get out of here.
The attack doesn't really work from Andrew because Trump presided over BLM. If you have a problem with how governors were doing it, then you necessarily have a problem with Trump not invoking the Insurrection Act and praising many of the governors who you say are responsible for this. You want to talk about Minnesota, where I'm sure you guys are pointing to the things that burned down. Why did Trump praise it? Trump is in charge. He's the person who can absolutely mobilize the National Guard if he wanted to, and just like in January 6th. And so the attack doesn't really work because, as IRI pointed out to you, to the extent that you see a government fault there, Trump is absolutely responsible for coordinating it. And if it is as large and as bad and as society destroying as you say it is, you can't possibly say that it's a local issue and it should be held locally if what you really think is this was crumbling our society. And so the attack is not, it doesn't work. And of course, it doesn't work in light of your, kind of downplaying of January 6th as well as other issues. And I really think that your behavior tonight, Andrew, has been despicable. You've like been crying.
Stop whining. All you do is whine.
And then you go after the moderator, just like Trump did. Sycophants are doing, and you're calling him like degenerate because.
Oh my God! I'll cut your pearls harder.
Just like you went after women at the start.
Oh my God! Oh no! Oh, Andrew's
so
mean.
It's all hate.
So mean. Andrew's so mean.
It's all hate. It's all ugly.
It's all hate. Oh, Andrew's mean.
And frankly, it's weakness because you're losing all these points. And that's why you say, in order for me to debate, you have to pay you money because you're a scared little rat.
Pisco is happy to debate.
I think the personal attack section of the rules section has just been disregarded in its entirety this episode. We're gonna throw it over to Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm the paragon of not making personal attacks. That's what I'm known for, Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yeah, so I gotta object to a couple of these things. I feel like we'll start with a similar personal attack. We'll start with, hey, I feel like a lot of people, including one of the people on my own side, might need to get one of these tampons that Tim Walz is talking about before we begin because they don't know stats. It's pretty clear. Just look at Greg Abbott. We can go to the stats with from text.gov. 85% decrease in immigration here in Texas is Project Lone Star. We've seen all sorts of stuff. I can go by line stats. 516,000 legal immigrants have apprehended, 45,000 criminal arrests, 35,000 felony charges. We have apprehended over 500 million lethal doses of fentanyl, enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States just from doing this. So clearly, it's not just an immigration issue. Whenever people keep talking about the immigration issue,
Wait. 5,000 lethal doses of fentanyl?
Over 500 million lethal doses of fentanyl, enough to kill every
500 million. Okay.
man, woman, and child in the United States just from doing this. So clearly, it's not just an immigration issue. Whenever people keep talking about the immigration issue, and this is part of the reason why Kamala failed so bad, is because, hey, listen, it's an infrastructure issue. Texas is on the brunt of this. These other states are on the brunt. There's no infrastructure being built, whether that's whatever being done, like whatever. And no one cared about this issue. This is how dishonest Dems are. No one cared about this issue until Abbott started shipping people to New York and Chicago, and all of a sudden, the Democrat constituents got up in arms and go, hey, maybe we should fix the border. We should build a wall around Texas and stop letting them ship immigrants to Chicago. There's actually videos of this. I can pull them up if we want to later. I know someone's going to try
Make
to say,
Texas
source,
part of Mexico
I know that's
again.
what they do here. And so finally, on that note, it's pretty clear after they lied about the border, they lied about Biden's competency, which, oh God, they cooed him. He's gone. They took him out back and shot him like a dog. The guy's literally on a beach. It's crazy. And you're sitting here going, oh, whatever. It didn't happen. Gives taking the bait. It's clearly after 12, 16 years where the Democrats have controlled the president. It's not Trump's fault for the little time where he tried to fix the goddamn catastrophe that is the economy. Goddamn catastrophe is foreign policy. I mean, look, under Trump, Russia didn't invade. Under Biden, Russia invaded.
Is this your ending statement, or was this like a statement?
No, this is just all these things that they lied about internally. And yeah, well, it's not anything. I got more. Don't worry. I'm just saying all these people have been lying completely the whole time, and then they want to sit here and talk about, oh, personal attacks, good faith, bad faith, whatever. Maybe just stop lying and admit that everything's been bad since the start with Biden, and nothing's got better statistically.
Okay, we're gonna do out a few questions.
Nothing's got better? Really? Nothing?
Then we're going.
Not a single statistic has gotten better. That's crazy. That's wild.
We just go down the list of questions that people donated for. This is one for Andrew. No, that's just a joke. Half of them are jokes, actually. We're just gonna go past the jokes. I assume you guys don't want those. No, that's an insult. That's an insult. That's an insult.
Well, unless they're funny, we'll hear, right?
Most of them are not funny. Most of them are.
Okay.
Most of them are just angry. Okay. Here's one.
Fat jokes.
For Pisco, why do you think Harris's policy, recreating the market conditions that ultimately led to the housing bubble crash of 2008, will result in anything other than having another market crash beyond 2025? From Aris 5.
Yeah, I don't think that it is recreating the market conditions of the Great Recession, because the point is to lower the price of homes. And the problem with the bubble was, on the one hand, these kind of new financial instruments, deregulation of housing and lowering standards for who's allowed to get a home. And so this would not kind of invoke those things. I don't know that it would cause a kind of bubble like we saw in the Great Recession. In fact, I think the attempt would be to lower the price of homes and to give people the financial ability to reasonably buy and purchase a home, not to like go above their means. And I don't think this would affect the kind of mortgage-backed security industry. It wouldn't affect the kind of corruption that we were seeing in the credit rating agencies or any of the kind of bullshit from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And so I don't think it's on all fours with what was happening in the housing crisis, which I think is completely different.
If I can respond?
Sure. Yeah, are we allowed to respond?
I actually think that's wrong. I don't think you have good reason to say that. Take aside the plan to, who knows what the particulars are to build 3 million houses, how long it would take, et cetera, et cetera. All of these plans to
went over that,
et cetera. What that's going to do is drive up the cost of these homes.
Oh my
because
God.
once these banks realize they own these homes, hey, we could just charge $25,000 more. That's what they're going to do, and it's going to incentivize lenders to give money because now they'll be artificially able to have the down payment on these homes to people that otherwise wouldn't qualify for mortgages.
If these people just were like. Just read, like, I don't think, like, No Opinion isn't right on like everything, but like just read No Opinion's blog. He makes really great, like, simple blog posts explaining all these things, and they're really, you know, he's a good economist. When I say good economist, I don't mean like I agree with everything. I just mean like he obviously understands economics pretty well, and he writes good, very simple blog posts explaining all these things. Just go to No Opinion Substack and read his blog post on this stuff. Like it's that simple. Like it's wild.
Which means that it's more likely that we're going to have a collapse, that they won't be able to pay these mortgages, which is the exact sort of things that led to the 2008 crisis. In addition to that, it'll have the net effect of making these banks more landowners, because what will happen will be people will be able to purchase.
What? No, it just looked like a cool house. I don't want to fight the ferocious Rothnot?
These homes and get mortgages, and then once they default on the mortgages,
Wait,
they will become the property of the bank, which means
no, you can go through the wall.
In the hands of the wealthy even more, which will have the net effect in the long run of meaning that the people that are on the lower and middle income scale that elsewise would be able to qualify legitimately for these mortgages won't be able to do so. Also, one little pet peeve I have is like little rude, Hutch, to talk to your audience while someone else is talking. Just a little pet peeve. I leave my audience here, but you're saying when I talk. Just saying.
I'm not trying to be rude. I saw other people doing it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I'll take to anyone.
I've done this the whole time.
Andrew's audience knows.
Wait, did he really just get mad at Hutch for like talking to his chat while he was talking? I feel like that's like that. He's a fucking streamer, dude. Yes, this is how that works. You talk to chat sometimes.
When I think so. I didn't see him doing it. That's fine. That's my response.
Okay, we got some more questions. This one is simple. Can each person give their best prescribed policy for their preferred candidate? And I'm going to start with Gibbs. Just make it quick, 5 seconds. Just say policy. Gibbs?
Yeah, sure. I want wall and immigration reform. I want it easier for people to come, and I want security at the border where we funnel people in through legal ports.
Could have just said wall. That would have been even more basic.
But both. Immigration reform is important too. Like you can't have one without the other. Like that's something I think people bash like Republicans. Like if you're near the border, we know we need reform. We want people. This
wasn't quick.
Okay, I know.
I'm just clarifying.
I'm sorry. 5 seconds for everybody. Andrew.
That's all.
All progressives in prison.
Okay, Hutch.
Paid family and sick leave.
All right.
$6,000 child tax credit. I think that would help a lot.
Joe.
Weapons embargo 100% towards Israel.
That's for Jill Stein, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Pisco.
My favorite is the personal one. I don't think it's the best necessarily for the country, but my personal is the Supreme Court reform.
Okay. Rob?
Firing everyone who's engaged in lawfare.
And Turk?
Abolish the NFA.
Got you. For Andrew, what do you fear more? Giving a definition of insurrection or letting Pisco talk without spurging the fuck out?
You mean Pisco interrupt the entire panel the entire night, regardless of who was talking? And not only that, that was not my burden in that debate. Unfortunately, many people reviewed that, and Destiny got fucking wrecked, just like Pisco would. Neither one of these idiots have any clue what they're talking about anytime they're pressed on any issue.
I don't know if that's what the majority of people thought there.
All they do is deflect and do whataboutisms. They're not debaters, they're morons.
Okay. Can you explain to me just real quick? Can I just ask him a question?
Did you put?
No, you can't ask a question.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to put $20 super chat.
Okay, but yeah, actually that's right. You have to give $20 super chat.
You have to $20 super
You have to pay me $20.
Hutch, use your video game money. Send in a super chat, bro.
It's a donation section.
Yeah, you did really.
Okay, I'll give the one example.
What did that guy say about the Supreme Court? He just said he wanted Supreme Court reform. I missed it. He didn't really specify how.
Look, we'll go towards the end. Hutch, I'll let you go first so you can ask him a question in your any statement. That okay?
No, it's all right. Let's just get past him.
I mean, he just attacked us more. Can I have 20 seconds to respond to what he just said?
Okay, but then we got to move on, okay?
Okay, the only
And then
point here
Andrew
is
might be able to respond, and then we'll go on for another 5 minutes.
You heard Andrew say to tomfoolery, I have a secret definition of insurrection, but I'm not going to reveal it until I have my next opponent on the definition of insurrection. It's just more games with him. It's more absolute, like, little ways to try to get an edge, whether it's yelling over people or calling people gay or calling people, like, Down syndrome. It's all bullshit. It's part of the narrative. He's an idiot himself.
Well, the reason that these people are allergic to logic, they don't seem to understand when the burden of proof is on them. Even if I had a set of beliefs, I'd never have to reveal what those beliefs were to do an internal
Oh, fuck. Wait, I didn't even take the bed with me.
critique on your position of what is true or if X ought to be true. They don't understand this because they're fucking stupid. All of them fucking stupid. I've blown everybody on this panel out before. IRI, Hutch, all of them. Hutch was going to cry. He looked like he was going to cry. Well, you're less stupid than most of them.
I was bawling.
But you look like you were going to cry, Hutch. But anyway, this is my 20 seconds.
You look like you're going to cry tonight, Andrew.
Okay,
On the interest rate.
let's reel it up. That'll be it. We're going to do ending statements now. Go around, everybody, shout out your channels, and give your last thoughts in the discussion.
Reform is challenging
Do not ask the
universal
question to
supremacy.
somebody that has already...
Yeah, checks and balance. That's a point of reform. Is you probably don't want the Supreme Court to be. It's that the founders kind of intended the Supreme Court to be the weakest of the three branches, and it seems like increasingly that is not the case. That's kind of the point of doing the reform.
Past you. You can ask a question to somebody who's going to answer after you, but obviously they can't respond. So we're going to start with, let's start with Turk.
Yeah, so I was prepared for a different prompt, and I tried to
I don't know. I
answer
guess
the
we'll
prompt given
watch it.
today, and then we completely
still be debating.
got off the rails talking about stuff that clearly was evident with the actual debate that happened this week, and everyone kind of fell for the trap. I think Rob, did the best trying to stay on the topic here, so I tip to Rob there. I really, again, I think Kamala delivered the best. During the debate, I was like, man, this is not going well, and that it just shows just how bad Trump performed in the debate. But again, it's like when it comes to policy, people see through some of the stuff that was said on Kamala's side just because there wasn't a lot of substance there. I really wish there could have been more substance, but the moderators were just not having it. They wanted to vet through Trump's previous errors and all of his bad bugaboos, which, we've talked about for the past 8 years, actually. We talked about it while he was in office, and we did the same thing tonight. So I think I should just go play Diablo 4 some more.
Amen.
What build are you on?
This is a Barrage Rogue,
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Gibbs.
Okay. I can't leave.
Sorry about that. So closing. I think the age-old expression of quickness is quickest does. That sums up what we need to do. The quicker we can get Kamala and Biden out of there, the better. Everyone made fun of Trump during the debate, since we talked about the debate a lot, which, like I said, wasn't the topic I prepared for, but we were ready. He made fun light of the issue the taxpayers have with Kamala saying, "Hey, we're going to advocate for transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants in prison." And I thought that was so outlandish. And I googled it. Turns out she gave a whole speech to the ACLU where she advocated for this in quite a bit of detail. Well, I know we didn't cover that. I wish we had. I have all the quotes and stats ready. I guess it was a trap that didn't get laid, and I didn't get the bite on, like Rob would like to describe for me. But I was ready for this trap. Either way, it's terrible. The economy's terrible. Foreign policy's terrible. Listen, if you think that it's going to be positioned to be better under Kamala, brother, let me tell you, you got 3 brain cells, and one of them just died gasping for air because you forgot how to breathe. It's terrible. I don't know how anybody can be in favor of vote for Kamala right now with everything so blatantly obviously bad. The border, economy, foreign policy, it's a wash. Kamala has no answers. Her answers are vague. Trump does have answers. You can look them up. What I keep hearing is buzzwords, opportunity.
Harris does have a policy page by now. It's such a dumb criticism at this point.
Vote Trump, don't vote Kamala. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We do gaming and politics and a lot of general bullshit. Good times.
Let's go.
Kamala blew Trump the hell out of that debate. It's obvious. Everyone's saying it. Even the conservatives on this debate are saying it. All of the punditry is saying it practically, and they're coping because their daddy can't handle any possible loss or him, perceiving to be on the downswing at all. In terms of the two candidates themselves, there couldn't be possibly a greater contrast, both in substance and in character. In substance, Kamala Harris's policies are way better in every possible way. An actual plan to address the immigration crisis, the housing proposal that she's putting forth, the child tax credits that she's putting forth, her changes to the Affordable Care Act and making healthcare work better for everyday Americans, to say nothing of the other kind of issues that maybe are less in front of your face, but are just as significant. The Supreme Court reform, which are badly needed, among other changes as well. But this really should be an election about character.
I don't think any Supreme Court decision that favored Democrats was nearly as big of a deal as either the presidential immunity decision or the 14th Amendment ruling. I think both of those are pretty a lot bigger deals. Also, you yourself, I don't want to hear any shit from you. You yourself, I'm pretty sure, have admitted that the reason you like the 14th Amendment ruling is not because it was based on constitutional originalism, but because, quote, it was the right thing to do.
Who do you trust to be the commander-in-chief? Who do you trust?
The presidential immunity thing was not a big deal whatsoever. Localist, do you think Biden could order his Department of Education to destroy all the records to
on who owes student debt? Do you think that they should be able to do that?
To wield that office and be looking out for you and not themselves. And on that score, there couldn't be even a
Not
brighter
even
possible
doing
line
any
between these
damage.
two individuals. Trump tried to steal the 2020 election and end our democracy and end the peaceful transition of power. Kamala didn't do that. And Kamala, if she loses, you can bet that she is going to gavel in Donald Trump's win. I guarantee it if she loses the election. Donald Trump is all by himself, and he's not even mentally or cognitively fit to be the president of the United States. You saw him on that debate stage, unable to really put together two thoughts, and at times, fighting easy bait that it's so obvious it's bait. In real time, it's bait. You think he's not going to do that with Vladimir Putin? You think he's not going to do that with Kim Jong-un or any of these other leaders who are going to eat him for lunch, as Kamala Harris said? And so if you love America, if you love our Constitution, if you love the fact that we're allowed to vote and have our vote matter and count, you should vote for Kamala Harris. Do not put this guy within an inch of the Oval Office again, because he's just going to abuse the power like he did for 4
I think
years.
it does any damage.
Okay, over to Joe.
Yeah, I think it's Donald Trump is a no-go for me, but I think it's very important for me to say this, so I really make sure like where I sit on this is distinct from the other people on this panel, right? So the Biden administration is a full partner in the genocide in Gaza. And while Democrat leaders claim to be tirelessly working on a ceasefire, they provide over $20.8 billion in weapons to Israel's mass slaughter of Palestinians since October 7th. And Democrat leaders have repeatedly demanded, Democrat voters, have repeatedly demanded for an arms embargo and a permanent ceasefire from the Biden administration. And polling's on the side of support for that. At the Democrat convention, you had uncommitted delegates, some of which
The only thing the Department of Education constitutionally do is shut down official acts. Or wait, that does not answer my question at all. Do you think if Joe Biden, do you think if Joe Biden ordered his Department of Education head to destroy all records on student loans, do you think Biden should be punished for that? Should be held criminally liable for that? Is that a criminal action? Or if Biden just did the same thing that Trump did, but yeah.
I voted for that were censured and rejected from just the premise of speaking at the event itself. And the Harris campaign and congressional Democrats across the country have had ample opportunity to adopt some type of humanitarian position on Gaza. Instead, Democrat leaders just remain on staunch war criminals who facilitate genocide and carry out flagrant violations of national and international law. For me, it's no votes for genocide. I cannot support either candidate. And for me, at its current state, Jill Stein is my only answer.
That would likely not. No, wait. Look at this. That absolutely is an official act. The Supreme Court already ruled that is within the president's conclusive and preclusive authority, because they already ruled that you can't prosecute Jeffrey Clark based on any of the fucking criminal shit that he did. Like you're just absolutely 1,000,000% wrong on that. That is within the president's conclusive and preclusive authority, as ruled by the Supreme Court. Any conversation the president has with one of their executive officials, like the DOJ, is within their conclusive preclusive authority. It's not a reviewable limited president's power to what's called. Yeah, I know. That's the reason Jeffrey Clark can't be prosecuted, because when Trump told him to send a fucking fake letter saying that they had found evidence of election fraud, even though the letter was filled with lies and they had not actually found any evidence of election fraud, and the goal was just to overturn the election. Not only can Trump not be prosecuted for that, Jeffrey Clark can't be prosecuted for that, because it's unreviewable by the courts. It's the same thing if Biden said, hey, head of Department of Education, I know the Supreme Court said that I can't cancel student loan debt, but what if you just destroyed all the records of who owes student loan debt? Just get rid, literally just delete them, they're gone. Or burn them, fucking shred them, burn them, delete them from any computer they're on. A court can't review that with the current Supreme Court ruling. They can't review that. It's unreviewable. They can't. Biden is criminally immune from that. Maybe we should watch some of the Pisco debates, Pisco SEAL Team 6 debates.
And also, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Joe Lewis, 2 O's, J-O-O-E.
Wait, Jill Stein, you said?
Yeah, he said Jill Stein.
Yes.
He's a Jill Stein voter.
Yes, I am. I do appreciate the time.
I think you took loan to. That's not what I'm talking about right now. It doesn't matter if I agree or disagree with Supreme Court. Student loan forgiveness at all. That's totally irrelevant to the discussion we're having right now.
Talking to all of you guys. This is my first time engaging with Andrew Wilson. Very, very cool. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Speaking of Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, happy to engage with you in the future. If you ever want to have a discussion, I'm happy to do that. Thank you to the panel, including Dylan Burns, for hosting it. You might think I was a little hard on Dylan this evening, but just full disclosure, Danabo, the recruiter, requested that I be mean to Dylan. I guess he needed some additional sound bites, and so all I did was fulfill the request of his recruiter. So you can't really get mad at me for that. When it comes to Pisco, for instance, Pisco brings up the idea that I requested that he pay for a debate, but all I was doing was holding the same standard that Destiny holds, that you have to have some criteria. If you don't have the criteria for the sub count in order to come on my huge channel, Pisco, then I think that payment is fair. Now, would I charge anybody else but Pisco? Probably not, but Pisco complained and bitched and whined about it, so I just couldn't help myself. Now,
Look, I don't have the background knowledge to fully know whether it's legal or not, so no.
on top of all of that, let me just point out that wrecking you idiots is the funnest pastime that I've ever had in my life. I've made Hutch cry. Oh, the awfully. But anyway, okay, back to this.
Did Hutch actually cry? I don't know what he's
This was
talking
a bait
about
and
here.
switch.
I don't know what debate they're
actual
talking
topic. All
about.
the conservatives on here are complaining about it because we were told that this was going to be a who's in a better leadership position, Kamala Harris or Trump, and it turned out that that was not the actual topic. You can see them all nodding their heads because we had a bait and switch done on us. But we still made the
To explain the background, I was
best
okay.
of it
Then
anyway.
maybe.
Not that we should have, because progressive scumbags lie all the time in order to get you pigeonholed into topics you didn't even agree to.
It's two PhD historians. Yeah, well, Finkelstein is a PhD historian, so.
Under premises that you didn't agree to either. Now, to also maximize on the rest of this, I would like to thank the conservatives, especially, and IRI, who had a good head on his shoulders this evening, the only one besides the conservatives who did. Happy to have a convo with you in the future as well. My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. I'm a political analyst, satirist, and also I engage in blood sport debates, and appreciate it, guys.
Okay, I do want to just throw out there that the topic was who's better to lead the country forward, and it did become a discussion on policy. We just opened on the debate. The discussion was 90% economic policy, 90% policy, so I think you guys debated the topic you prepared for. Anyway, continuing, we're going to throw it over to...
Yeah, I mean, after Rob moved it over to that, right?
Once it was said that I was like, yeah, that's a topic, let's start with the debate. And then we had that discussion. We had that discussion.
This is called moving the goalpost.
Yeah, I had a whole opening prepared.
You had the discussion you wanted. We just opened on the debate, the big news story that 70, 80 million people saw. We hosted a panel show. We wanted to get audience to see the debate. If it was just another Harris-Trump debate,
It's a bait and switch, bro. It's a bait and switch.
Well, you had the discussion you wanted. It wasn't a bait and switch. I just opened. Let's talk about the debate. Who won?
I do want to make one caveat. I know I'm the new guy and I was recruited. I feel that might not help because I definitely had a whole different opening prepared for the other topic and I would have done something different. But it's like, I'm not worried. I'll adapt to whatever because I ain't scared. But it did seem a little bit baity switchy, just like from like.
I have the concept
never
of the
been here
debate.
before. Never been here
But
before.
I also put post-presidential debate in parentheses to let you guys know that depending on the.
Why is it lagging?
The presidential debate topic. It's going to be on the debate, so it's not like nobody knew we were going to talk about the debate today.
Fuck. No, he is growing faster than me. God damn it. God damn it.
I just didn't read the question word for word. I just threw it out very casually. In the future, I'll make sure to go on a contract and I'll be sure to read word for word, byline by byline. Okay. Now, who's the last?
Maybe it'll pass 3 months. 20. There's no way.
2 people left. I know there's 2 people left. Rob and IRI. So I'll throw it over to Rob.
What is why is the Wi-Fi shitting itself?
It needs to be in order.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, like, listen, after Trump's debate with Biden, he requested another debate. After his debate with Kamala, he's now saying that's it. I think he obviously got rattled. She walked right up to him to start that debate, shook his hand, looked
I need to delete that because I've deleted Vegeta Reacts, so it makes my OBS laggy.
right in the eyes, was staring at him for 95%.
Is this right? Yeah, it's no, haven't you've probably seen it before. It would just like play a video of Vegeta. It would have Vegeta reacting to my stream.
Of that debate, he barely looked at her. He was totally outclassed the entire time. I think that was obvious, and I think the polls reflect that. In terms of who is better suited to lead the country, just take a look at the 2 parties right now and just tell me what you guys think. And if we had more time, I would love to have asked my conservative counterparts, do you feel like the Republican Party is in a better position now than they were in 2016? I think the answer is obviously not. The modern American conservative project is in shambles. The House is chaos. They ousted their own House Speaker for the first time ever. They had one of the worst midterm performances in modern history during an economic downturn. The Democratic Party, in contrast, has never been more cohesive and unified in my entire life. I like our chances. I think we're looking pretty good to win the House. I think we're looking pretty good to win the presidency, and the Senate isn't completely out of reach. And so I think we are the adults in the room, and I think that the modern conservative project right now is just it's a joke. It's ridiculous. I think most people understand this. But
Dylan, just real quick, if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask Hutch very briefly. Hutch, would you be willing to continue this debate with me with Rob Noor moderating after this is done?
No, I'm getting dinner, bro. Okay. If you want to set up a conversation about politics some other time, we can do that.
Okay.
Ira? Actually, no, Rob. It would be conservative, so Rob.
Yeah, give it to Rob.
All right, fair enough. So I do think that the topic wasn't initially what we
What's
agreed
up, Paul?
to.
Welcome back. Ban streamers with 2x videos. This is only 1.5, brother.
Initially, then it perceives as if I'm on the side of the lefties, like I said. But I do think that we adapted. And the only reason I think it's worth mentioning because I am vaguely aware that someone not understanding the specific topic before has led to a lot of controversy. So I just want to get on record, even though I think we did adapt, and I don't think.
Is that my hero, Andrew Wilson? It is.
It harmed my
You
performance.
came at like the tail end of this,
I
but
think
yeah.
I did great. I appreciate everyone's interactions on here, even those that are going harder than others. Obviously, I have love in my heart for the conservatives on the panel. Even
Where
Gibbs, who I was
is
shitting on because I was upset that I laid a trap for
reacts?
Hutch and you stepped on my toes and it took me 20 minutes to get to it. But to talk about this briefly, I think Trump underperformed in the debate. I think he did poorly. I think Kamala Harris did poorly, but less poorly. I don't think it'll have a big effect whatsoever when it comes to how this election will be proffered. I think that what I tried to do is what Trump should have done is to not allow the deflections that you see that gets off the target of Kamala Harris has been hidden. She hasn't explained her position. She seems to, when she ran for president previously and was very clear about positions, she seems to have now done a 180 on those, but we haven't heard that from her mouth. We just hear from surrogates and other people on
Okay,
mainstream
I need
media
to pee.
places that are saying it.
I'll be back.
She seems
I'm
to be
pulling
running a
this on.
vibes campaign that the establishment institutions, including the majority of the legacy media, is completely
Actually,
dragging her
let me
across the finish line.
not
But if
be
that's
excited.
what the election becomes about, and I get it, I get what Hutch is saying, like, oh, despite the poor economics, Democrats did better than expected in 2022. Yeah, that's the point. That's why I'm a populist. I think these institutions are corrupt and they control the narrative. And when you control algorithms on places like Google and the majority of the legacy media and academia and the entertainment industry and the intel agencies are on your side and lying about things like the Hunter Biden laptop, etc., putting their thumb on the scale every election, yes, it makes it likely that the party that has disastrous policies ends up winning elections. And I'm predicting that will happen again. I am predicting that Kamala Harris will win. But it is no doubt that she's hiding. And if the election is about the track records of Trump and what the country was like under him economically and through the border, it was doing phenomenal. And then when we look at the Harris-Biden administration, which it's just an empty suit that was running as Joe Biden, and it's the same as Kamala Harris, it'll be people behind the scenes. I found it humorous at one point. IRI said, "Who are those people behind the scenes running things?" Right? Who's running the presidency now, IRI? You don't know. That's the whole point. But mud democracy, right? Mud democracy. The most anti-democratic thing I've seen in modern elections is the entire establishment gaslighting the American people about Biden's mental health. Then once the primary was effectively de facto given to him, coming out and forcing him out, and then installing a woman in Kamala Harris that would not have had any chance of winning a primary, would have a very small chance, and then basically keeping her under wraps and saying that all of her policy prescriptions will be said later. We even have her surrogates going out like, she shouldn't talk to the press. Why should they? People will look at her policies and try to spin them negatively. No shit. And she had a chance in this debate, despite what I think was Donald Trump's failure. I think if she wanted to be transparent, she could have outlined specifics on many of these policies and what her agenda would be. She could have explained to the American people why she has so radically changed her position on Green New Deal things, defunding the police, getting rid of private insurance, banning fracking, paying for transition surgery for illegal immigrants, building a wall. All of these things are things that she had incredible articulation about being one direction before, and now she's just saying, that changed, but my values have been the same, and hasn't explained any of it. So I did not take the bait. I correctly articulated why the economy is in shambles, and it's the fault of the Harris-Biden administration, why the board is in shambles, and it's the fault of the Harris-Biden administration, why we can see the policies of Donald Trump were doing good for this country, all people, even the middle class, lower class, and people in inner cities, people in rural America, people in the suburbs, and that his presidency would bring more of that, much better than the failures of the Harris-Biden administration that is ran by committee and would is only pissing on your leg right now, telling you what they think you want to hear because they're refusing to explain why they do 180s on their policy position or why they didn't accomplish the great things that they say they're now going to do so for the past 3.5 years when they controlled so much of our government. I'm Rob Noor. You can find me. Just search my name, Noerr. Thanks.
It's called Normal America with Rob Noor. He never shills himself.
IRI?
Yeah, Rob, you really got to work on brevity, man, because you say some interesting stuff, but you fucking ramble for 10 minutes and everybody tunes out, man. So you really got to start trying to fine-tune it a little bit, champ. And I'm glad I may be bad at debating, but at least I'm not a pawn of Russian propaganda and like you, who was featured on Tim Pool's The Culture War. That was on Tenet Media's YouTube site. So congratulations, Rob.
That was I, by the way.
One of Russia's stupid pawns, you idiot. That being said, Kamala Harris had a great debate. These Republicans, conservatives are coping because she got to knock it out of the park, and she only did okay. But she did just fine, and I'd be upset, too, with all the energy on our side and my candidate saying,
Aw. Meow. Cry about it. Look at this guy. Ugh. He might be a little... I mean, he's ideal weight. Pet him? I am petting him, bro. Aw. Over here. You wanna... Maybe he'll stay there. Oh, nope, he's leaving. He doesn't like me. He went over to his food bowl. Well, I think it's empty because he's fat.
oh, they eat the dog, they eat the cat. So, yeah, it's going to be a little frustrating. I think Kamala's got this in the bag, so you guys need to start working on how to pronounce her name because you're going to be saying it for 8 years. But to my friends out there who are voting, please do not look away from the Senate because you're going to be frustrated if Kamala Harris wins and these Republicans control the Senate. And it's all going to come down to a couple of races, specifically Montana. Give John Tester some love. He's a Democrat running for re-election. He's a...
I gave John Tester some love. I gave John Tester $10 whole.
Great guy. Please check it out. John Tester in Montana. Put some energy into his cause. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate you. I go by I'm really important because I fucking am.
Don't you know Kamala is ultimate Soviet command economy. That was interesting. I don't think any of them know how the Fed works, but I don't think I know enough about how the Fed works to fully explain why they don't know enough about how the Fed works. I tried to get Sample to explain to me quantitative easing for a second, but he's probably either sleeping or preparing for some test or doing something more important than being on my stream. So, if I ran for governor of Illinois, would you donate my campaign $500? I don't have $500 to donate, but no, I'm not even worth $500. Yeah, exactly. I'm worth I'm worth under $100. Oh wait, no, because I have a little. I'm worth like under $200. Oh no, wait, I must be worth at least. I'm worth under $250. There we go. Not more than that. I added up on my accounts. I am worth a few million. Then why do you need my $500 if you have a few million, brother? Yeah, finance your own campaign then, exactly. Like, I don't have a few million. I am worth a few million. Okay, then sell some assets. Donald Trump looking ass, true. Sell some assets and finance your own campaign then, buddy. All right, we're gonna read a few different things. What can a field use you all to help the function alcoholism? In a couple of years, I'll have a few million in cash. Will you? Can you donate some of your millions so I can read No Opinions blog? He has 2 articles about Haitian immigrants and about an unrealized gains tax, and they're both paywalled. I need to be someone's sugar baby. Oh God, for real. Okay, but a few different things. A sovereign wealth fund wouldn't work for the U.S. Investment funds make sense for small nations such as Norway or Singapore, but won't create fiscal and economic challenges for the U.S. The Haitian immigrants keep eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. True. As it turns out, a U.S. sovereign wealth fund is not just another crazy idea from Donald Trump. It's an idea supported by hedge fund billionaire John Paulson under consideration by President Joe Biden. The ostensible goals are to make the federal government some money and boost U.S. investment for critical technologies. Unfortunately, a U.S. sovereign wealth fund would come with a significant downside for the federal budget, the stock market, and the economy and American politics. Consider a few places where sovereign wealth funds have paid off: Singapore, Norway, and the UAE. These governments have taken surpluses and invested them at high rates of return, often in equities, but sometimes in natural resources and commodities. Their citizens are now wealthier than they otherwise would have been, and they face lower current and future tax burdens. These countries have some broad features in common. Most important, they typically run a surplus in their government budgets. In the case of the UAE and Norway, fossil fuels are an important part of that equation. But for Singapore, it is its effective fiscal management combined with some forced savings program. The point is, they have spare funds to invest. The U.S. does not. Its debt to GDP ratio is about 123% and rising. So a sovereign wealth fund will require the government to borrow much more money, which is a disappointing prospect, but it required that much more. Non-fun, when are we going to be based in theocracy build? I don't know if we're going to get to that point. It is true that the expected rate of return on the U.S. stock market is higher than the government's borrowing rate, but what matters is the net social increase in investment value, not the nominal returns on the government's portfolio. If the government buys some of my mutual funds, for instance, and it earns a 7% return that I otherwise would have earned, there is no net increase in social value. On paper, the sovereign wealth fund looks like a huge success, but the government has simply issued more debt and redistributed some equity returns away from the citizenry and towards itself. To the extent the government can initiate new investments and pick winners, it could boost overall social returns. But that is a far trickier endeavor than just putting funds into the stock market. And just as democratic administrators have encouraged or mandated labor and diversity standards for many government subsidies and contracts, they might impose similar requirements on U.S. sovereign wealth funds, which would be eliminated or revised under a Republican administration. I mean, I could see the Republicans doing that, I guess. It's not out of their character, but if it was popular enough, it could gain. I don't know. I could see, considering, I guess, Trump and Biden both are considering it at least. I could see it being a popular bipartisan thing that neither side really wants to touch, kind of like Social Security. Neither side really wants to touch Social Security. I guess Trump wants to have no tax on Social Security. One notable feature of successful sovereign wealth funds is a relatively high degree of political discipline. The UAE is not a democracy, which enables it to make decisions with a minimum of political or voter interference. Its investments can be made without excessive concern about whether they appeal to various interest groups or impact on the next election. Singapore is a democracy, but it is a single dominant party with some built-in advantages, that's true, and it keeps some of its investment decisions non-transparent. It is widely believed many of the fund's investments were made in China in the early years of Singapore's growth. It's not obvious that a U.S. sovereign wealth fund, especially motivated by particular national security considerations, would or should have the freedom to make comparable decisions. Norway is also a democracy, but it is a small, well-governed, relatively non-corrupt country with a fair degree of political consensus and trust in elites, especially as compared to the U.S. It is easier for Norway's SWF to have market discipline, and Norwegians are used to the notion that most of their investments are going overseas. In contrast, U.S. interest groups would likely push for the government to make investments at home, and a patriotic and somewhat provincial electorate would likely support such requirements. The small size of countries running the better SWFs, I keep wanting to say SJWs, bring yet another advantage. They can participate in asset markets as simply as another investor. A U.S. sovereign wealth fund, at least one as envisioned by Trump, would be enormous in size. Not only could that hurt its long-term returns, as a large American SWF sought to trade, it might push prices against itself. But its size could have disturbing political implications. If the U.S. SWF bought a significant percentage of domestic companies, it would essentially bring the U.S. into a kind of socialism based with extensive government ownership of the economy. It's tempting for the federal government to put more in equities and investments, but this is one idea that should be left to the side. Damn. There was a good debate between Micah and SDL. It's probably the last episode on 3 Blocks. They what should the state do? It was a liberal Micah versus market socialist SDL. Eventually they got to a point of the discussion. Oh wow, great chapters, dude. Intro and the rest of the video. Wow, really put some effort in there. I'm assuming Akana Boy is the one that edited this. Good one, Akana Boy. Nice one. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, they got to a good point in the discussion where, like, SDL was like, yeah, sometimes the state could be corrupt or like abuse its power in some cases, but this is why socialists want to reform government institutions. So have like ranked choice voting and things like these, so they couldn't be No, a U.S. sovereign wealth fund is never gonna happen. So it couldn't
couldn't be viewed in the same way.
And have an algorithm that supports like just Nazis.
A convoy calls me non-fun at some point in this. I don't know, maybe it's probably like afterwards. I don't know, you'll see it in the like fucking chat at some point, but we already sort of have one. It's called the National Debt. It says written by Jared Bernstein. Why does it have a picture of Jared Bernstein? Council Chair Economic Advisor Jared Bernstein is very wary creating a sovereign wealth fund in the United States. Well, if Jared Bernstein says it. Not been a campaign season characterized by high-minded approaches to economic policy. So when Donald Trump mentioned the idea of a sovereign wealth fund earlier this month in a speech at the Economic Club in New York, it kind of flew past me. We'll create America's own sovereign wealth fund, Trump said, to invest in great national endeavors to benefit all of the American people. Why don't we have a wealth fund? Other countries have wealth funds. We have nothing. Perhaps I ignored this because Trump spent more time discussing what he wanted to call it. We can name it something different. We'll call it something that's appropriate. Then clarifying how it would actually work. According to Trump, it would be funded through tariffs and other intelligent things, and the money would be spent, as he put it, to build extraordinary national projects and everything from highways to airport transportation infrastructure, blah, 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 blah. The idea of a sovereign wealth fund has been kicking around for a while among both liberals and conservatives, and my guess is Trump threw it out. So he could sound somewhat brainy in front of an audience of policy wonks. Notice self-conscious use of the word intelligent. The Biden administration is quietly considering a sovereign wealth fund too, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan holding weekly meetings about it with his deputy, Dalip Singh. I just heard a creeper explode. Probably be in my house. I fucking love tariffs so much. Why? Why? Cringe. Unbelievably cringe. Unbelievably cringe statement. Documents have been circulating in the White House, according to Bloomberg's Just Wingrow. Actually, we don't even need this open right now. Though apparently not to Jared Bernstein, chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, it's certainly not something I've talked about in meetings. Bernstein told Wingrow and pronounced himself very wary of the idea. I'm with Bernstein, and not only because Trump should win the election, he probably just use it to pay his legal bills. A sovereign wealth fund is a worthy idea in theory, but the United States is poorly positioned to create one because it has $35 trillion in debt, requiring annual payments of $1 trillion just to cover the interest and running the annual budget deficit at $1.5 trillion. I think the balance between federal and state governments is fine. Made in America, yeah, but tariffs are just a bad way to do that because the loss in consumer surplus is way bigger than the gain in producer surplus. And Iowa car crop. Well, we can get into it in a second. Okay. Opinions vary about how serious the problem this is, but it's very much the opposite of a budget surplus, which is what countries typically must have in order to create a sovereign wealth fund. Countries with sovereign wealth funds usually have some resources, most often oil and gas, and that's gushing revenue faster than the government knows how to spend it. Kuwait started the first sovereign wealth fund in 1953 to manage proceeds from its oil reserves. Botswana started a sovereign wealth fund in 1993 to manage proceeds from its diamond extraction. China started a sovereign wealth fund in 2007 to manage excess proceeds from its stupendously rapid industrialization. Some countries use money as a rainy day fund. Others use it to cushion their economy from the volatility in the oil markets. We do something similar for a strategic petroleum reserve. Some others use a sovereign wealth fund to finance economic development. Here in the U.S., some individual states have sovereign wealth funds, the biggest and best known being the Alaska Permanent Fund, established in 1970s after construction of the Trans-Alaska Oil Pipeline.
The Alaska Permanent Fund distributes an annual dividend to the Alaskans of about $1,600. What nations and states with sovereign wealth funds have in common is more revenue they can or wish to spend on government services. The U.S. government is not blessed with that problem. The last time this country had a budget surplus in 2000, George W. Bush quickly pissed it away, and then some with a series of reckless tax cuts. The U.S. Doesn't lack tangible assets from which it might generate significant revenue. The mainest land that the federal government owns out in the West, but it manages these very poorly, charging below market rates and sometimes nothing at all from mining rights, oil leases, and grazing fees. Remember Cliven Bundy? He's a Nevada cattle rancher who, starting in 1993, refused to pay grazing fees. When the tab reached $1 million in 2014, the Bureau of Land Management started impounding Bundy's cattle, only to be chased off by armed protesters. The BLM hasn't been back since. You might call the uncollected fees a sort of unofficial sovereign wealth fund dedicated to the perpetuation of the Bundy Ranch. In his 2014 book, With Liberty and Dividends for All, Peter Barnes adds to these American natural resources various types of intangible co-owned wealth, including the electromagnetic spectrum, intellectual property protection, and the right to pollute, and fractional reserve breaking, i.e. the right to hold in reserve only a designated fraction of bank deposits. In the latter case, as I noted last week, the Federal Reserve attempted to impose on too big to fail banks a 20% increase in required capital reserves. These are banks that you and I had to bail out after the 2007 financial crisis, and will have to bail out again after these big banks stumble into the next big crash. The banking gangs, led by Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan, told the Fed more or less what Bundy told the BLM, and the Fed scaled back its proposed regulations to require only a 9% increase in the required capital reserves. This is why we can't have nice things. Barnes' book was a stirring manifesto that proposed the federal government charge fees to businesses that extract wealth from public resources in amounts that reflect the resource's actual value and distribute the proceeds to Americans. Doing so, among other things, give a badly needed boost to the masses of the people left behind by globalization, deindustrialization, financialization, and all the rest. Barnes' sovereign wealth fund resembles what Matt Brunig later described as the social wealth fund. I don't know, he had an article about it. Best viewer? I gotta get some of these best viewers, guys. Bank proposed that all owners of land pay rent to the government for the privilege of possessing it, and that the money be put into a national fund based. This fund would pay every adult American annually today's equivalent of $24,000, dropping to $16,000 after he or she reached the age of 55. These payments, Paynes wrote, would be compensated in part for the loss of his or her natural inheritance by the introduction of the system of landed property. But it's a strategy for a nation that knows how to collect its debt and pay its bills, as the U.S. does not. The only collective asset the U.S. knows how to mine effectively is its debt. Because ours is still regarded even after January 6th as the world's most reliably stable government and currency, we possess the world's most highly prized debt, sold around the world as treasury bonds. American debt is a luxurious product converted on par with Cuban cigars, Scotch whiskey, and Iranian caviar. When the sovereign wealth funds of other nations need some place safe to invest, they beat a well-worn path to a treasury auction. Uncle Sam extracts $8.3 trillion per year from this hapless insolvency by selling debt. That dollar amount dwarfs roughly $2 trillion, the roughly $2 trillion contribution to crude oil after our debt, the second most plentiful resource, contributes to gross domestic product. In a sense, the U.S. already maintains a sovereign wealth fund, but whereas other countries use proceeds from theirs to invest in the future, we use ours to bail out the past. I would still I haven't done enough reading on social wealth funds or sovereign wealth funds to have a strong case against it. But I think I could actually do a really good line of argumentation with that. I could do the U.S. already has a social wealth fund or sovereign wealth fund.
relying on its prized resource. Debt. I could do this, and then I could Oh yeah, don't fucking argue, dude. Arguing with localists and some things are just it's just a total dead end. We are by definition a nation and by definition a country, and he won't accept that. Pence did not have the legal authority to overturn the election. He won't accept that, despite how obviously wrong he is on both of those things. But Trump wants to endanger the existing such a well fun by establishing control of the Federal Reserve. What's funny, because the nation is even, there are some definitions of nation that are even simpler than that. Because you could consider Tibet like a nation, or Kurdistan a nation, but they're a stateless nation. You can just have the definition of nation be like a group of people with like a common background, common history, who like share some geographic location. Like you could argue that Kurdistan is a nation, but yeah, a stateless nation. I think that's what it's called. That's what an ethnic view of a nation is, but it doesn't even necessarily have to be like, I don't know, strictly ethnic. Palestinians, yeah. I can kind of, okay, that's fair. Sure. Trump, president, should have a say. Just make decisions. Where's the video?
The Federal Reserve is a very interesting thing, and it's sort of gotten it wrong a lot. And he's tending to be a little bit late on things. He gets a little bit too early and a little bit too late. And, you know, that's very largely it's a gut feeling. I believe it's really a gut feeling. And I used to have it out with him. I had it out with him a couple of times very strongly. I fought him very hard. And, you know, we get along fine. But I feel that the president should have
the way
at
he
least say
talks is so retarded.
there. Yeah, I feel that strongly. I think that in my case, I made a lot of money. I was very successful, and I think I have a better instinct than, in many cases, people that would be on the Federal Reserve or the chairman.
God, he hates Jerome Powell so much. Donald Trump, I want to give him sloppy toffee. Even though Jerome Powell better get Person of the Year this year. He was up last year, but he got like 1% of the vote. Same Fed chief who basically insisted the rise of inflation in 2021 was transitory. I mean, it was transitory. Powell's wrong on inflation damaged the economy. It was trying to do it. We brought down inflation and unemployment didn't even go up. So, seems transitory to me. Get fucked. Jay Powell wins again. Don't know what to tell you. Okay, this is by the way, I feel bad. I don't know how many of you were here when I had the debate on free will with North. If we just run through, so I've only done 3 formal debate death matches, okay? I've only done 3 formal debate death matches. I don't think I'm a particularly good debater, right? I would never like I've won all the debates, but that's because I strategically, when I do a formal debate, like I do it like relatively strategically. So like I prepare for it a little bit. Although I didn't really prepare for the abortion debate, nor did I really prepare for the free will debate. You should debate me. I did debate you, but I'm talking about like formal debates. But yeah, so. The first opponent, David Denson, aka Panda. You know, we had our abortion debate. It was I won 2-1, split decision. So I did win, but it wasn't unanimous. It was 2-1, 2 judges for me, 1 judge for him, and by scorecard I won 2. The judges gave more points to me in total than they did to him. So he then blocked me and calls me a dumbass nonstop on his stream, refuses to talk to me or engage with me at all now. So there's that, okay? Second opponent, Bimmy, on a wealth tax. Okay? Own him. Completely own him. 0 to 3 for him to me. I won by unanimous decision. That's what I'm saying. Won by unanimous decision and scorecard, obviously. He's now a banned streamer. So, total victory there. The third debater, North, another unanimous decision. Beat him on free will. Did not block me, I don't think, unless he did. He could have. But unadded me and then deleted his Discord server and left all our mutual Discord servers. So gonna take that as a complete victory there. Are you pro free will? No, I was anti free will. Although I feel bad, I feel like I really like talking to North on I mean I enjoyed the free will thing because I won, so obviously I enjoyed it. Free will is so real that they arrest you if you don't go to school. True. But prior to the free will debate, we had like a conversation about whether you should vote for Kamala Harris. Him being like an independent conservative, so he doesn't like a lot of Kamala Harris's policies, but he's not a Trump guy, so he's officially abstaining. Apparently, I got 2. Wait, what video of mine fucking got viewed? I clicked on my YouTube channel, found the debate. I got 2 subscribers. Some of those subscribers that
it notified me of were actually real, apparently. What's your argument against free will? I mean, you're gonna watch the video. I think there are multiple. The first one is neurobiological. Like, our brains are deterministic. Neurons just do the only thing they can do. So it kind of made it kind of hard to see how free will could arise from that. And also we have like studies. We call them like Lebetan style studies, where we can see that, like, before you choose to move your hand, a part of your brain will actually make that decision before you consciously make it. So the part of the brain makes the decision, and then your brain just like rationalizes this. And we see the same thing happening with split brain patients. So split.
Does it matter when the fetus can feel pain?
Pain is a perceived thing. So
I owned him so hard. Thank you, Wise Kanye West.
Conscious, right?
Okay, so do you know when the fetus can begin to feel pain?
So again, pain is a perceived thing. In order to feel pain, there has to be something to feel it. The reason some studies will say, like, fetuses feel pain at 12 weeks is because they can have response to stimuli. But I would never say that response to, like, painful stimuli means that there's something there actually feeling the pain.
For real. Thank you for the 10 bits, Wise Kanye West. Free will is real. Why can't I put the bottle down? Explain that, Luke Tard. Yeah, but basically, we see it in split brain patients. Split brain patients. You know, I don't know how much you know about it. We split their brain, right? So they're split. Also, wait, why did I just not? Oh no, never mind. Okay, we split their brain, and then it seems like there's basically two consciousnesses, conscious things at that point. Your left half of your brain controls your right arm, and the right half of your brain controls your left arm. And what we can do is we can, like, show different images to different eyes, right? So on one side you'll show, like, cup, on the other side you'll show Rubik's cube. And what will happen, you might have heard this is many implications of consciousness. Yeah, I know. It's called, like, alien hand syndrome. What happened is, like, I think the speaking side is the right side. I think. I don't know. Whatever side of the brain speaks will, like, see what the screen says, and they'll pick up what they saw, and they'll be like, I picked up this because of X reason, because it's what I saw, right? But then their other hand will act independently and pick up what they saw, and then when you ask them why they picked it up, they'll make up some excuse. They'll say, oh, because I also just like Rubik's cubes. So their brain thinks they're acting freely, when what we really know is happening is that hand is acting independent of them, because it saw a different message and therefore picked up a different thing. So that just shows, like, you can think you're acting freely, but, like, your brain is actually just interpreting decisions that have been made already for you. And secondly, there's a conservation of energy argument. So it seems like, for, like, any type of free will, like, your mind would have to causally influence matter. So, like, our brains are made of atoms, right? You know, so atoms move the way they do because of energy, right? Because of energy and conservation of energy, and there's another thing, because you can argue either conservation of energy is broken or something else is broken. One of the other laws of thermodynamics. Basically, physics is going to predict the way that you're going to act. If you had free will, you would have to allow some, like, non-physical thing to somehow move the atoms that make up your brain to make you act in a different way. And that would violate conservation of energy. So that doesn't make sense, right? Like, yeah. So you'd have to allow mind to causally influence matter, which I'm going to have way more faith that in the laws of physics that say mind can't causally influence matter than I am in the philosophical circle jerking that I'm going to do. I got points taken off in the debate for saying philosophical circle jerking. They did not like it. I said that.
And lastly, there's like a few different philosophical cases you can make against it. So like Alex O'Connor presented a really simple one. Everything is either Alex O'Connor, I think, has presented 2 of them. I think he only came up with one of them, but everything is either determined or indeterminate if you do an action that was either determined by a series of prior causes or it was indeterminate. If it's indeterminate, it's random, and therefore you're not in control. If it's determined, it's either determined by something outside of you, in which case you're not in control, or by something internal to you, in which case all you do is push the problem back, because then you just simply ask, well, what caused that? It was either determined or indeterminate. If it was determined, if it was indeterminate, it's random, you're not in control. If it was determined, then it's determined by a long series of prior causes, and you're not in control. Secondly, the only reason you ever do anything, this is a like part B in a philosophical case, is either because you want to or you're forced to. If you're forced to, you're not in control. If you want to, then it becomes a question of, do you control your wants? Which I think we don't really. And even if we exert a little bit of control over our wants, in order to do that, you'd have to want to. And then it's an issue of, do you control that? And if you do control that, then you would have to want to. And it's just a regress, and it's a regress that leaves no room for free will. So, if I, we have big constraints that can't be controlled. True. If I walk my dog in the morning, well, that's because my desire to have my dog be healthy was stronger than my desire to lay in bed for longer. Why was that desire bigger? Well, I mean, it kind of just was. I don't really control that. And, it's like if I were to ask you, like, think of someone you love in your life, try to want to hurt them. Try to want to punch your mom in the face. Or if you do want to punch your mom in the face, try to not want to. Not like try to do it, but try to not want it. You could do it in spite of not wanting to do it. You could do it, but in order to do it, the reason you would be doing it is because your desire to believe that you have free will and showcase the fact that you have free will by punching your mom is stronger than your desire to not see your mom be punched in the face. So I think that's another philosophical case you can get against that. 3, I think Sam Harris makes a good philosophical case where he kind of mentions that a lot of your thoughts sort of just emerge in conscious experience, and you're not really responsible for them. He has a good lecture on this that's like an hour long, and obviously I'm going to watch all of it. But, these are just like thoughts that emerge in conscious experience that you do not really control.
Is an illusion. And I hope to convince you also that this matters. And that's the popular notion of free will on some new footing.
Let's just see. God, he gave it an example. I think it was in his book. I don't know if it's in this one, but
be here tonight, presumably because you wanted to hear what I had to say about free will, and you're trying to listen to me, but you have a voice in your head that just says things. Haven't you noticed? Now, I'm standing up here trying to reason with you, and you'll think, he looks a little like Ben Stiller. That much like Ben Stiller. Urge in consciousness.
Yeah, so thoughts just emerge.
Authoring them. We can't think them, we can't choose them before we think them. That would require that we think them before we think them. If you can't control your next thought, and you don't know what it's going to be until it appears, where is your freedom of will? Now, at this moment, some of you are thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Here's what I'm talking about. You didn't choose that thought either. If you're confused by what I'm saying, you didn't create that state. Conversely, if you understand what I'm saying and you find it interesting, you didn't create that either. Everything is just happening. And that includes...
So I would say Sam Harris more like Sam Harry as could have won, dude. I would say like those are the cases against it, and you could go deeper into every one of them. So Sam Harris has this book on it. Sam Harris's book is pretty short. And then Robert Sapolsky also has a book in it. Robert Sapolsky's book is mainly about the neurobiology, and Sam Harris's book is mainly about the, what I just showed, the more of the philosophical case. And there are some papers that are covering anything, energy thing. Anyway, I forgot. This is my reading screen, guys. It has Subway Surfers for you guys, so chat doesn't get fucking bored. The point of all this being, when I did have a conversation with North prior to him disappearing, unfortunately, he did mention a thing like, oh, you know, Harris is like giving states money to reform their zoning laws, but why don't we just like the minimum drinking age and have to give states money for them to reform their laws? We just threaten to withhold highway funding. So when this article came up on my feed, I thought it was interesting. The U.S. drinking law could be a model for fixing the housing crisis. There are two classic ways to encourage someone to change their behavior: a carrot and a stick. The federal government is much more likely to rely on incentives or carrots when it comes to housing policy. The construction and regulations in homes in the West are almost entirely controlled by state and local governments. The president and Congress don't have a ton of power to shape what gets built there, what gets built where. Jesus. But lawmakers in Washington do have money. They tend to use federal funding to reward housing policies they like. It's so base localist. As housing affordability crisis tops Americans' list of concerns, some experts say that Washington's policy needs to play a much bigger role in solving it, partly by using its punitive powers or the stick. One example, the kind of bold federal law that at some point has a model has nothing to do with housing. The National Minimum Drinking Age Act, signed by President Ronald Reagan, a Republican, in 1984, required all states to set their alcohol drinking age at 21 years old or risk losing some amount of federal funding for highway construction. The threat worked. All states moved quickly to comply with the law. Because Congress transportation funding is often must-pass legislation in Congress, lawmakers were able to tag on a provision intended to force states and cities to make building homes easier. A recent op-ed in the New York Times, Edward Glazer, a Harvard economist, said that the next administration must implement a housing construction law that follows the model of the Drinking Age Act. The legislation could establish a minimum construction levels over 3 years for all counties with median home values above $500,000, Glazer wrote. State with high-priced, low construction counties would have to figure out ways to overrule local zoning law codes themselves or lose federal transportation funding. Skyrocketing home prices and rents are largely a result of a severe shortage of housing. A web of restrictive land use laws, building codes, and other regulations make it challenging or impossible to build enough homes. The federal government needs to figure out how to accelerate the process of unwinding those kinds of local regulatory barriers. Ben Metcalf, the managing director of the Tenor Center for Housing Innovation at the University of California, Berkeley, told Business Insider. And to do that requires a bit more boldness. Not fun. Do you know who John C. Calhoun was? I've definitely heard his name before. I don't remember who he is. I remember his name. I don't remember from what I remember his name, but
The Democratic presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, says housing policy plans includes demand-side subsidies, including a $25,000 in down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers, and supply-side funding to boost innovation and help affordable development proceed, but her approach is all about incentives. Metcalf also pointed to the drinking age laws and model for housing mandate, but said the policies of it would be tricky. Sorry, the politics of it would be tricky. He also said it would be challenging to measure who's building enough housing. The construction mandate at the Glacier proposes is a lagging indicator, Metcalf said, because it takes a few years for zoning laws or other land use changes to prompt developers to build more. There would also inevitably be legal challenges to the federal mandate. Since the 1980s, the Supreme Court stance on the power of Congress should have changed. This is evidenced by the court's decision in striking down the Affordable Care Act's mandatory Medicare expansions unconstitutionally corrosive states, Daniel Hemmel, a law professor at New York University, said. The key question would be whether Congress has overstepped the blurry line between inducement and coercion, Helmer told BI. If the law withheld transportation funding as opposed to pre-existing funding, new transportation funding, it might be seen as less coercive and therefore more resistant to legal challenges. He said that, however, would be more of a carrot than a stick approach. But Hemmel said that, Hemmel added that a law like this could be put into court could put the court in an interesting bind. While the conservative majority tends to support limiting congressional power over states, it also favors less government regulation. This is an instance in which the conservative federalist impulses and the derogatory impulses collide, he said. Yeah, it's interesting that this came up in my feed after that conversation, but I guess it is true. I like the highway thing probably falls less on the side of coercion as well, because like if the federal government is providing money for roads, they want these roads to be safe, and like the highway kind of the drinking age law kind of directly impacts the safety of the highway, whereas that doesn't apply for housing. Doesn't make YIMBYism any less based, but how long is this?
There is no law.
I want the YouTube reaction views, but I don't. I hate it. 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 I just want to read all day. I want to read all day. Let me read all day and never. Drinking age should be controlled by the states, not coerced by the federal deputies. Well, I mean, it is at the end of the day controlled by the states, but I mean, yeah, it's coerced. I guess the Supreme Court, I think it mentioned, right? The Supreme Court ruled it wasn't coercion. Or did they not rule on that? I think it should be 16. That's wild. 16? What the hell? 16-year-olds are nowhere near. Even 21-year-olds make dumb decisions when drinking. Or about how much to drink. Their prefrontal cortex isn't even all developed at 21. You think 16-year-olds have the prefrontal cortex necessary to know how much they should drink, how to drink moderately? Don't care much about credibility in SCOTUS. Okay. Hey, me either, actually. In a way, I don't. But I don't put much credibility in the current SCOTUS, which hates constitutional originalism, as evidenced by the immunity ruling and the 14th Amendment ruling. I don't worship SCOTUS. Right here, does Pisco have VODs? Pisco, VODs. Really? How do I view Pisco's VODs? Because I know he... Are they on his Twitter? Localist, can you answer my hypothetical earlier about the Biden administration? What happened to PBG, Turbo the Boss? Well, PBG and Turbo are banned, so they can't exactly be... can't exactly be there on the boss's stream anymore.
Locals, I don't think you understand the ruling. What about Biden? I'm saying if Biden, would you support, or not would you support? Well, no. Would you support criminal prosecution for Biden if he ordered his Department of Education to destroy records for everyone that owes student loan debt? I think it's VODs. Does he have VODs and Twitch? But the VODs and Twitch get deleted. Probably. Okay, then you're against the immunity decision. Because that what I just said is 100% protected by it's not legal. To be clear, it's not legal for the president to order his Department of Education to destroy the records of everyone who owes student loan debt. But he can't be criminally prosecuted for it. That's not true. You realize in the decision it says whether or not it's legal doesn't matter. You realize it doesn't matter, right? The letter that Jeffrey Clark was going to send was not legal. You realize that you're dead. You're contradicted by the ruling itself. It explicitly says the applicability of the legality of I forget the exact phrasing. Canceling student loan debt is unconstitutional. But guess what? If Biden does what I just said, you can't prosecute him for it. You're fucked. It's like the applicability of a generally applicable law does not matter in determining acts from the legality does not matter at all when determining an unofficial act from an official act. Here. Nor does the generally nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. Yeah, I don't think you understand the... How does Pisco not have a VODs channel?
Hopefully it's uniform.
But
a question for you, since I'm not going to be able to listen to the whole thing until August post the VOD because I'm about to leave, but
that's furthered in favor of Trump official action. So actions essentially as a private citizen, right? Yeah. Because it seems like it would be.
Absolutely wouldn't, and that's a great thing to identify, Stephen. Keep in mind that Nixon was being investigated more for like the obstruction component than necessarily being involved in the robbery itself. It's more of the crimes afterwards, where he like recruited members of the actual government, right? The White House counsel and others. And so I don't see why Nixon
Destiny's a liar and a
did
fraud.
anything wrong under that standard.
I'm not looking for Destiny. I'm looking for. I know Pisco has a ton of debates about this, and I was trying to see if we had a VOD channel because it'd be entertaining to watch, and it would also be informative. But he doesn't have a VOD channel, I guess. Oh, this is his artist channel. No, but it doesn't matter if the action is constitutional or not. All that matters is it within the president's conclusive and preclusive authority. If it is, it's absolutely immune. It wasn't legal when Jeffrey Clark tried to send that fake DOJ letter about election fraud, but it doesn't matter because it's within the president's conclusive and preclusive authority. So you're fucked. In a court's view, the fact that Trump's actions allegedly violated generally applicable criminal laws meant that those actions were not properly within the scope of his lawful discretion. Then the D.C. Circuit Court concluded that Trump had no structural immunity from the charges in the indictment. Circuit declined to analyze whether the actions described in the indictment to determine whether they involved official acts. We granted Sartori to consider the following question: whether and if to what extent a former president and enjoys president's immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office.
Crimes he gets can get no punishment. Let's start with this. But we're opening up this impeachment thing to say that you can
whether the Trump cases should be dropped on the selective prosecution. Yeah, true,
get
dude.
this level punishment of
That's
disqualification and
cigarette
removal.
daydreams.
Nevertheless,
Shout out Andrew Wilson. How's everyone doing?
Oh. Yeah, I don't he doesn't have a VODs channel. I guess there's this. Maybe we'll react to this one day. Oh, and this as well. For overcoming the presumptive immunity, which is for any official act, not just to ones within its conclusive and preclusive authority, so any official conduct. The president is immune unless the government can show that applying criminal prohibitions to the act would pose, quote, no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Like, which is an absurd standard. It's not a balancing interest between like the public interest in having the president not committing crimes and the intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. It's you have to show that there is no danger of intrusion at all. So for any official act, even if one that's not in its conclusive and preclusive authority, you're kind of fucked on. Yeah, anyway, I need to start streaming longer again, but I gotta edit the videos. So it was a somewhat short stream, but thanks for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow for hopefully a little bit longer. I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. Sub to the YouTube, join the Discord if you haven't. Follow so you'll see when I'm streaming tomorrow. Go to Carbon Says, I guess. Thanks. See you all tomorrow. I'll get the Wi-Fi fixed tomorrow, hopefully. If not totally fixed tomorrow, I'll start fixing it, and it'll be fully fixed later on. I'm not going to do that. Look, I already started rating. See ya.